He was once the Boxer King, one of the top-tier masters, standing at the peak of the martial world. A man whom everyone, whether from the orthodox or unorthodox paths, would respect and fear just by hearing his name. However, on a night of torrential rain and gloomy skies, he was surrounded and ambushed by a mysterious group. After an earth-shattering fierce battle, only 2 opponents remained standing before him. Even until the final life-or-death moment, he still didn't know their true identities. He thought that with his strength, he could overcome this ordeal and defy heaven to change his fate. But in the end, no. In one lifetime, the Boxer King still fell to the enemy's treacherous schemes. Everyone believed the legend had ended there, and his dominance over the martial world was now a thing of the past. But the unexpected happened. When he opened his eyes again, he had been reincarnated into the body of the eldest young master of the Unha Merchant Guild. Unfortunately, it was a weak loser body, despised by everyone. What will he do with this broken physique? To settle the grudge from his past life? Can the Boxer King of the past rise once more, crush his enemies, and rule the martial world again? This journey of defying heaven through reincarnation. Everyone please stay tuned. The story opens with a scene of violent lightning. The reason for this is someone below practicing their boxing techniques. The rain is still pouring down in buckets. Raindrops keep falling on the Boxer King. The title is given to the one who can subdue the martial world with a single punch. The person whose title Boxer King is mentioned more than any other. His real name is Boxer King Dan Wu Cheng. Unexpectedly, his eyes flash with a look of surprise. He raises his hand to stop the blood flowing from his waist. Speaking of the sudden event, several strangers appeared out of nowhere and attacked me. Now all that's left. Wu Cheng looks up high. In his eyes right now are the Heavenly Demon and the Sword Demon. Just those 2. They are wearing delightful smirks. Wu Cheng scowls in annoyance. They aren't exactly nobodies. Where did they come from? I'll return your comrade to you. The person who was just kicked over there is startled and begins to beg frantically upon seeing the Sword Demon start to draw his weapon. Lord Sword Demon, please spare my life. He doesn't hesitate to kill this man to eliminate any future trouble. Wu Cheng watches as the corpse falls before him. His expression turns disgusted. Zero hesitation in striking down his own associate. Truly a dirty and evil fighting style. The tag on the sword sways in the wind. Wu Cheng observes it and thinks to himself, the markings on the sword and this brutality. You guys are from the demonic cult, aren't you? The Sword Demon begins to move. You are indeed a respectable opponent, Boxer King. I didn't expect you to hold out this long. The title of Boxer King is certainly not for show. Without letting him finish his sentence, Wu Cheng snaps at him to shut up. I'll finish you off in 10 punches. This declaration receives a remark from the Sword Demon. You're too cocky. Let's see how long your arrogance lasts. The 2 of them quickly begin the fight. Wu Cheng takes the initiative and lands a direct punch to the Sword Demon's gut. He is in so much pain that he coughs up blood. How is he so fast? Meanwhile, the Boxer King has started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Strange. My punches. 8. None of them are hitting his vital spots. 9. It's like someone is suppressing my power. The Heavenly Demon smiles down at him from above. Wu Cheng can't hide his irritation and starts to wonder. That bastard! When did he get behind me? The Sword Demon wastes no time. He stabs right through Wu Cheng's body. He coughs up blood in agony. A sneer comes from the Sword Demon's mouth. The story of the Boxer King ends here. Unexpectedly, his expression changes almost instantly. What? When Wu Cheng surpassed even the control of the Heavenly Demon, to throw one final punch, the Sword Demon was completely shell-shocked. This bastard, the strike caused no small amount of spatial destruction, leaving behind only a thick layer of dust. A gash appeared on the Sword Demon's face. He let out a sigh of relief looking toward Wu Cheng's corpse. Then he called out, Fist King, you really are a freak when it comes to fighting. The Heavenly Demon also approached with a sarcastic remark. You sure are one dangerous guy. The Sword Demon replied in irritation. Do you even know who helped you survive? Hey, Senior Fist King, if you're going to die, at least do it with some dignity. Unexpectedly, at that moment, he was hit by Wu Cheng with an uppercut straight to the face. The Sword Demon coughed up blood. While the Fist King arrogantly counted down to 0, all his efforts were slowly being exhausted. The Sword Demon was so humiliated he started swearing, while the Heavenly Demon was laughing his head off. Wu Cheng wondered to himself. The life of the Fist King was also coming to an end. Just one more punch. He should have thrown one more punch, then Fist King Dan Wu Cheng was assassinated by the demonic path. A silent yet powerful bolt of lightning struck a certain manner at that exact moment, at a hidden retreat on Mount Jihua, the great and family estate. inside a luxurious room. Someone's vision gradually became clear, and surrounding voices reached his ears. Oh my God! The sky was clear, yet there was lightning. Jin Yan wondered, what is this? Yulin looked down anxiously. Young master, are you okay? Do you feel all right, young master? Jin Yan asked himself, where is this? He continued to look around, and then wondered again, who saved my life? Jin Yan hurriedly sat up. His hands caught his sight. There wasn't a single wound on his body. Yulan, standing nearby, spoke softly. Young master, please allow me to bring in some water. Jin Yan replied curtly, give it here. Young master? Since when did I become a young master? The gaunt face in the mirror reflected in his eyes, causing Jin Yan to spit out the water in his mouth. He started using both hands to pull and tug at his skin. Who has the audacity to put a human skin mask on my face? There are no seams at all. This isn't a mask. Yulin was frightened out of her wits by this behavior. She rushed out of the room with an announcement. I will call for the doctor immediately. Jin Yan even used his hands. A thudding sound echoed, right as Yulin closed the door. Oh man, he's acting really weird today. Jin Yan was sitting dazed on the bed, constantly calculating. It can't be a plot by those demonic path scumbags who killed me. If the demonic path could use magic like this, they would have ruled the martial world long ago. Then who on earth am I? I have to find the answer myself. He cautiously got out of bed, steps stumbling, just like a newly hatched chick. Jin Yan panted with every breath and then grumpily remarked, what kind of body is this? It's like a newborn deer. This body is truly useless. Jin Yan looked at the words written on a ledger in front of him, Yin Xia Merchant Guild. If I remember correctly, I've heard of this guild before. It's a major trading organization near Mount Jiwa. If even someone like me knows about it, then this guild must be very famous. Based on the recipient of the letters, the owner of this body is none other than the eldest young master, Li Jinyan. But most of the content in the letters is related to money, gambling, and women. Truly a playboy type. Information from the letters is limited to just that. Not magic, not a mask. I can't sense any special internal energy in this body. Have I actually been reincarnated? This is insane. Meanwhile, a shout came from outside. Eldest young master! The figure of an old man came running in. Are you all right, sir? This person was Gongsun Ming, Li Jinyan's personal doctor. His whole body instinctively recoiled from this over-the-top friendliness. What is this? Why is this disgusting guy here? Gongsun Ming, while wiping his tears, explained. The servants reported that after the young master woke up, something was very off. So Gongsun Ming, was extremely panicked. He reached out to take his pulse. Jin Yan pulled his hand back in annoyance. I'm fine. No need to worry. Gongsun Ming waved his hand, and immediately someone brought food in. What a relief, the dish you usually have. I've prepared it already, bring it out. Jin Yan muttered the words chicken soup, while looking at the food in front of him. Gongsun Ming enthusiastically followed up. Yes, sir, it's very nutritious for your health. The expression on Jin Yan's face changed, almost instantly. This insidious doctor. Chicken soup is good for someone who's healthy. But for a weak, poisoned body like Li Jinyan's, it's pure poison. He already checked my pulse secretly. Li Jinyan suddenly getting healthy again is strange. That's why he's so worried. What a venomous snake. Gongsun Ming rubbed his hands together as he advised, if you have this regularly, you'll be as strong as the elite masters. For the upcoming Dragon Phoenix Festival, Jin Yan asked back calmly. Wait, which Dragon Phoenix Festival is this? The man muttered, calculating. Let's see. Since it's happening next year, it must be around the 200th one. Hearing this, he only responded indifferently. I see. I don't want to eat. Leave it there. Everyone get out. Gongsun Ming was still unsatisfied. However, Jin Yan firmly pushed him away. Get out. I need to rest. Don't disturb me. The door closed, and that was when the thoughts began to brew in his head. The 200th Dragon Phoenix Festival is near, which proves I haven't been dead for long. Good. Those demonic path scum are still alive. And so is that snake-like doctor. I'm surrounded by people who need to be taken out. Don't worry. This time, I'll send you all packing with a single punch. Exclamations rang out in the room. Oh my God! Every maid was happily discussing with each other. He ate that much again today? But he was only having thin porridge lately. Yulin was the most delighted. Yes, he's had quite an appetite recently. It's probably time for a walk outside. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Jin Yan walked in drenched in sweat. He just asked briefly, Is breakfast ready? Well done, you may leave now. From now on, just keep breakfast simple like this. The maids obediently replied, Yes, sir. They couldn't help whispering as they left. He really looks a lot healthier now, told you. Jin Yan had just said a few words. Now let's see. Then from outside, a loud shouting began. Young master, it's me, Gongsun Ming. Young master, Jin Yan reluctantly said, come in. Gongsun Ming pushed past the maids rudely. Jin Yan observed him and thought to himself, this guy is absolutely disrespectful. Gongsun Ming smiled gleefully as he called out, young master! Jin Yan gave him a side eye. I still can't for the life of me understand why I had to be so submissive to a person like this. Maybe I should toy with this rat a bit and see what happens. What is it, royal physician Gongsun? Gongsun Ming was slightly caught off guard by his words. What is it? What do you mean, young master? Since you've been MIA. I was so worried I had to come and check on you. But you look like a different person lately, don't you? It seems my previous efforts were completely pointless. Jin Yan couldn't help but smirk at this utter BS. Efforts? You mean that stewed chicken soup? The one that almost made me collapse? Gongsun Ming's face instantly became tense at that accusation. He chuckled and quickly clarified, young master, I'm afraid you've misunderstood me. That chicken soup is actually a medicinal tonic that is very good for nourishing the body. Yet Jin Mu Wan was still half joking and half serious while playing along with him. Is that so? And here I thought it was poison meant for me. Gongsun Ming replied loudly. Excuse me, I am Gongsun Ming, the personal physician serving you, young master. If I am not welcome here, then fine. I shall take my leave. Jin Mu Wan suddenly called out, stopping him in his tracks. Physician Gongsun. Gongsun Ming stammered, yes? Jin Mu Wan narrowed his eyes and questioned him in a cold voice. You came here uninvited. And now you want to leave without being dismissed? Tell me, who exactly is the master here? This attitude couldn't help but strike fear into the man. Jin Mu Wan chuckled and continued, I was just joking. I want to send a letter. Bring the pen and ink from the table over here. Gongsun Ming respectfully complied. Certainly, I'll get them right away. Jin Mu Wan continued talking while putting food into his mouth. I'll dictate and you write it down for me. Gongsun Ming held this pen ready in his hand. Yes, please go ahead, young master. The dictation began. The eldest young master, Li Jin Mu Wan's condition has worsened, and he may need to stay at the villa for a while longer. I've managed to survive this long, so how should I proceed now? Please guide me on the path ahead. How should I take the next step? Why did you stop? Why aren't you writing? Gongsun Ming looked up at him and smiled. Begging your pardon, young master. This matter is a bit... A chopstick grazed past him with a force that was anything but weak, before embedding itself deep into the opposite wall. Gongsun Ming reached up to wipe the blood from his neck. Jin Mu Wan's face darkened as he spoke once more. Listen, old man. I'm not the same Li Jin Mu Wan I used to be. Do you get it? Gongsun Ming turned pale and hurried to apologize. Young master, I truly don't understand what you're talking about. Seeing that, he didn't hesitate to enlighten him. That stewed chicken soup. It might be good for a healthy person, but for someone with a frail body like mine, it's no different than poison. As a physician, you should know that better than anyone. Did you think I wouldn't know you were secretly checking my pulse before I even died? Back then, Gongsun Ming had worn a contemptuous smirk and thought to himself, his internal energy must have become a total mess. Jin Mu Wan continued his indictment. I'm fully aware of everything you've been doing. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Gongsun Ming panicked when he saw that. And more importantly, I'm not in the mood to eat. Take all this soup out now! Someone who wants to harm others, yet can't hide his face or his intentions. How pathetic. He recalled the man's disappointed look when he was rejected. Jin Mu Wan continued his point. I'm certain you aren't acting on your own. Write it in the letter. Write down the name of the person who ordered you to do this. Only then did Gongsun Ming talk back. Young master, why would you think that? Are you doubting me again? Am I not the one who has been sincerely devoted to caring for your illness? He clutched his face, looking dejected. Jin Mu Wan remained vigilant, watching him closely. Gongsun Ming's demeanor completely shifted when he looked back into his eyes. You traitor, you're quite the actor, aren't you? I didn't think you could be this good at it. Jin Mu Wan continued as he chewed his food. Finally, your true colors are showing. He also decided to lay his cards on the table. I was going to give you a way out, but you chose the stupidest path. There's no other choice. If I have to kill all these servants to shut them up, so be it. Listen here, eldest young master. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a hand came out of nowhere aiming for his head. Jin Mu Wan delivered a heavy palm strike straight down. He was fuming as he looked down at the man. I'm talking to you, so why are you turning away? Is this how you behave when talking to your superior? What a miserable body this is. Hitting him makes me hurt just as much. I must focus on regaining my physical strength right now once I recover my power. Even if the one behind this is the entire Manhwa merchant group. No matter who it is, I won't be afraid. When I return to the merchant group, I must definitely investigate Gongsun Ming. Unexpectedly, Zhen Yan suddenly stumbled, looking dizzy. His expression turned grim. Such a bad headache. A voice called out from somewhere. "Young master!" Followed by the appearance of Gongsun Ming. Gongsun Ming. Zhen Yan quickly realized it wasn't him. Is this the past memory of Li Zhenyan? And then he couldn't hold back his tears. Li Zhenyan thought to himself. I see, so that's how it is. Li Zhenyan, the eldest son of the Manhwa merchant group. Wealthy, but not as smart as the second sibling. Not as strong as the third sibling. Just a talentless and useless eldest young master. He tried to use money to fill those flaws, but then got addicted to vanity and lived recklessly. By the time he wanted to change himself, it was too late. His health collapsed, and he was eventually sent here. If those memories are real, then the clan has definitely abandoned him in this exile, acting as if he doesn't exist anymore. Before I didn't have the memories of this body. It was indeed inconvenient, but now I can focus entirely on cultivation, and don't have to worry about my identity being exposed. A body with the aptitude for martial arts being discarded like this is truly a waste. Just by applying the knowledge from my previous life, along with some spiritual herbs, I can quickly break through to a new realm. But wait, spiritual herbs? With money you can buy anything, right? Zhen Yan then turned his head back. Gongsun Ming was dead on the table. Time passed by. Sunlight shone down on the swaying leaves. Rustle. Mu Xiang was sweeping the yard at this time. Another winter had passed at this manor, and then a year later had arrived. Hurried footsteps glided along the road. Renshi spoke to the two maidservants. Girls, is everyone okay? I have a letter to deliver to the eldest young master, Li Zhenyan. I wonder where he is now. This person is Mu Renxie, part of the guard team of the Manhwa merchant group. Musing turned and pointed in one direction. The young master is over there. His expression changed immediately, and he looked at Zhen Yan's back in complete disbelief. Is that the eldest young master Li? Zhen Yan, as the seasons have changed several times. During that time, I have finished forming the Dantian and memorized all the martial arts necessary for survival into this body. 5-element footwork, 5-element body technique, and dimensional lightness technique. All support reaching extreme speed in an instant. Along with the White Lightning 10-stage art, a martial art that helps control lightning energy. I have already cultivated to the 4th level. Everything is still going smoothly. But Zhen Yan moved suddenly. He used both hands to support his body. The falling leaf was fine a second ago, yet the next moment it was shattered into many small pieces. Zhen Yan lazily gave just one comment. Still not enough. At this moment, a call from behind caught his attention. Young Master Li Zhenyan. Renshi clasped his hands respectfully and spoke. It's been a long time since we last met. Sir, I am Mu Renxie from the guard team, carrying a letter from the clan. Zhenyan responded indifferently. Give it to me. Let me see what's in it. This completely different appearance and aura made Renshi break into a sweat. What the hell? Isn't this the eldest young master I know? Is this the same person I met before? Why is he so different now? Zhen Yan frowned and urged him, hurry up. My hand is about to fall off. Renshi then snapped out of it and obediently said, yes. Then, Zhen Yan carefully read the letter. He mumbled the words written inside. Father is bedridden with illness? It doesn't mention the cause of the illness? Renshi hesitated, avoiding his gaze as he spoke. About this, it might have been caused by the Yang family to your father. You must already know. We still have to pay protection fees. From the merchant group to them, that amount has increased over time. Now it's beyond our ability to pay. Zhen Yan calmly mumbled, so the Yang family has done anything worthwhile to earn protection money from our merchant group? This question seemed to have touched a nerve with Renshi. He got worked up. Not at all, those bastards! Zhen Yan, confused, asked them back. The story began to be retold. When the Shaotian sect forced unreasonable taxes on our business, they only said the Yang family would only step in when the head of the Manhwa merchant group got into trouble. Then they just ignored it and didn't lift a finger. Because Yang Hu is the leader of the guard corps in this city, no one dares to complain. Zhen Yan also thought about this name, Yang Hu, a name I've heard before in the martial world. If I know his name, he must be an extraordinary expert. So in his eyes, we are just nobodies. He probably thinks so. If the Yang family is dealt with, will everything be peaceful? Renji couldn't hide the confused look on his face. Dealt with? Actually, there's another reason why the family head fell ill. There was a conflict with swords between the second and third young masters. The family head collapsed after witnessing the power struggle between the brothers with his own eyes. Zhen Yan crossed his arms and lazily remarked, the family head must have been mentally devastated. The person beside him also completely agreed. Exactly, sir. Plus, that timing was extremely sensitive. Zhen Yan held his forehead in weariness. Children drawing swords, fighting in front of their own father. It'd be weird if he didn't feel anything. Renshi immediately reassured him. But please don't worry. This won't affect you, young master, when things settle down then. Unexpectedly, he sternly cut him off with a declaration. No, I can't let them slide with this. Renshi couldn't hide the confusion on his face, and responded with a yes. Zhenyan directly stated no more letters were needed. He stood up boldly in front of Renshi, then somberly declared, I will return to the family personally. The story was then told to everyone by Renshi. The eldest young master is a totally different person now. He has truly become a real martial artist, and his physique, man, it's powerful. The other members looked at each other, before bursting into a fit of laughter until they cried. The eldest young master Li Zhenyan is a martial artist? That guy who's all about gambling and women? Sarcastic remarks were thrown around. Maybe he's a bedroom expert or a gambling expert. Now, if he's a martial artist, then I'm a world-famous wandering hero. Chihu, resting his chin on his hand, gave a sneering reminder. Hey, if you're gonna joke around, at least make it believable. Even hearing the deputy leader has a wife would make more sense. Speak of the devil, and the devil appeared right beside him. With a face full of killing intent, Han Ye smiled and remarked, the eldest young master seems to have recovered his spirits well. This person is Han Ye, deputy head of guards for the Manhwa merchant group. I heard you had martial talent since childhood, so it's no surprise you're a martial artist now. When will the young master return to the family? Renshi obediently replied, yes, right now, sir. This time it was Han Ye's turn to be surprised. The young master has already returned to the family? Renshi just replied briefly, yes. He immediately turned to leave. Let's go, let's welcome the young master. Some members were still resentful. Welcome that playboy? But Han Ye spoke up to straighten them all out. Watch your mouths. Do you even know who's paying your salary? Hurry up, Zhenyan has returned to the main gate of the house. He glanced left and right, then remarked, it's truly massive, the Manhwa merchant group, that I've only heard about until now. Seeing it in person, I realize how insane the scale is. Li Zhenyan was indeed raised in luxury and wealth. I'm going to see my father right away. You all go ahead and rest. The two maids obediently replied, yes, young master. Zhenyan turned and walked away, thinking to himself, now that I mention it, is no one coming to welcome the eldest young master like me? As soon as he said that, a commotion caught his attention. Swords were raised in a formal salute as the guard team members stood in line. A grand welcoming ceremony was performed immediately. Welcome back safely, eldest young master. Han Ye respectfully bowed and spoke up. I, Deputy Leader Han Ye, greet you. I almost didn't recognize you, young master. It is truly a blessing that you are still healthy. This scene made Chi-Hu, standing to the side, think to himself, the deputy leader has no self-respect at all. The young master was always looked down upon. In the past, Han Ye always tried his best to restrain the young master and always kept a smile on his face, even when he was being hurt. He was certain in his heart that he'd probably be ridiculed again. Then, unexpectedly, Zhenyan also clasped his hands and replied to him with equal formality. A greeting like this for a loser like me, isn't it a bit much? Thank you, everyone. This attitude of his was completely beyond the members' expectations. It was as if they had just witnessed lightning striking right next to their ears. Wait, did he just say thank you? How could that arrogant jerk suddenly say something like that? Renshi whispered, I told you so. The young master has changed so much. Chihu, standing nearby, followed up. It feels like an unfamiliar master is returning home. Though Han Ye was following behind Zhenyan, his expression was also heavy with thought. He flashed a satisfied smile while observing his demeanor. And someone who stands on our side. This must be a blessing for the merchant group. Inside a room at this time, Han Ye politely stated, this subordinate has informed the family head of your return. Zhenyan replied with a satisfied, good, thanks. At that moment, the figure of another person appeared from behind. Cian walked up from a distance with a mocking look. Well, look who it is. He placed his hand on his shoulder. Words full of contempt rang out. Is this that perverted, useless Li Zhenyan? This person is the third young master of the Manhwa merchant group, Li Xian. Your face looks like it's turned into someone else's. You even know how to glare at people now? Han Ye thought to himself, damn it. He probably got beaten up as soon as he met the young master. The two brothers must be so happy to see each other after a long time. Cian rudely brushed Han Ye's hand away, then slapped him across the face. Who do you think you are, touching my people? Zhenyan, standing behind, could no longer contain himself. Cian continued his mockery. Isn't that playboy enough of a nuisance? Does even the deputy leader look down on me? I need to teach him a lesson, so he won't dare underestimate me anymore. Unexpectedly, Zhenyan suddenly reached out and touched Cian's face. Little brother Cian. He was momentarily confused. What now? Immediately after, Zhenyan gave Cian a loving punch. The hit left his head spinning. Ha! Ye, standing nearby, was also stunned witnessing this. Si Yen quickly turned to look at him and cried out, "What the?" Zhen Yen slowly stepped forward. "Come on, little brother. I was actually really nervous coming back here." He placed his hand on his shoulder and squeezed hard. Si Yen cried out in pain over and over, "You psycho, what the hell is wrong with you?" "Wrong. You should be calling me Big Brother." The Lee family manor was now bathed in the light of flowers. Hwa-on curiously glanced toward the members of the guard team. He looked around and muttered to himself, "That is father's room. This person is Lee Hwa-on, the second young master of the Manhwa merchant group and the steward." He approached with a question. "What's all this noise about?" Anye turned his head and slowly explained, "Steward, as the eldest young master and the third young master are having an altercation." Just hearing that much, Hwa-on could already guess the situation. Old number 3 must be causing trouble for Big Brother again. "Why didn't you guys stop them? My big brother!" He rushed straight inside and witnessed the scene. Zhen Yen was disciplining Si Yan. "Shut it. We are standing right in front of father's room." "Is that Hwa-on?" He was completely shook. A steaming cup of tea was served. Si Yen was forced to kneel while Hwa-on hesitantly observed the situation. He put on a gentle smile and spoke up. "I heard you were back, brother. You look a lot healthier than before." Zhen Yen turned to look and casually admitted, "That's right, I'm fully recovered now." Hwa-on continued to wonder, "Did you really do this to old number 3? It's not that bad, he's not even scared yet." However, Zhen Yan's affectionate hand smacked Si Yan in the face again. Zhen Yen completely ignored everything else around him to focus on lecturing his unruly younger brother. "You shouldn't point a sword at your own big brother, unless you want to be punished, got it?" Si Yan replied in fear. "I got it." But Zhen Yen cautiously asked one more time. "Do you understand?" He cried out, "I understand." Si Yan's face was beaten until it was swollen. Everyone was shocked thinking about this. Did Zhen Yen brother just hit little brother 3? He used to be so weak. He has actually made Si Yan terrified now. Before he was only good at dodging Si Yan's attacks. "Anyway, what happened at that infirmary of yours? You look like a completely different person." Zhen Yen sat down at the table and replied, "Is that so? You have a good eye." His eyes scanned across the room, then stopped at some scrolls laid out on the table. Zhen Yen couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Hwa-on quickly explained, "That is the list of servants that I need to bring to tomorrow's merchant group meeting." Zhen Yen's finger glided over the names. Servant list. He then lightly tapped on the paper. His smile gradually lost its warmth. "I wanted to see who ordered that doctor to harm me, but perhaps it's no longer necessary. The person who introduced all these people, and from the deputy captain of the guards to the gatekeepers. It's Yang-hu, that's the guy." Zhen Yen set the scroll down and spoke. "Hwa-on Si Yan, if either of you has ties with Yang-hu, tell me right now." Both brothers remained silent, until Hwa-on stammered, "Brother, do you really think that could happen?" Si Yan quickly chimed in, "Yeah, that's ridiculous. I'd rather die than see someone from another family take over our business." "Brother, he's right. The Manhwa Merchant Guild is a priceless legacy that father worked so hard to build." "Brother," Zhen Yen smiled with satisfaction. "I'm glad to hear that. Then I won't have to deal with you guys personally. Will all the leaders in the Merchant Guild attend tomorrow's meeting?" Hwa-on briefly replied, "Yes." Zhen Yen followed up, "I see. In that case, I'll attend too." Having said that, he left, leaving the two brothers completely puzzled. "Where are you going, brother?" Zhen Yen's voice drifted back. "To see father." Hwa-on muttered a question for the ages. What exactly happened at that infirmary? While Si Yen was pulling his hair in frustration, "I should have gone to Mount Hua. By then I'll be much stronger than him." Zhen Yen spoke up as he stopped in front of the door. "It's me." Songmin replied in a weak voice, "Come in." The maid took the hint and quickly excused herself. As he stepped inside, Lee Songmin, looking pale, turned his gaze toward him. "Zhen Yen, is that you?" "This man is Lee Songmin, the leader of the Manhwa Merchant Guild." "Out there. What was all that noise about?" Zhen Yen simply replied with a straight face, "It's nothing, father. I heard you weren't feeling well due to the stress of the Merchant Guild's affairs." He didn't hide it, but directly admitted, "Yes, I've always been under pressure. But now this old body just can't take it anymore." "You've changed so much. For the better. Your face looks different now. Are you really Zhen Yan? I'm so happy to see you healthy." Zhen Yan obediently nodded in agreement. But deep down he felt it was quite strange. "I grew up without parents, so I don't know what it feels like to have a father." Wu Cheng was indifferent to everything around him as a child, unlike Zhen Yan. However, in Zhen Yan's memories, his father was a truly great and noble man. His hands used to tightly grasp the tiny hands of the young Zhen Yan back then, just like right now. as he held onto those hands that had now grown thin. Zhenyan silently wondered. He's grown so old now. When did he become so small in my eyes? Don't worry, Father. We just need to eliminate the source of your stress. I'll take care of it, so don't you worry about a thing. His choice of words made Songmin confused. Eliminate? Zhenyan gave a slight smile and replied, It's nothing, Father. Don't worry, I've got this. He became even more concerned deep down. Why is he smiling like that? It's kind of creepy. Time passed until the next day, at the Manhwa Merchant Guild conference. The person entering was Yang-hu, the captain of the Manhwa Merchant Guild guards. One of his underlings approached and whispered into his ear, Captain, isn't that the eldest son, Li Zhenyan? Their attention was fixed on Zhenyan over there. Another question was asked, What's he doing here? Yang-hu just smirked. He indifferently declared, he must be worried about his standing in the guild. Hua-on was the one presiding over the meeting. Does anyone else have anything to add? If not, we'll move on to... A hand suddenly went up. I do. Yang-hu continued his offensive. I heard the eldest young master still doesn't have any bodyguards. I have someone to recommend. People around whispered amongst themselves. Oh, man. Half of the Manhwa Merchant Guild already belongs to the Yang family. Doesn't he know when to quit? The other person quickly reminded him, Hey. However, this person still didn't understand why. What? Did I say something wrong? Until Yang-hu launched an attack, aiming for the teacup in his hand. My bad, my hand slipped. Sorry? Does anyone have any thoughts on my proposal? No one. Then Zhenyan was the one who raised his hand. Me? I have a complaint. I'd also like to make a proposal. A proposal to expel the captain of the guards, Yang-hu. Everyone else present there was jaw-droppingly stunned. What? Other members of the guard team sneered. Nice joke. Seriously, don't you know how much the captain cares about the merchant group's security? Why was everyone looking down on Zhenyan? Yang-hu also raised a question. You want to fire me? Maybe you've forgotten since you were bedridden for so long, but that is not something you get to decide. Zhenyan just smirked and replied, Is that so? He immediately threw a punch. Its power was nothing to be messed with. The ground was actually smashed to pieces. Yang-hu's face turned pale from pure terror. Only then did Zhenyan speak up. Again, you've probably forgotten. Since you had power and I wasn't around, you got a bit delusional, didn't you? This Manhwa Merchant Guild belongs to me. You get that? Hua-on spoke up curiously. Are you really going to expel Yang-hu? Is that why you joined their Merchant Guild assembly? Yang-hua has his claws way too deep in the guild now. Kicking him out seems a bit tough. Hearing that, Zhenyan stopped and called out, Hua-on, do you know what happens when a martial artist is underestimated by their opponent? That overconfident fool just ends up dead. Look at the guild's situation again. Do you want to see our merchant guild get stolen by him? Hearing this, Hua-on had to admit he was right. The Yang family. When did they even seize control of the guild? Zhenyan placed a hand on his shoulder and continued. But I'm here now, so don't worry about it. I'll handle everything. Right now, Hua-on is remembering that promise. His face completely frozen in shock. He's going to handle everything? How? I just hope he stays safe. Several of Yang-hu's men immediately drew their weapons. Young Master Yan, what is the meaning of this? Even Yang-hu himself couldn't believe his eyes. Is he losing it? How dare he do this to me? It looks like he's finally snapped. Han Diep on the opposite side fired back. How dare you draw your swords against the eldest young master? Back off! They raised their swords to protect him. Zhenyan finally spoke up. You guys are being way too disrespectful to me. Drawing your swords against the one who pays your salaries? You guys must have a death wish. I actually feel pretty sorry for you. Yang-hu. He smirked and repeated, Sorry for me? He didn't hesitate to be blunt. Because I've ruined your plan. To take over your merchant group. You thought that physician's trick to frame me would work? Along with inciting conflict between my two siblings. Back then you thought you could exploit the situation to seize everything. With my father getting weaker every day, you'd take the chance to pull more servants to your side. Did you really think that with those petty tricks, you could fully control the Manhwa Merchant Guild? Hearing this, Yang-hu burst out laughing. Eldest young master, you're overthinking it. Zhenyan took a step closer while continuing. However, let me tell you, that physician is already dead. Yang-hu's face turned grim instantly upon hearing Zhenyan's declaration. Now your conspiracy is about to be toppled. He muttered back in a daze. That physician's is dead? Zhenyan turned his head to mock comfort him. Don't be sad. It only took one punch for him to die at my hands. If you want to seize power in this guild, you'll need a much better scheme. But it's too late now, Yang-hu. Yang-hu shook with rage and screamed, You You arrogant brat! Zhen Yan couldn't suppress the smirk on his face, just as I expected. Ouyang-hu lunged at Zhen Yan, intent on attacking. You've got a death wish. He didn't hesitate to charge up a counterstrike. Two bursts of power collided violently. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere, forcing the others to shield their faces in a hurry. Ouyang-hu frowned in irritation, thinking, thunder? He knows martial arts? Zhen Yan stepped back to create some distance. Ouyang-hu's underlings also kept wondering to themselves, the young master knows martial arts? He actually blocked Ouyang-hu's sword strike. I'm back. Zhen Yan massaged his neck and remarked, wow, you've got quite the temper. But that's fine, this will be a battle between the two of us. Ouyang-hu gnashed his teeth in absolute fury at those words. This arrogant prick. He'll pay for looking down on me. All Ouyang guards bear witness for me. The eldest young master and I will have an official duel. Is that what you wanted? Zhen Yan clenched both fists, readying his offensive stance. He smirked. Get ready. A life and death match is exactly what I'm looking for. Ouyang-hu also drew his sword, preparing to strike. I didn't think your martial arts would progress so much in such a short time. You must have stumbled upon some lucky break. But to face me, you're gonna need a lot more life and death experience. Zhen Yan just repeated the word with a sarcastic tone. Experience, huh? Ouyang-hu was completely caught off guard when he dodged his attack. Zhen Yan had already prepared a counter with a loaded fist. You think you've seen more life and death than me? Let this punch show you the truth. Ouyang-hu was sent flying far away. He coughed up blood, his mind spinning with one question. How is he so strong? Zhen Yan continued to mutter, let me show you the gap between us. He lunged forward, using the shifting lightness skill to assault Ouyang-hu. Zhen Yan's punches landed with explosive force. Ouyang-hu was pushed back relentlessly. Zhen Yan stayed right on him, unloading a barrage of attacks. Only now did Ouyang-hu bitterly realize one thing. Something was dead wrong. This was absolutely not the skill of a novice. I feel like I'm facing a grandmaster. No way. Ouyang-hu's men shouted excitedly. He's going for the finishing move. He was determined to fight to the end, unleashing his mind-intent sword against Zhen Yan. I won't lose. Die. Little did he know Zhen Yan was already faster, launching a preemptive strike on Ouyang-hu with blinding speed. His eyes widened in shock. He kept asking himself, when did he move over there? Zhen Yan muttered two words, goodbye, as he dealt the final blow. A punch landed square under Ouyang-hu's chin. He was sent flying out of the area. Everyone looked up, their faces filled with disbelief. Even Tong Min, from far away, could see the white smoke from the impact. Dong Tin turned and spoke. Guildmaster, what did you say? Tong Min, calm and composed, remarked, my son, it seems he has mastered martial arts. Zhen Yan glanced at his opponent. Ouyang-hu lay flat on the ground, unconscious. His underlings rushed over anxiously, shouting, Captain, you bastard! Zhen Yan didn't waste a second, and directly questioned them. Now, who else wants to die? One of them stepped forward to speak. The duel between the young master and the captain was completely fair. I'll bear witness to that. However, from now on, if the Ouyang family still insists on seeking revenge through these duels, then the Manhwa Merchant Guild will have no choice but to face those conflicts. Zhen Yan, surprisingly, indifferently agreed to his threat. Fine by me. I never expected to be free from grudges anyway. If someone shows me kindness, I'll repay it. If someone holds a grudge, I'll return it in full. If anyone has a problem with that, then put it all on me. This has nothing to do with the Manhwa Merchant Guild. As soon as he said that, Hua-on spoke up in warning. Brother, that's way too dangerous. Zhen Yan just turned to walk away, then continued nonchalantly. I already told you the Manhwa Merchant Guild belongs to my family. It belongs to my father. It belongs to the guards who've been through hell and back. Because this place belongs to the attendants, who felt happy just seeing me enjoy a meal. This is our home. There's no room here for trash. If you understand, then get the hell out. You're expelled. Everyone was deeply moved by the words he just spoke. Only Ouyang-hu's group. But they still couldn't hide the saltiness on their faces. They turned and left, not forgetting to drop one last threat. You lot at the Manhwa Merchant Guild better remember this. At that moment, in the courtyard, only the members under Zhen Yan's command remained. Trashy was trembling. He burst into tears and cheered at the top of his lungs. The young master actually won! The other members quickly reminded him, you idiot, don't celebrate yet. As the personal guard, we should be ashamed for just standing by. Trashy still replied hesitantly. But anyway, Zhen Yan spoke up again. Hey, you two? Hua-on softly replied, yes? A request was made. Go buy me some medicinal herbs. I said I'd take responsibility for the merchant group, so at the very least, I should get some kind of support, right? right? Hua-on smiled and agreed, yes. Since it's for you, brother, I'll prepare the highest quality tonics. Buying medicine, hiring new recruits. You're going to be busy from now on. Zhenyan interrupted then with an announcement regarding the personal guard. Evening was approaching. Zhenyan's voice echoed while elsewhere, Tihu was staring at the coins in his hand. I already have a few people in mind. Tihu smirked and asked back, are you sure, that Li Zhenyan guy? The story shifts back to a few days ago. On the first day, Li Zhenyan joined the Anha merchant group. He was following closely behind Han Diep. Suddenly, Zhenyan faintly heard a sound. For some reason, he made a suggestion to the vice group leader. Oh, that reminds me. Have you eaten anything yet? He was completely confused. Me? Why haven't I eaten? Because I've been working since early morning. Zhenyan, on the other hand, was just a bit surprised. His face darkened, accompanied by a creepy smile. Is that so? What Zhenyan was noticing was the group of soldiers gathered right below. Looking at each and every one of them, he felt a bit frustrated. Some people were so absorbed in work they forgot to eat. Yet others were wasting time messing around during work hours, living a life of luxury on other people's money like that. I have to clean them all out. Seeing Zhenyan crush the railing, Han Diep called out softly. Eldest young master. He let go, letting the debris fall to the ground. The problem was, he had to find someone to fill those spots first. Just as he thought that, Zhenyan's gaze landed on something. It was a flashy, luxurious brothel. There they are. Inside, gambling tables were set out amidst boisterous laughter. One guy was pondering how to win big, while another was smoking a cigar. In a corner, the crafty Liu Tong brought it up. Wait, aren't those guys just fools? Fools? Look over there. Isn't that the eldest young master of the Anha merchant group? At this time, Zhenyan was walking with his hands behind his back. His face was scrunched up in extreme annoyance. They were whispering and gossiping about him. It really is the eldest young master. I thought he'd disappeared for good. Unexpectedly, someone glanced back and exclaimed, this time, how much money is he going to blow at the casino? I'm so hyped! Zhenyan walked up to a room with a forbidden sign. The pot-bellied Aju was standing guard. Seeing someone approach, he was about to get aggressive. A second later, Aju laughed and nudged Zhenyan. Oh boy, it's been a while, eldest young master. Planning to be generous again? How much more are you going to sponsor us? He coldly warned, don't come any closer. Getting pig lard on me is hard to wash off. He stood there looking dumb. Pig lard what? Zhenyan softly ordered, open the door. Feeling like he'd been completely ignored, Aju muttered a curse under his breath about that bastard. Zhenyan stopped in his tracks. He was now facing the person inside the room. The young man asked while chewing, oh, you're here? Zhenyan's attitude was incredibly cold. This scarred youth is none other than Du Min Ho, Li Tiaming Ho. He glanced at him once. Your complexion looks even healthier than before. Seems like that rest did you a lot of good. Six Can Bao nudged his shoulder, prompting him to speak. So you've shown up, huh, Song? Next to him, Six Min Bao chimed in. Long time no see. Min Ho, feeling helpless, scolded the two guys named Six. Good grief. These kids are cold as ice. My brother was sick and had to go away for treatment for a while before coming back. We haven't met in ages. Shouldn't you ask how he's doing? Min Bao looked embarrassed. I didn't know, please forgive me. He played along and threw in a few compliments. That's more like it. He's no commoner, he's my friend. Show a little respect. Speaking of which, let's flip back a few pages of memory. Friends, huh? Actually, the rumors say, Minho and Li Zhenyan have been best friends since childhood. Except Minho usually gave Zhenyan a beating, while Zhenyan slaved away to pay his debts. That relationship was somewhat one-sidedly violent and plagued with debt, but it still counted as a friendship. Looking at Minho in front of him, Zhenyan frowned and thought, it seems the word friend carries a different meaning these days. Then Minho spoke up. All right, you've been back for a while, let's have some fun. Your hands must be itching since you've been resting for so long, right? After saying that, Minho rested his chin on his hand and thought, the one whose hands are itching because there's no one left to fleece money from is me. He took the chance to entice Zhenyan. Since the eldest young master of the Anha merchant group has returned, I'll throw a grand party. By the way, why have you been so quiet? He answered gloomily. I'm thinking. This made Minho curious. Thinking about what? A flash of killing intent appeared in Zhenyan's eyes. What he was thinking about was whether he should make a move and kill someone. The one who needed it wasn't Tai Minho, but the Song Bao brothers, the ones who always followed him as his lackeys. It's probably just some pointless thug business. If I just let them serve Tai Minho like that, it would be such a waste. Suddenly, Zhenyan nodded a few times. I've decided. Minho pointed his finger at him to get his attention. Didn't you hear me? Zhenyan replied very briefly. I heard you. First, give me the key to the safe. 3 pairs of eyes were glued on him. Minho was still playing dumb. The key to the safe? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you trying to lose your mind? The corners of Zhenyan's mouth curled up, his voice sounding somewhat refreshed. I'm just taking the money today. Let's see. I've thrown thousands of taels into this casino. Interest. The money I was scammed out of, medical bills from being beaten. Calculating it all, about 100,000 seems fair. Then Zhenyan thought to himself, am I really that forgiving? A moment later, Minho couldn't help but snort. He laughed so hard he spat. In Minho's eyes, he was just entertainment. Our Li Zhenyan went to recover and learned math too? What do you think? You nutcase, there isn't just 100,000 in that safe. There's gold, silvers, and jewels in there too. But the thing is, not a single cent of that pile belongs to you. If you're in a pinch, just say so and I'll loan you some. Why are you suddenly asking for the key to the iron chest? Zhenyan gave him a look of pity. Suddenly, Minho's voice deepened. Up until now. This guy has been ghosting my words, hasn't he? I thought I'd be sympathetic since he was sick. But then he crawls in here asking to split the safe, and doesn't even bother to answer me. Wake up, you piece of work! I am Tai Minhwa! Have you forgotten? 5 minutes later, he touched his forehead as if to calm down. His next move was to tap Zhenyan's face, pitilessly. Hey! Li Zhenyan, are you seriously ill? Don't you want to live anymore? Is your mouth glued shut? Hey, make this guy kneel for me. I have to give him a beating to wake him up. Zhenbao obeyed. Yes! He walked over and grabbed Zhenyan under his arms. Facing the upcoming brawl, he only let out a few cryptic words. What a shame. Zhenbao broke into a sweat instantly. Zhenyan's face was now contorted with irritation. I was generous enough to give you a chance. Right before Minghu's eyes, he grabbed Zhenbao's arm and straight up yeeted him into the middle of nowhere. The force was so violent it made Zhenbao smash through the back door. Mingbao couldn't hold back and recklessly tried to get revenge. This is really sketchy. Your speed is pretty mid compared to Zhenyan. He flipped over with both hands planted on the ground. From that position, he took a stance to sweep the leg, instead of kicking the neck. Zhenyan chose to snap both the tibia and fibula. Mingbao gritted his teeth, stifling a scream. He crashed down, breaking the floorboards. Only then did Zhenyan glance back at them. He started to feel suspicious. This is really strange. Zhenbao with his arm dangling uselessly. Mingbao with his injured ankle struggling to get up. Looking at this reaction, he felt anxious deep down. How can that guy still stand up? Both of them had their limbs snapped, yet there wasn't a hint of fear on their faces. They really are 2 loyal henchmen. The Liu brothers charged frantically toward Zhenyan. He shook his head indifferently while dodging. Fine then. In a flash, Zhenyan had moved far away. The 2 were momentarily confused. Where did he go? They didn't realize that Zhenyan was standing right behind them. He reached out and touched their 2 heads. Indeed, it's such a waste to leave you 2 here. You guys... His face darkened. He used all his strength to slam the brothers' heads together. After that blow, the Liu brothers were knocked unconscious. Just sit tight and stay quiet. I won't be lenient a second time. Now then, Minghu turned pale, trying to find a way out. Damn it! Zhenyan clapped his hands loudly as if beckoning him. Only you left, my friend Minghao, right? Minghu looked at the Liu brothers in a panic. Holy shit, if you weren't sick but actually... learning martial arts instead. The least you could have done was give me a heads up. Zhenyan frowned with a hint of contempt. Oh, Minghao, a quick-witted guy like you, why act like this? He had pulled out a hidden dagger at some point. Minghu moved in a zigzag pattern to rush forward. Can we talk this out? Damn it, what the hell am I scared of? I am Ji Minghao, he reassured himself. After all, you're just a coward. Just Li Zhenyan. Striking first is a guaranteed win, you bastard. Thinking this, Minghu pumped himself up with confidence. Winning even with a late start is true skill, you scumbag! Suddenly, a table came flying right at his face. Zhenyan followed up with a powerful kick. He added a thunderous bonus punch. It smashed right through the table. Minghu stood frozen, looking at his head that had just been grabbed. Counterattacking is a sure win. You idiot! He was twitching like he'd been hit with a taser over and over. Zhu huddled in a corner outside. Oh my God! Someone's definitely getting their bones crushed today. Zhenyan only stopped when he smelled something burning. He let go, letting Minghu free fall to the ground. Because of that, he blacked out. Zhenyan sat down nearby. He called out boredly, Hey, wake up! Minghu's voice was raspy. I must have my revenge. So you're awake, what do you want? His eyes flickered with sparks of resentment. What exactly did this guy do while he was away recovering? He said he was getting treatment, but did he go train in martial arts instead? Does he want to get back at me? But I didn't provoke him that much, damn it. He's really planning to take me down. Thinking this, he decided to play it safe. Brother? Besides the chest key, do you want anything else? Just say the word, okay? Jen Yen was a bit confused. Want anything else? Minghu sincerely listed several things. No matter what it is. Even if you rough me up a bit like you just did. Aren't we friends? Since childhood, we have that deep bond, you know. He was startled when he heard Jen Yan say, "Fine, since we're friends." Minghu nodded vigorously. Exactly, that's the spirit. That's what good friends do. You finally get it. Awesome. Kid, were you really that mad at me? From now on, I swear I won't hit you. I won't force you or take your money anymore. He was squeezed until his face turned blue. Let go, I'm about to throw up! A second later, Minghu grabbed his hand to confirm one more time. Aren't we supposed to be just friends? We're supposed to be good brothers, aren't we? Hey, you punks! Get out here and show some respect! From now on, you must respectfully call him Big Brother. I should also congratulate you, because my brother has changed. Zhen Bao and Ming Bao were dissatisfied, but still obeyed Big Brother. Congratulations on becoming much stronger. Congratulations, Big Brother. As soon as he turned away, he showed his true shady colors. Friends and brothers, huh? As long as someone calls you a friend. You immediately follow along, wagging your tail like a puppy. What an idiot. Just wait and see. Once I get out of this mess, I'll grab the Shuang Bao and vanish without a trace. As long as the two of us are together, settling down and prospering will be a piece of cake. Zhen Yan is really playing his hand now, taking full advantage of his authority. The two of them, Ming Bao and Zhen Bao, replied to Big Brother. He is one step ahead of Minghu. Once we've sworn brotherhood, we are brothers for life. Do you dare to commit? The brothers hesitated, glancing over at Minghu. Why are you still looking at me? We are brothers now. Hearing this, they obediently sealed the deal. Yes, from now on, we will respectfully call you Big Brother. Minghu put his hands on his hips and let out an amused laugh. Right, that's how it should be. He was also quite satisfied with their attitude. That's settled then. Now that we are brothers, shouldn't we choose a leader? You two go wait outside. We'll have a private meeting and let you know the decision later. Minghu's smile instantly vanished. He frowned and let out a frustrated sigh. What? Wait a second. The other two went outside, still lingeringly glancing back into the room. Now only two people remained. Zhen Yan spoke first. What are you waiting for? He thought to himself, isn't this what you've been craving all along? Wasn't it all about the money? Zhen Yan waved his hand, dismissing the minor details. Make a decision already, Minghao. For so long, you've been manipulating these innocent kids to do your dirty work. How can a human being act like that? From now on, I will discipline them properly and take better care of them. Minghu understood and let out a cold smirk. He lowered his head. I'd rather you take all my money. You started a fight the moment we met. And now you want to steal my brothers too? Shuang Bao, didn't you tell me to go drop dead? Then just kill me already! Zhen Yan's hands were itching to hit him after hearing such nonsense. You're telling me to kill you? Fine by me. Minghu spat out syrup, shocked that this guy was such a psycho. He didn't hold back at all, speaking as if they were his last words. You're exhausted, my friend. As soon as he finished, dozens of punches rained down. At this point, Minghu still didn't realize what was happening. He was too busy feeling the soft tissue damage. I'm definitely going to die for real. Am I seriously getting beaten up like this? While Zhen Yan took a 30-second break, he mumbled, this time I'm really done for. Then he balled his hand into a fist. I couldn't hear a thing clearly. He screamed at the top of his lungs for his life. I'll give you this key, please spare my life. Zhen Yan seemed dissatisfied. Is that how someone begging for mercy speaks? Why was Minghu being so reckless as to question him? Damn it. So I have to use respectful language with a friend, is that it? Suddenly, Minghu's body jolted violently. By the time he realized it, he had been sent flying into the middle of nowhere. Zhen Bao's eyes widened in shock. Big Brother! Minghao, Big Brother! Zhen Yan dusted off his hands and glanced out the door. How ridiculous. Has this guy lost his mind too? Zhen Bao called out anxiously. Big Brother, did you really lose? Ming Bao frowned. Were you really taken down by him? Minghu lay there with his hands folded as if ready for the grave, admitting defeat. From now on, treat Zhen Yan as your big brother and respect him. He smiled. A final parting smile. Damn it. It's so humiliating I want to cry. Right, they should leave this filthy gambling den behind. And go live somewhere better like the Yanxia Merchant Group. Wouldn't that be much better? Look at them. They were only following me in the first place. So there's still a bit of loyalty left. Minghu's tears fell as the voices of his two lackeys echoed in his ears. Yes, we understand. We owe you so much for everything you've done for us. He squinted to see their reaction. To his surprise, they just slinked away without a word. Damn it, those heartless bastards. Our ancestors were right. Never raise a two-legged animal with hair. That saying is spot on. This is messed up. Minghu's footsteps halted as whispers broke out around him. Isn't that Tai Minghao? Someone followed him with their eyes, pointing him out. Yeah, that's definitely Tai Minghao. Where's the Shuang Bao pair that's always glued to his side? If it weren't for the Shuang Bao, we could have taken him ourselves. Now that the Shuang Bao are gone, Minghao was too exhausted to listen to any more of this. He had gone past the point of feeling pain. Whatever. Seeing those mad dogs swarming this place makes me want to puke. I am the lone Minghao. You bastards better stop running your mouths. If you want to fight, then come at me. Try me if you're so confident. The crowd's faces turned grim at his words. This half-dead guy only knows how to bark loud. The whole gang pulled out their heat and rushed him. Kill him! Minghu trembled. Damn it. I'm definitely a goner this time. Can't you guys go a little easy on me? That bastard Li Zhenyan, what a prick. Suddenly, a massive explosion dispersed the crowd. Minghu frowned, looking at the person who had just saved him. Before, these kids didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Now that they heard he's weak, they jump him immediately. If you want to fight or kill me, come when I'm at my best. You disrespectful lowlifes. He was a bit confused by what the man said. Minghu clicked his tongue in anger. Stray dogs trying to act tough, such an eyesore. He dragged his aching body out of the pavilion. Outside, the dawn was breaking. The Shuang Bao brothers followed him as they left. Big brother Zhenyan. Zhenyan replied without turning back. What is it? Ming Bao asked, carrying a wooden crate on his shoulder. Minghao, thank you for forgiving me. Zhen Bao beside him also bowed his head. Thank you for sparing our lives. Then the two of them walked ahead. Watching the Shuang Bao brothers' retreating figures, Zhenyan thought to himself. Anyone who has ever stepped into this casino probably wondered why the Shuang Bao brothers were so loyal to Tai Minghao. Some say they were slaves sold here. Others say they followed him out of fear. I used to think that too. But they weren't sold as slaves, nor did they follow him because they were afraid. Even after being reborn, understanding the human heart is still a daunting task. Someone nearby was peeking around suspiciously. This person was trembling upon seeing Zhenyan. No way. Is that really Li Zhenyan? It seems the Yanxia merchant group has gained some new recruits. The girls' whispers were getting a bit too loud. Just another typical morning at the Yanxia merchant group. Xian grumbled under his breath in frustration. Ever since that Li Zhenyan guy came back, I haven't had a single moment of peace. Didn't he just bring in a mountain of cash the other day? And now he's dragging two hulking giants into the house? No matter what, I'm just not vibing with him at all. Wait, what's that? Renshi rode in on 2 war horses from the gate. He brought along a large number of items. Huawin inspected them for a moment and then began organizing. Leave that carriage over there. Be careful, there are many important things inside. Seeing this, Saiyan quickly chased after the second person. Hey, brother Huawin, what is all of this? There's even spiritual medicine, the kind you have to wait in line for since early morning, just to get it at the 100-year He Shou Wu shop. He was a little panicked. That's because... Just then, a voice cut in. I instructed Huawin to buy those. Li Song looked quite surprised. Father! Huawin rushed over to him. Father, you shouldn't be out here yet. It'll affect your health. Songmin spoke softly to reassure him. It's fine, I'm feeling much better now. Ziyan ran over, clutching several types of medicine. Father, what are you planning to do? With all this spiritual medicine? He thought to himself, that Li Zhenyan guy? I clearly only asked you to buy one thing. But why did you buy so much, Father? With this much, there's got to be some for me too, right? Songmin's next words completely crushed his hopes. All of this is for your big brother, now that everything is in place. Ziyan pointed his finger in a rage. For my big brother? All of this? Songmin patiently explained. It's true that if it were just one spirit elixir, could our merchant group's fate really be changed? Don't just think about the costs we've paid to the Jiuyang family and the Xiaoxian sect for protecting us all this time. Then this isn't exactly overspending. I've also sent letters to the heads of our various business branches, to longtime friends, and to the great merchants I respect, stating that to overcome our group's crisis, I will purchase high-quality spirit elixirs in bulk. If our merchant group collapses, they will also be affected. So they will seriously consider this matter. Appointing Zhu Yanghu as the captain of our guards was my mistake, so I must at least try to fix it like this. Han Ye, standing nearby, clenched his fists. Your decision is truly magnificent. The young master will surely become an outstanding martial artist. Huowin excitedly chimed in. That's right! My big brother is truly amazing. Songmin gave Han Ye a polite smile. Thank you, deputy leader. You have cared for this merchant group so much. He nodded open-heartedly. Yes, please leave everything to me. The two ignored Xiyan, whose face was turning pale. But, wait. Suddenly, Songmin smiled faintly. Very well, this timing couldn't be better. This is exactly the right moment to spend all the money I've earned in my lifetime. Si-Yan stared at him, seeing his father burning with determination. The sun was already high above the roof. Si-Yan practiced his swordplay like a madman. He recalled the herb incident from the other day. Wait a minute, father. What about me? Where is my spirit elixir? Songmin frowned, looking genuinely surprised. You only need one? This fueled Si-Yan's jealousy. It's Li Zhenyan everywhere I go. Why didn't you buy any spirit elixirs for me? You guys are playing favorites, aren't you? Damn it! That guy Li Zhenyan. Just what kind of lucky break did he get? What's that sound? A shadow came sprinting wildly from behind him. Zhenyan brushed past him. Si-Yan said nonchalantly, just taking a stroll. Out of the way! He fell flat on the ground. What the heck? He wondered, a stroll? You're carrying a whole boulder and calling it a stroll? He even had large rocks tied to his feet. Sweat completely drenched his face. Seeing how hard he was pushing himself, Si-Yan could only purse his lips. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. He's just lucky, but I guess he's quite a hard worker, too. Then Si-Yan sprawled out on the ground, holding a wooden sword in his hand. A spark of passion flickered in his eyes as evening approached. Voices could still be heard. At that moment, Zhu Yanghu thrust his sword. Take this, die! Right then, the rude punk's reaction was as if he'd seen it coming. He immediately closed the gap and landed a punch straight to the chin. Si-Yan froze for a heartbeat. Zhenyan's technique flashed through his mind. Rest in peace. That guy didn't stand a chance. He slammed directly into the wall. Thinking back on it, Si-Yan let out a weary sigh. I can't sense him at all. Damn it. Suddenly, someone called out. Who goes there? He shouted in surprise, clearly startled. You jerk! Wait, big brother? Why did you show up there? Weren't you taking a stroll? He frowned and gave a subtle hint. If you're done, do it right if you want to practice. Use your sword to replicate that move from before. The final blow Zhu Yanghu used against me. Your imitation was actually pretty good. Being praised, Si-Yan felt conflicted. Oh boy, he was even watching that? He quickly stepped back with his left foot and raised his sword with great skill. The strike was launched instantly. Si-Yan was momentarily thrilled. That was a solid hit, Zhenyan commented from behind. Exactly. Zhu Yanghu just thrust blindly like that too. These words made Si-Yan's blood boil. Say what now? You have a point. He used the wooden sword to parry the blow. He pointed out the weaknesses step by step. He loses his defensive stance right when he unleashes that move. Si-Yan thought to himself, what's happening? Right at the next move, Zhenyan explained. When I close the distance, he'll be helpless because his sword is already fully extended. Terrified, Si-Yan dropped his sword and ran away. What's wrong with this psycho? Once he was far enough away, he quickly surrendered. Wait, big brother, what are you doing? Can we just talk this out, please? Zhenyan didn't react. Si-Yan had to pick up his sword. You're not listening at all! Whatever, I don't care anymore! He charged forward blindly. But then he froze as he realized there was no one in front of him. He's gone! Zhenyan had already appeared behind him. Humans. When they lose the initiative and are backed into a corner, hearing the sound, Si-Yan immediately turned his head. Just as Zhenyan's fist was flying toward him, they're forced to play their strongest card. A thunderous sound echoed through the air. The training ground was covered in dust. Zhenyan's fist stopped right in front of Si-Yan's chin. He trembled, tilting his head back to dodge after the strike. Si-Yan breathed a sigh of relief. His pupils contracted. Just now, he almost died. Then came Zhenyan's lecture. A thrust has a lower accuracy rate compared to a slash. Furthermore, the three-flower sword technique Zhu Yanghu used is a one-hit kill technique, so I could only deal with that sword technique with absolute caution. If you could strike faster than that moment, then the victory would have been decided already. Hearing that, he felt a bit confused, but Si-Yan's current state reminded him of something. Honestly, if I were my past self, someone like Zhu Yanghu wouldn't even have had the chance to draw his sword. My current physical condition, compared to when I was the Fist King, is not even at half strength, so I can't be satisfied with just beating Zhu Yanghu. But even when I was the Fist King, there were still people I couldn't surpass. That's my biggest obsession from my past life. Zhenyan's brows furrowed tight. This won't do. I must become stronger beyond comparison. Just then, an attendant reported, Young master, you have guests. Zhenyan nodded in response. Got it, I'm coming. Down below, Si-Yan pouted. Geez, why did he suddenly get so serious? That was scary. But before leaving, he didn't forget to flick his forehead. Clutching his swollen forehead, Si-Yan sobbed, Ow, it hurts! Why did you hit me? Zhenyan tossed back a reply over his shoulder. Because you're a brat. Inside the main house, someone hesitated. So it's just going to be like this forever, huh? Two people walked in, continuing their small talk. Stop talking nonsense. Zhenyan knows martial arts, please. That guy only knows how to chase girls. What kind of martial arts could he possibly know? The young man turned around, frowning in displeasure. You think I'm lying? I saw it with my own eyes. He was called Zhu Xiong. The story Zhu Xiong told was as follows. A few days ago, I was hammered. I was passing by Minhu's casino. I saw Zhen Yan and his crew right then. Is everything loaded? All right. Now head straight to the Unxia merchant group. He was a bit tipsy. That voice, wasn't that Zhen Yan? The guy beside him crossed his arms and questioned. And then? Zhu Xiong scratched his head awkwardly. Well, after I threw up, I looked back and he was already gone. Seriously, he kept insisting on it. That's why I didn't believe you. The scholar with them chimed in. Shut up, both of you. Didn't we come here to check it out? He was Sima Li, and the person beside him was Zhu Ziliang. A voice echoed from outside the door. Our young master. Seems like everything's still the same. Zhenyan's face darkened as he caught them yapping. They all shut up instantly. Then they voluntarily slammed the door shut. Maji was hit with a major reality check. Is that really your young master? Isn't he just some kid the group leader recently adopted? Muxiang was so shaken she started trembling. That is definitely our young master. After hearing that, he just held his head in a daze. Did I have one too many last night and see things wrong? Yuxiang placed his hand over his heart. He couldn't believe what he saw was real. Ziliang recalled how Zhenyan used to be. You're really pushing it, man. Is that really Li Zhenyan? One of the 4 legendary playboys of this city? Just then, the door was pulled open by a powerful hand. He indifferently pointed into the room. Muxiang, take the guards to Brother Trung's place. They'll probably eat a ton. So bring out 8 large platters, okay? She respectfully replied, Yes, young master. Please, this way. As Juxiang's group tried to slip away, they were called back sharply. And you lot? What are you standing out there for? Get in here. Their faces turned pale as they thought, Save us! Help me, they cried, calling themselves dead men walking. The 4 heavenly kings, living for women, dying for booze. The martial arts candidate, Zhu Ziliang. The scholar with IBS, Sima Maji. The youngest son of the West Wind escort, Juxiong. And the final one, the good-for-nothing heir of the Manhwa merchant group, Li Zhenyan. A bunch of degenerates brought together. They had all heard the news about their idiot friend returning, foolishly coming back, so they came to see the show. Currently, the 4 of them are eating together, at the same table. Zhenyan couldn't help but think to himself, these guys call themselves friends again? We're friends. All these people were in Li Zhenyan's memories. Whenever they met up, it was always booze and girls. This is a gang of 4, more like a gang of fools. Just then, a voice called out from the side. Hey, Zhenyan, heard you're back. Are you doing okay? Zhenyan simply replied with 2 words, I'm fine. Maji avoided his gaze and spoke up. Right, not just fine. But your vibe is totally on fire. Yuxiang was holding Zhenyan's hand, trying his best to examine him. Was that really you I saw that day? What happened? Did you go into hiding to grind your skills in a temple? Ziliang followed up from behind. If it was just training, you wouldn't have reached that level. Can't you see I'm eating? Is this some martial arts thing? One of them suddenly asked back. People say you even beat Ouyang Hu. Who did you learn that from? Couldn't have figured it out on your own, right? Was it fate? Ziliang smiled and asked in return, You mean that destiny people always talk about in the martial world? Maji agreed from the side. Looks like luck has finally found you, huh? We almost thought you weren't even Li Zhenyan anymore. Only then did Zhenyan reply, Li Zhenyan is dead. Maji was half hesitant and half curious. So what are you planning to do next? Got any plans? Zhenyan stated indifferently, those demonic scumbags. I must settle the debt for my sect. I'm planning to watch over the merchant group, while getting everything ready, other than becoming stronger. I don't give a damn about anything else. The room fell silent after those words were spoken. Everyone turned pale, repeatedly questioning each other in their heads. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Did we walk into the wrong house? What's the point of telling me, you idiot? Ziliang continued to observe him closely. He remembered the conversation between the 2 of them. They said he was resting at a temple. In reality, he was exiled, wasn't he? Looks like your father was really disappointed, huh? But that's actually for the best. You should take this chance to rest and learn. Change yourself. Zhenyan had just given a slight smile then, and repeated the word. Change? Yeah, that sounds good. The wine cup in front of him was refilled once again. Cheers, Zhenyan! You've really changed a lot. Zhenyan turned his gaze toward him. The other 2 at the table did the same. They began to speak up with the same sentiment. Exactly, changing this much. It is truly something to celebrate. I knew it. I told you we should have smacked this idiot before he was sent off to the temple, didn't I? Right? Ziliang smiled and remarked about the man that day. He was absolutely wasted back then, wasn't he? Juxiang avoided his gaze. What? No way. I was just a bit occupied. Yeah, right. You call whatever you were dealing with being occupied? Hearing this, Zhenyan finally let out a sigh of relief. It turns out this Li Zhenyan guy actually had some solid friends. I've changed now, but what about you guys? What are your plans? This question caused everyone else to turn their eyes toward him at once. They began to object one after another. I don't know, man. A crazy guy's just gonna keep living like a crazy guy. What else? If we were that easy to change, we wouldn't be us anymore. Then all four of them decided to toast together. Say no more. Sima Maji couldn't help but reflect to himself. For so long we thought we were just frogs at the bottom of a well. In the wine cup, their shadows seemed to flicker. Happy moments shared by the four of them were recalled. All those ridiculous, goofy antics. They completely couldn't believe it. Who would have thought one of them would actually climb out of that well to finally see how vast the world is? A voice rang out again as the night grew deeper. Today was a blast. If you ever need help, just call the four-man squad. Maji continued to nag him. Make sure you keep training. Don't go getting yourself wrecked out there. Ziliang also spoke to Zhenyan once more. Congratulations on the change. Zhenyan stood there as he saw his friends off. The three of them waved back at him before turning around to leave together. Juxiang looked up at the sky and muttered a remark. Among us, the most useless one is the first one to come back all grown up. Kinda feels like our youth is officially over. Ziliang clutched his head absently. Today suddenly feels so lonely. Let's just head back. Maji asked, a bit surprised. Go where, the brothel? Hearing that, Ziliang raised his voice. Just go home, you bastard. Go home and study, you failed scholar. Maji laughed and corrected him. Hey now, I told you already. It's not that I can't learn. I just don't test well. Want to hit Dangxiang Pavilion for a drink? They stopped at Dangxiang Pavilion. A member of the Ouyang family was kneeling before someone else. Zhishang slammed his hand onto the table in fury and shouted, What? Ouyang Hu is dead? This man was the sect leader of the Little Immortal sect, Yan Zhishang. He continued to interrogate. Is the eldest young master of the Manhwa merchant group really that strong? The man reluctantly explained, Yes, he defeated this group leader in fewer than 30 moves. The memory of Ouyang Hu's death resurfaced. The man hurriedly ran over to him. Right after calling out group leader, the man's eyes widened in shock at the eldest young master. Witnessing Zhenyan's overwhelming aura, he couldn't help but feel certain in his heart. That was no ordinary level of power. Zhishang crossed his arms and continued. If it's like that, he is quite strong. What about his weapon? The man hurried to explain. He uses fist techniques. The more Zhishang heard, the more unbelievable it became. A swordsman losing to a young martial artist using only his fists. It's an absolute disgrace. The man from the Ouyang family looked up hesitantly. Do you plan on taking revenge against him? Zhishang frowned and asked back. That was the result of a fair and square duel. How could I possibly seek revenge? We aren't the Black Path after all. Hearing this, the man slammed his hand on the table and demanded, But even so, the two of you were friends. The code of the underworld says you can't just let this... Before he could finish, Zhishang immediately used his weapon to decapitate the man. Tulan, standing nearby, was terrified by the sight. Zhishang then declared in a cold voice, Who on earth would be friends with a corpse? That's already rotting away? Clean this up. The remaining men obediently replied, Yes, sir. Tulan's whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Zhishang quickly leaned in close to her and began to soothe her. Oh dear. Tulan, please forgive me. Your big brother here didn't notice you were standing there. Even the wine has lost its flavor now. Let's go home. She obediently whispered, Yes. Zhishang still had a look of annoyance on his face as he continued to mutter, Manhwa merchant group, refusing to pay us taxes. And they even killed Ouyang Hu. How am I supposed to make sense of this? One of his men nearby commented, It means they have zero respect for the Xiaoxian sect. Zhishang heard that and asked back, Is that really the case? The man continued the conversation. Do you want us to take him out? This question took Zhishang slightly by surprise. What? We can't just kill people willy-nilly. We aren't some bunch of thugs. The others asked curiously, You're really just going to let him slide? Just then, Zhenyan's group of friends walked back inside from outside. Seeing our friend change so much, while we're still stuck here like this. It's fine, the wine wasn't even that good anyway. That's why I only had one cup. They chatted animatedly as they walked along. It really is a massive step towards maturity. You could call it a real achievement. Unexpectedly, Ziliang passed right by Zhisheng, just as Zhisheng spoke up. I don't know about anything else, but I'm really craving the Manhwa merchant group's money. Ziliang quickly turned his head when he heard the familiar name. The Manhwa merchant group? Zhisheng continued with a sneer. That old man Li Zongmin is quite the hustler. They say he's got way more money than people realize. Don't you wonder how much the eldest young master of such a prestigious group would be worth? Ziliang's expression began to grow more serious. Zhenyan later asked indifferently, So you came back here to find me? Ziliang nodded as he caught his breath. That's right. He let out a long yawn while commenting, Coming here in this middle of the night, I'm so touched. I think I'm gonna cry. This nonchalant attitude annoyed Ziliang. Man, I'm serious. I thought they were about to charge in and drag you away. This is no time for jokes. You damn idiot, Uyanghu is dead. Your house doesn't have any decent guards right now, does it? What are we gonna do? Should I ask Juxiang to help? Zhenyan, meanwhile, was deep in thought. The Xiaoxian sect. Aren't they the ones who colluded with Uyanghu? Are they planning to backstab me like Wooden Man 10 said? Where are those bastards? Ziliang replied. Probably at their headquarters. Zhenyan gave a simple instruction. Come in. Ziliang couldn't hide the confusion on his face. Hey, where are you going? Zhenyan then held out something toward him. A set of black clothes. Put these on quick. Confused, Ziliang spoke up. What is this? Where are we exactly? He calmly explained while changing his clothes. The guard team's storage. You know the way to the Xiaoxian sect's headquarters. Hurry up and put them on. We'll go grab breakfast once we're done. Hearing this, Ziliang shouted in total shock. You're going to their headquarters? No way, just the two of us? Wait, hold on. There's only two of us. But they have the entire Xiaoxian sect on their side. Plus, you don't even know what they're plotting. Zhenyan gave a surprisingly logical reason. Not knowing is fine. That's exactly why I have to make the first move. These words left Ziliang completely speechless. Unbelievable. Zhenyan continued to call out. Hey, our martial arts candidate, hurry up and lead the way. He was simply speechless as he looked at the knife pressed against his neck. Peach blossom trees were currently in full pink bloom. This place is the Xiaoxian sect headquarters. A crowd from this place had already gathered outside. Zhenyan carefully observed from above. There are too many guards. This is definitely the place. Ziliang, hiding on the ground, spoke up fearfully. Hey, are you sure about this? I can't help with anything, you know. You already know that. Zhenyan calmly replied while dusting off his hands. I know, you've already done your job. Hearing this, he skeptically followed up. So it's really just leading the way? He looked at Ziliang and shot back. What else would it be? Ziliang moved slightly. The security was airtight. How do you plan to get in? Got a plan? Zhenyan pondered carefully. For today? Then he directly delivered a hard kick to the door. With a single blow, Ziliang was completely blindsided by this action. Zhenyan nonchalantly declared, just like my past life. Since he was a child, Dan Yusheng has never flinched before any battle. Whether during his lonely childhood with nowhere to turn, or while wandering through the martial world, even when he was all alone, he rose to the supreme position of Power King. The door was kicked wide open by Zhenyan. Everyone inside turned to look at once. Upon hearing the noise, Dan Yusheng has always been one to revel in every life and death match. He arrogantly strode past these disciples, before turning his head and lazily questioning, Where is that sect leader of yours? That disciple's face immediately turned sour. Upon hearing such reckless words, what's this psycho suddenly barging in and rambling about? Zhenyan directly choked the man while speaking in a grim tone. Don't make me ask again. Everyone was shocked to see the man go down. They all rushed to attack Zhenyan at once. You bastard! Do you have any idea where you are acting out like this? Unexpectedly, before a brawl could start, a voice echoed down from above. Why all the racket? Who is that young master? Zhenyan, hands on hips, nonchalantly replied, An assassin. You're the Xiaoxian sect leader, right? Zhishang's eyes narrowed as he replied, So what if I am? It's the first time I've seen an assassin walk right through the front gate. Who the hell is that? Zhishang continued to observe him, and couldn't hide the shock on his face. As he pondered, he's not carrying any weapons? He uses fist techniques. Wait a minute. Aren't you the eldest young master of the Manhwa merchant group? So what if I am? Why are you hiding your face then? Someone of your high status actually came looking for this place yourself? Then I don't need to be polite with you anymore. Hearing this, several of his subordinates immediately lunged forward with the intent to attack. The 5 of them, with weapons in hand, loudly declared, Grab him! Zhenyan dodged the group while silently commenting, It's been a long time since I faced this many opponents at once. Since that time, this is the first time. He reached out and grabbed the net then gracefully leaped high to counterattack. Zhenyan thought to himself, right now, my physical power isn't as strong as before. A blow so powerful it blew the crowd away. Zhenyan couldn't hide his excitement. As he continued, these guys are actually pretty fun. These people were being picked off one by one. Zhenyan glided through them without a single wasted move. Blood splattered everywhere. Those still alive couldn't help but feel a chill running down their spines. Fighting like this without even a weapon? Just what kind of monster is this guy? Only then did Zhenyan stop his advance. They looked at the carnage he created and remarked, that bastard is a total monster. At this moment, his eyes widened as a hidden weapon grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of ketchup constantly trickling down. Zhenyan smirked while reaching up to wipe it away. Are you trying to flex your weapons or something? Zhishang spoke up mockingly from this side. This was originally a precious item, so I didn't want to use it. But since my opponent is a renowned young master, I'll have to make an exception just this once. The disciples struggled to pin Zhenyan down. Zhishang continued to order them to hold him tight. One of them couldn't help but think, at this rate, someone is actually going to die. Zhishang's eyes flew wide open. No matter how good your martial arts are, can you really dodge all these arrows? Fire! Zhenyan's lips curled into a smile as he observed silently. He didn't care whether his own subordinates would be hit by the arrows or not. Just shoot already. Even the underworld wouldn't pull a stunt like this. Suddenly, a shout rang out from behind. Zhenyan, catch! He reached out and caught the sword thrown toward him, then immediately struck back against the rain of arrows. Zhenyan's gaze became more intense. Zhishang began to feel uneasy, blocking every single arrow with just a short blade. What? Ziliang gasped from the outside. Zhenyan smiled, giving him a thumbs up and a bright grin. Ziliang hesitantly responded. He spun the sword in his hand. Zhenyan prepared for his next attack. He hurled it directly at Zhishang. The man barely managed to dodge it. However, the weapon still left a stinging red mark on Zhishang's neck. At this, Zhenyan commented in a low, grim voice, I usually don't like using blades, but today I'll make an exception just for you. With a twisted expression, Zhishang thought, this psycho. What are you all just standing there for? Shoot him already, you bastards! Kill him for me! As Zhenyan stepped forward leisurely, he continued his explanation, but he moved at lightning speed before his opponent could even strike. His fist was already cocked and ready. As Zhenyan aimed at Zhishang, fist techniques are my real specialty. To his surprise, he used Zhulan, who was pale as a ghost, as a human shield. Zhenyan's fist glowed with a blue aura, then slammed down violently right where he stood, giving him no chance to counter, leaving only a cloud of dust in the air. At this point, Zhulan finally regained her senses. She was shocked to find herself safe and protected by Zhenyan. He gently pushed Zhulan back and requested, get back. As for Zhishang, he was still in a state of total shock. What kind of person is this terrifying? The eldest master of Manhwa Merchant Group is said to be very young. But what's with that overwhelming presence? He looks just like a veteran general, hardened by 100 battles. With a murderous look on his face, Zhenyan glared at him. What are you looking at, you bastard? Got anything to say? Zhishang began to negotiate. Young master, wait. I've amassed quite a massive fortune. Just spare my life and I'll give it all to you. I can give it to you without any regrets. However, Zhenyan swung his leg and kicked him straight in the face. Only then did Zhenyan speak. While picking up several coins, sect leader, how can you use money to measure the value of a human life? I don't need your money. Keep it for your own funeral. He drove a coin directly into the man's head. Zhulan witnessed it with pure terror, written all over her face. Ziliang appeared just in time to catch the tea. Next, Zhenyan was seen pulling his bright red hand out of the body of Zhishang. He remarked in disgust, what a filthy bastard. The next day, the sun had reached high noon. Zhulan followed closely behind Zhenyan and Ziliang. After walking for a bit, Ziliang waved and pointed another way. All right, Zhenyan. I'm heading the other way to Walker for a bit. Zhenyan replied with a nod. I'll leave it to you then. With that, Ziliang smiled and waved goodbye to Zhenyan. As Zhulan walked along with Ziliang, she couldn't help but speak up. Zhulan squinted her eyes and asked, making Ziliang break into a sweat. You are young master Sima Ke, right? Ziliang suspiciously pulled down his mask. How did you know? Zhulan giggled delightedly. I've seen you many times at Dongxiang Pavilion, and since you are the best friend of young master Zhenyan, who else could it be? So that's how it is. She bowed her head and raised both hands in gratitude. I am truly grateful to you today. Next time, if you happen to stop by, I'll treat you to a bottle of top-grade Dujiang wine. Ziliang waved his hand in refusal. I didn't do much, so there's no need. Besides, I don't plan on returning to the brothel anyway. Zhulan narrowed her eyes and smiled admiringly. You have really changed quite a bit, haven't you, young master? Ziliang scratched his head. Yeah, He looked at the person in the distance. I should change too. Because my friend has already changed that much. Zhenyan chuckled to himself. It's breakfast time. Countless delicious dishes were lavishly spread out on the table. Chen Bao and Ming Bao froze, their faces stunned by the dishes on the table. Zhenyan used a towel to dry his hair. Just eat your fill. The two brothers replied in unison. Yes, big bro. If you're hungry, don't hold back. You can eat whenever you want. Chen Bao was surprised. The merchant group is really loaded. Ming Bao looked at Zhenyan's expression. It's fine to eat a few meals a day, right? Zhenyan closed his eyes, picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, and chewed. It's no problem at all. Ming Bao's question caught his attention. You were injured. Did anything happen last night? Zhenyan casually toyed with the chopsticks in his hand. Nothing worth mentioning. Even though it was a surprise attack, getting injured by an ambush like that is not acceptable. In my past life, that would have absolutely never happened. If I want to protect the merchant group and deal with the demonic path, I must become even stronger. Training alone isn't enough. I need something to aid me. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Young master, there's a delivery for you. Zhenyan looked seriously at the maid. Hand it to me. The gift box was carefully wrapped in a pale beige cloth. Puzzled, Zhenyan slowly opened the box. I didn't buy anything. He carefully picked up a letter. Hey Zhenyan, it's me, Juyong. After we parted ways, I stopped by the tavern for just one cup and then went straight home. That counts as major progress for me, doesn't it? Zhenyan chuckled to himself. Truly a memorable improvement, worthy of being recorded in the martial arts history books. Actually, I came yesterday to deliver something to your father, but I was so dazed I completely forgot about him. I left this item on the way back to your house. Once you've become stronger, remember to protect our little bureau too. Promise me. Inside this box is a 100-year polygonum. Zhenyan carefully picked up the 100-year polygonum and pondered. Judging by its look, it must be at least 400 to 500 years old. If I'm lucky, this can help raise my 100 battles 10th stage. Technique to the 5th stage, he smiled. So this is what it's like to have a good friend? Zhenyan noticed the red box lying next to it. What about this box? To Li Shengmin. This is a gift for trusting me all these years, and for the long-standing friendship between us. Taihu Merchant Group. If it's the Taihu Merchant Group, they truly are one of the wealthiest merchants in the Central Plains, it seems. My father planned everything out, even reaching out to the Taihu Merchant Group. I didn't expect father to be so thorough. Suddenly, Zhenyan's eyes were glued to the item inside the box. Inside was a dazzlingly bright bottle. Is this hollow clear stalactite? Hollow clear stalactite is a divine elixir that those in the martial world only dare to dream of. Only things like the natural purple fruit, the moon pill flower, and the 10,000-year snow ginseng can compare. All of them are top-tier spiritual medicines, and extremely rare. He slowly opened the cap and took a sniff. That's right, it really is hollow clear stalactite. In my past life, I only ever tasted a few drops. Even those in the martial world can hardly get their hands on it. So where did a merchant get it from? Zhenyan hurriedly said, Ming Bao, Chen Bao. He coolly tossed each of them a 100-year-old Heshu Wu. Each of you take a portion. I need to circulate my energy and adjust a bit. You two stand guard in front of my door. Wait until I come out before using it. Ming Bao picked it up, confused. What's this, big bro? Zhen Bao nodded and replied, It's great for your body and very precious. Don't lose it. Chen Bao pushed himself up. Is it really that valuable? He quickly pulled the drawer open. The trade group leader already prepared a ton of similar stuff. Just specifically for you, big bro. The sheer amount of items left Zhenyan completely stunned. He chuckled to himself. Money really is the goat. Later, after the hour of the dragon, Zhenyan was focused on meditating in his room. The 100-year-old Heshu Wu had been absorbed by him. It was bitter but odorless. Internal energy continuously cycled through Zhenyan's body, so absorbing this thing felt just like intense martial arts training. The cultivation process was painful, not fun or exciting at all. He sighed as the temperature kept rising. If this were still the old body of Li Zhenyan, it probably would have melted away long ago. Luckily, I conditioned my physique beforehand. Suddenly, his facial muscles tightened, contorting in agony. It felt like his body was being incinerated. The aura was turning chaotic before being compressed. Zhenyan pressed his hands tightly together. If that's the case, I'll force this aura in even deeper. Zhenyan's body erupted in a fierce flame. The heat pulsed with every movement. He gasped for breath to regain his strength. The flames gradually diminished, and then stabilized within Zhenyan's body. He clenched his palms and tested his movements. As he flicked his fingers, the air shimmered with tiny sparks. His body was noticeably faster. Zhenyan clenched his fists and laughed triumphantly. He had reached the 5th stage. But this body, Lord knows how much booze it drank before, even the toxins it sweated out reeked of alcohol. He smiled with satisfaction. Peace out, remnants of Li Zhenyan. Zhenyan looked at this bottle of hollow clear stalactite with concern. The real issue is right here. He quickly reached out and picked it up. Zhenyan slowly drank it drop by drop. Absorbing hollow clear stalactite right now is like mixing sand and muddy water and throwing it straight into a furnace. It's very easy for it to shatter into pieces. But if this body can take it, Zhenyan calmly closed his eyes and then slowly opened them. This is the spiritual aura of the hollow clear stalactite. You want to square up with me? Zhenyan mocked himself. I shouldn't have been so greedy. He clenched his fists with determination. However, Zhenyan's body vanished in a flash. He leaped up, launching a punch toward the glowing red aura. He was hyped. If I beat this, I'll be even stronger. 7 days later, Huawen was standing in front of Zhenyan's room. He was worried. By today, Big Bro has been in secluded meditation for a week now, but there's been no word for such a long time. I'm starting to get worried. Chen Bao and Ming Bao greeted the manager in unison. Huawen stepped forward to check in. It's been a while, Big Bro still hasn't come out? Chen Bao and Ming Bao blocked the door with their arms. Yes, but he ordered that no one approach. Huawen felt awkward. All right, I get it. Even though they didn't get close, Zhenyan's door suddenly exploded, startling everyone. Chen Bao and Ming Bao gritted their teeth and shielded Huawen. Huawen looked into the white dust in confusion. What is this? Zhenyan's body was hovering in the middle of the room. Zhenyan had lost control and was staring wide-eyed at them. The room was wrecked, with items scattered everywhere on the floor. Huawen was frozen. Why is Big Bro like this? He covered his nose. The smell was nasty. Is it cultivation deviation like the rumors say? Zhenyan collapsed, and the three of them rushed over in a panic. Big Bro, they shouted in fear. Big Bro, wake up! Big Bro! Huawen was breaking out in a sweat. Big Bro, are you okay? Huawen's face suddenly turned pale. Zhenyan's expression shifted. He panicked and screamed out, Big Bro! Huawen's face darkened with worry. Big Bro, you good? He was met only by Zhenyan's blank stare. His eyes suddenly widened at something. Zhenyan stood up wearily and stumbled. Huawen reached out to stop him. Big Bro, where are you going? Zhenyan replied coldly. It's too hot. I'm going to cool down. Don't follow me. With that, he immediately leaped onto the rooftop and vanished without a trace. Huawen felt helpless. The weather is so nice. Why is he burning up like that? The incredible explosive power of Hua. Wind created afterimages across the green roof tiles. The moment his feet touched down, my whole body is steaming up. He instantly bounced back up. Zhenyan jumped toward the distant forest. Zhenyan's body trembled. The power won't harmonize with his body, not yet fully mastered. Now the internal energy is howling and boiling inside me. I can't control this power. If I slip up, I might drag the Yingxia merchant group down with me. No, this entire city might collapse. I have to get as far away from this place as possible. The sky turned gloomy as dark clouds rolled in. White bones were scattered all over the treacherous canyon. Zhenyan ran frantically in a rush until his body slowed down from pure exhaustion. Zhenyan dazed out, stumbling unconsciously. His internal energy began to spiral out of control. Zhenyan gritted his teeth, bracing himself. No, I can't take it anymore. Images from the past flashed back through Zhenyan's mind. His eyes snapped wide. If it can't be suppressed, Zhenyan acted decisively, raising his hand to the sky, then let it all out. A scream echoed through the silent space. Internal energy entwined, turning into lightning that shot upward. That thunderclap left everyone nearby stunned. They couldn't help but be amazed. This is the first time I've seen lightning strike from the ground up. The first raindrops began to fall. Then a downpour followed, soaking everyone. Zhenyan clenched his fists tight into a martial stance. 6, Zhenyan mumbled while counting. 7. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. No, if my internal energy can explode to this extent? Zhenyan laughed with excitement. By my total power! 8 stages. Heavy rain fell in the small street. The eyes of the people around him bulged when they saw him. The girls by the roadside couldn't help but blush at the sight of him. Whispers and gossip broke out. Goodness, why is a man walking around shirtless like this? Zhenyan nodded to himself, thinking, better buy some clothes and put them on, to avoid unwanted attention. Later, at a clothing shop, Zhenyan quickly threw on a brand new outfit. Satisfied, he tugged his sleeve. I'll take this one, how much? The shop owner happily replied, Oh, young master, no need to pay. Zhenyan looked glum. I can't just do that. The shop owner nodded with content. Ever since the eldest young master wiped out the Zhuyang clan and Shaochen sect, the number of troublemakers on the street has dropped big time. Because of that, I can safely bring my kids to the shop. Being able to pay you back like this is my good fortune. The cute kids held up an umbrella. It's still raining cats and dogs out there. Young master, please take this umbrella. It's high quality. Zhenyan glanced down at the two children. He smiled kindly and accepted. Then I'll gladly accept your kindness. Stepping outside, Zhenyan skillfully popped the umbrella open. He gently waved goodbye to them. He strolled down the street. Amidst the bustling crowd, it really feels much more peaceful now than before. In the past, after a battle, I never paid attention to the scenery around me. Zhenyan looked up at the tranquil scene before him, recalling the shop owner's words earlier. Ever since the eldest young master wiped out the Zhu clan and Shaoxian sect, the number of troublemakers on the street has clearly dropped. Because of that, I can safely bring my kids to the shop. The warm, joyful smile of the boy in the rain. That smile brightened Zhenyan's outlook. Even amidst the stormy mud, a smile played on his lips again. This peaceful feeling isn't half bad. Suddenly, a familiar shout echoed. "Move it!" Zhenyan snapped out of his daydream. Up ahead, a rowdy crowd was yelling, "Catch that guy! Don't let him get away!" Zhenyan immediately recognized him as Tai Minghu. The man suddenly came to a halt. Minghu approached happily. "Yo, long time no see." "It's really pouring out here. You're here too?" Minghu excitedly struck up a conversation with him. Zhenyan chatted kindly. "Been busy lately?" Meanwhile, at the Murong, the Chiwang assembly members were all gathered in the room. Head of the Dugu clan and member of the Chiwang assembly, Dugu, Ming gave a calm smile. "It's been a while since all the Chiwang clan heads have gathered like this. Meetings like this are quite pleasant. Brother Murong, you've worked hard." Head of the Murong clan and member of the Chiwang assembly, Murong Jin replied politely. "Not at all, I just handled the seating arrangements." Murong Jin glanced around. That reminds me, Brother Zhu. I heard some unfortunate news about you recently. Apparently, Zhu Ho challenged a young disciple from a merchant group and ended up dead. Is that story true? The head of the Zhu clan, Chiwang Assembly's Zhou Yangqing, his body trembled slightly upon hearing that. Murong Jin continued to chat. Wasn't Zhu Ho an experienced expert of the Zhu clan? The person sitting next to him smirked. I heard he went to pick a fight with the merchant group, raised a big stink, and then got taken out. Suddenly, a loud, crisp laugh rang out, making everyone go silent. Beaten by a mere brat from a merchant group, head of the Nangong clan, leader of the Chiwang assembly, the top expert of the great clans. The Blade Emperor Nangong Wu laughed heartily. He spoke while chuckling. This is funnier than a circus show. Don't you guys think so? Ao Yangqing's body shook violently. Yes, Ao Yangqing said sternly. That Zhu Ho guy is nothing more than trash discarded by the Zhu clan. He flashed a sinister smile. I was actually planning to teach that merchant brat a lesson myself. I'll show you all the true power of the Zhu clan. Zhenyan let out a soft sigh and closed his eyes helplessly. A group of people ran up from a distance, shouting loudly, Catch that annoying punk! Don't let him slip away! Hearing this, Zhenyan turned around, wondering, Wait, isn't that Tai Minghu? Minghu walked up to him and asked with a grin, Hey, long time no see, right? The rain is crazy. Zhenyan glanced at him and replied, Same to you. He looked at the people behind them and teased, Looks like you're living a busy life. Haniotua raised his hand and gave an order. Hand over that punk right now. Don't get mixed up in this trouble. Unless you want heads to roll. Zhenyan turned to ask Minghu, Hey, Tia Minghu? Who are these guys anyway? He replied with a look of disdain. Just some thugs causing trouble around here. Thinking about their punchable faces, Minghu continued. The Red Worm Alliance. They're plotting to take over the entire nearby business district. He used to work in the auction business too. He intended to go back and check the ledgers. But who knew they'd rob everything? Nothing but a bunch of bastards. Suddenly, Minghu went blank when he asked, Is your hand fully healed yet? He held up his trembling hands and replied with a smile, Luckily, I'm still a useless cripple for now. Then Zhenyan looked at the crowd and spoke up. I can see you guys aren't locals. So let me make this crystal clear. Wait until Tai Minghu's hand is better before you. Come looking for trouble. For today, get lost. Hearing this, the group started mocking him. What are you babbling about? Looks like you were spoiled growing up, so you have no idea what's going down. Who do you think you're talking to? Acting all high and mighty, huh? That's what we were going to say. But this annoying guy is giving off an intense, weird vibe. One of them didn't know his place and opened his big mouth. Does this guy have a death wish? Seeing that, another one tried to stop him. Hey, little brother. That guy didn't listen and continued to act tough, hurling insults. Don't you know who the hell we are? A nobody like you dares to provoke us? I'm going to beat your ass right now. Before he could even laugh for long, his face was flicked by a finger until it was completely deformed. His entire body was sent flying backward a great distance. While the people from the Union of Sikngai were in shock, Zhenyan spoke up. Hey, you guys, I'm hungry. If we fight now, I'll probably suffer a chi deviation. So don't bother me, just get lost. Next time we meet, whether it's T. Minghu or me, it will be a final showdown. He just gave a light grunt as they bowed and said their goodbyes. Afterward, both of them stood watching the crowd run away in terror. Minghu rubbed his head and said, "Hey, treat me to a meal. I'm starving too. Noodles are fine. That day I almost died. It wasn't because you beat me. It was because of hunger. Got it? Damn it, you have to eat your fill before healing your wounds. Our Central Plains people have lived by that since forever." Hearing that, Jen-yun chuckled and said, "Just say you want a free meal. Why be so long-winded? You really are a damn lunatic." He immediately started teasing. It's like a bizarre story. Might as well go then. For noodles, we absolutely have to eat at Tan Bin's. Setting 8 empty noodle bowls down on the table, Minghu let out a satisfied cry. He was delighted. Now I feel reborn. But hey, you're like a beggar now. You used to eat so little, you're like a different person. Hey, people shouldn't change so abruptly. Shouldn't we just go with the flow? Minghu waved his hand at the owner. "Boss, give me 2 bowls, actually make it 4 more. The owner replied, "Yes, sir." Outside, the rain was still pouring down. He asked softly, "Are they still doing well?" Zhen-yen replied while eating, "They are still fine." Minghu asked again, "What are they doing?" He answered, "Cultivating." He remarked, "They must have gotten stronger by now." Flashing back to a previous scene, when Chen Bao and Ming Bao brought 8 bowls, "Please, brother, can we have 1 more bowl?" And Minghu was surprised. "Isn't that the 10th bowl already?" Thinking about it, he shook his head. "Those guys must cost a fortune in food. Those 2 aren't humans, they're hungry ghosts. This whole place is full of hungry ghosts." Zhen-yen looked at him as if he were an idiot. "I have plenty of money." Minghu got angry. Almost forgot. "Right, I contribute too, don't I?" Suddenly, he asked in a low voice, "Hey, what do I have to do to learn martial arts the right way?" He immediately shot back, "What's the martial arts for?" Minghu looked away and replied, "What do you mean, what for? I was thinking if I could master martial arts. Could I take on Shichnai?" Zhen-yen wondered, "Shichnai?" He closed his eyes and replied, "Those bastards." Minghu recalled being chased and continued, "I heard Shichnai's henchmen are countless. They just keep coming no matter how many you kill. In a fight, they swarm out like a hornet's nest. Running away is exhausting as hell." Zhen-yen thought for a moment. Minghu looked at him when he asked, "Want me to teach you?" He spoke up, "If you'd teach me, I'd be truly grateful." Zhen-yen crossed his arms and questioned, "Will you follow exactly what I teach?" Minghu closed his eyes with determination. "Of course. Don't you know my personality? I'm the unique Tai Minghu Litia Minghu." He pointed his finger to the ground and said, "Then kowtow to me right now." Hearing that, Minghu fell into silence. He rubbed his head and sighed. "This annoying guy is really making me lose face. Don't you know who I am yet? I'm the lone Minghu Litia Minghu." Immediately after those words, Minghu was kowtowing on the ground. Seeing this, Zhen-yen frowned slightly. After standing up, he threatened, "You better teach me or else. Don't blame me. I'll take a dump right in front of the Anha Merchant Union's gate. Just you wait and see." Suddenly, Zhen-yen swung his umbrella forcefully. He pointed to the arm holding the umbrella and instructed, "Right here, like this." After that, Minghu stared intently at the umbrella, being swung powerfully in front of him. He stayed silent for a moment, then wondered, "Is that it?" Zhen-yen casually asked back, "What else do you want?" Hearing that, Minghu couldn't help but feel frustrated. "You bastard, I already kowtowed to you! I have to go there right now, or else I'll just take a dump right here and get it over with." He leaned the umbrella against the floor and coldly shouted, "Shut up, you annoying brat!" Picking the umbrella up with one hand, he held it out. Minghu asked, "And then what?" Zhen-yen replied, "This umbrella is a gift, I can't give it to you." He continued, "Borrow it, take it with you, and repeat my movement from earlier 100,000 times, then bring it back as soon as possible. If you don't want to do it, then stop learning martial arts." Minghu thought he misheard and asked several times, "How many?" Zhen-yen calmly replied, 100,000 times. Hearing those words clearly, he began to tremble. Not 1,000, not 10,000, but 100,000 times. Zhen-yen complained with dissatisfaction, "Lone Minghu, why the hell are you so talkative? If you can't do it, put the umbrella down and get lost, you loser." Minghu rolled his eyes and spoke up, "No, are you for real?" He angrily grabbed the boy's shirt. Zhen-yen, with a chilling gaze, called out, "Hey, Minghu." He frowned and asked, "What is it?" Thinking about how he used to kill people alone, he said, "Do you think learning a few crappy moves means you're ready to kill? If you actually swing that umbrella 100,000 times, then at least half of those bastards could be taken down with a wooden sword." But what can you do now? Just scurrying away like a wet rat in the rain, Minghu. If you're going to live like a coward, you might as well just die. Hearing that, Minghu froze for a second before saying, I don't want to die. Releasing his shirt, Zhenyun added, Are you a little mouse or are you lone? Minghu Li, know your place and live accordingly. Don't just talk the talk. Minghu fell silent, casting his gaze downward. He, however, turned his eyes toward the rainy scene outside. Heavy raindrops fell onto the ground. The last drop landed on a leaf, shimmering as the sun began to shine through. After a while, he said, Let me borrow the umbrella. Having said that, Minghu stepped outside, leaving Zhenyun alone. At that moment, the waiter approached. Young master, the bill. It includes your friend's portion as well. Thank you, sir. Sitting there, he pondered. Now let's see if that Minghu guy realizes anything. Zhenyun recalled him saying, I was also thinking, if I master martial arts, could I face Chi? The ringleader of those bastards. He crossed his arms and thought, Chi Union. He said he would come. A promise made must be a promise kept. Elsewhere, the people of the Chi Union were kneeling on the ground, trembling. There were 2 bloody corpses on the floor, along with Chi's voice. So then, what was the reason you let Taya Minghu slip away? So they had them all cornered. But someone, a brother of lone Minghu Li, stood in the way. And that person happens to be the young master of the Merchant Guild. A trembling henchman replied, Yes, that's exactly right. According to reports, his power is deep and unpredictable. He's famous throughout Yanghua as the top expert. Suddenly, he realized he had spoken out of turn. Chi was looking at him with a death stare. He ordered someone to keep watch on the henchmen, then track them both down. They must be finished off. Zhenyun stopped practicing and wondered, rip them apart and kill them? Recalling Chi's savage appearance, someone said, Yes, Chi is naturally bloodthirsty. They love using their bare hands to tear opponents apart. The sect leader of the Changshan sect, the boss of the escort agency, the leader of the Jiao, Long, Garrison Hongluo, they all fell at the hands of Chi. He then swallowed up countless gangs in the 6 circles. His power is enormous throughout the 6 circles region. No one escapes paying tribute to Chi. From the Courier Bureau to the Merchant Union, from hotels to brothels, no one is spared. Even Tia Minghu was forced to pay up by him. Zhenyun reached out to take the towel as he listened to the story. We met yesterday. Word has it even the auction house was ransacked by him. Mingbao remarked. Chi is definitely the type to pull something like that. He wiped himself down while saying, This is bad. If he uncovers my identity, the caravan will be in deep trouble. It looks like I really have to go there myself. At night in the bustling Liuhuan district, the scene was incredibly lively. Inside Wenking Pavilion, guests were packed like sardines. Suddenly, a scream rang out. While Zhenhua was walking and talking, check if those guests over there have left yet. She rushed over and asked, What's going on? A girl hesitated. Ma'am? Ma'am? Another person took over the story. As soon as she entered Chi's room, Zhuir was still in there. What should we do? Looking at the bloody legs still trembling, Zhenhua could only close her eyes in silence. The girl following behind her announced, Sister Zhenhua, a new guest has arrived on the 1st floor. Hearing this, Zhenhua gave orders. I have to go down. Take her to get some rest and don't cross him. Chi remained silent. Yes, sister. As soon as she got downstairs, she quickly spotted Zhenyun. Zhenhua greeted him with a smile. It is a pleasure to meet you, young master. I am Zhenhua, here to welcome you. Allow me to introduce... He quickly cut her off before she could continue. Is Chi here? Zhenhua let out a gasp of surprise. Zhenyun said softly, I'm looking for Chi. Zhenhua asked back, confused. Ah, do you mean the union leader? Do you have an appointment with him, sir? He replied, No, just tell me if he's upstairs. Looking toward the stairs, she wondered, Who is this guy? Should I report him? Then she answered, Yes, he's upstairs. As Zhenyun walked past, he gave her a warning. You're Zhenhua. Tell everyone to clear out the moment I go up. Zhenhua recalled what the girl just said. Shuer is still in the room. She bit her lip hard. After making her decision, Zhenhua turned back with concern. Sir, it's hard to get through. The union leader is a real beast. Zhenyun chuckled and said, It's fine. Zhenhua watched his silhouette as he climbed the stairs. A guard on duty saw him and asked, Who the hell are you? This isn't a place where you can just waltz in. Zhenyun didn't answer. The guy stood there looking like a deer in headlights. The man angrily swung his weapon. Is this bastard high or something? His hand quickly snatched the wooden handle. The guy was caught completely off guard by this. A few seconds later, he was sent flying into the air. As he crashed to the floor, someone screamed at the top of their lungs. Witnessing that, the Chi Union thugs grit their teeth. What the hell, you dog? Does this guy have any idea where he is? He threw a line at them. Now tell me which floor Chi is on. The mob then charged, screaming while they attacked. A mere lowlife dares! Kill him now! Seeing this, Jen Yan gathered power in his arm decisively. I'll just search every inch of this place myself. A guy with a blade lunged at him. Die, you piece of trash! He grabbed the guy's head and said, Mind if I use you for a second? Jen Yan used the guy as a human weapon to beat the crowd. Another guy with a mace charged in. He grit his teeth and cursed, This nut job! Jen Yan shot him a glance. He quickly dodged the attack. His hand gripped the mace's chain while he spoke up. I'll borrow this too. Jen Yan spun around and used the guy's mace to hit him. Someone downstairs screamed as they saw bodies flying toward them. What's all this? He said coldly. Not this room. Then Jen Yan stepped up onto the railing. He swung the mace and decided, how about I just wreck every single room? As each room was destroyed, ear-piercing screams followed. One by one, the doors were smashed to smithereens. Even some unlucky bastards got crushed along with the doors. After the destruction, dust and smoke filled the air. The iron mace was thrown to the floor. Jen Yan dusted off his hands and looked at the door. Smashed right in front of him. He made a disgusted face. Is there no one left upstairs? Chi was sitting on the bed with his arms crossed. His face was gradually darkening with rage. Two people were thrown inside from the outside along with a loud shout. One person lay trembling on the floor. Union leader! It's him, the eldest young master. His head was pinned down by a foot. Jen Yan stood at the door and said, Found you. Chi mocked him, so that's what all the racket was about. Did you climb all the way up here to settle Minghu's debt? He ignored the question and remarked, So the 5th floor was the right one after all. Jen Yan continued, Waste of effort, it's too high up. Chi stood up and asked, You got a problem with the way I treat my guests? Tired from the climb? Jen Yan stepped into the room and replied calmly, Not really. Steppings on people to get to the top is my specialty. The two were soon standing face to face. Chi gave a smug laugh. Is that so? My hobby is looking down from the top. Looking at his arrogant attitude as he smoothed his hair, he thought, Thugs like you are the best. Beating you up will be so satisfying. Suddenly his eyes shifted elsewhere. A blood-soaked body was lying on the bed. Glancing back, Chi joked, Oh, it's nothing. I just slipped. Hey, go clear out this corpse. Jen Yan burst out in anger. I'm afraid this guy is beyond redemption. How do you want to die? Seeing that, he laughed and said, Nice eyes. The losers who wanted to kill me all had that same look. Of course, I ended up tearing them all to pieces. Outside Wen King Pavilion, everyone was running out and screaming. Someone yelled, There's blood? Then someone else asked, What happened? A Chi Union henchman replied, Some psycho is trashing the whole brothel. A person behind swung an umbrella, hitting him while he was talking. You'd better get lost too. The masked person uttered, Tu sa. The guy panicked. Before he could react, a blow landed right on his head. Minghu stood still for a moment. Removing his mask, he let out a long breath. Minghu flipped the bird and declared, I'm here to deal with you guys one by one. How long will it take to hit these pests 100,000 times? 2,875, 2,876, 287. What was that sound? Just then, a massive fire exploded right behind Minghu. While he was still busy mumbling, 287, instantly, the sound caught Minghu's attention, making him scream. What kind of eerie sound is that? Seeing that, he took a closer look at the scene ahead and blurted out, It's... At that moment, amidst the swirling dust, Chi was still suspended in midair. Suddenly, his eyes widened at what he saw. He was right in front of him. He clasped both hands behind his back and braced himself to attack. In the blink of an eye, with terrifying force, Jen Yan landed a blow on Chi, sending him crashing from the air, straight into the ground. Then he landed calmly on the ground. Jen Yan then frowned as he looked at the man before him. Chi slowly stood up. He dusted off his hands and laughed out loud. He said, Well, that was impressive. Seeing his opponent could still stand, Jen Yan immediately took off his outer coat and tossed it aside. Chi said, Right, while waving his hand to order his men to bring his weapon. The moment he held his weapon in hand, he spoke with confidence. The least I can do is give this guy a parting gift. Without a moment's hesitation, Jen Yan lunged off the ground, ready for battle. Chi flashed a wicked smile, and then directly swung his flail toward Jen Yan. The flail headed straight for his position. However, he quickly caught it with just one hand. He then put his weight into his arm and yanked on the chain. Chi was pulled right along with it. He thought to himself in frustration, He's just a nobody from some random merchant guild, yet his power is on par with mine. As he was thinking, he let go of his weapon. Immediately after, Chi charged at Jen Yan like a bullet. He plotted in his head, I'll use brute force it to crush him. He clenched his fist and roared, "Let's see you block this." While he was attacking with all his might, Zhenyan calmly analyzed, so he has trained in the meteor heritage. His boxing moves are refined and concise. Clearly he's been taught by a true master. He frowned slightly, his eyes turning cold as he looked at his opponent. But then Zhenyan casually raised a hand, blocking Chi-Ai's attack. "Your enemy is me." With just one move, Chi-Ai's wrist was instantly twisted. Zhenyan saw his opening, taking the chance to clench his fist for a king's strike. Finally, he delivered a direct, fatal blow straight into Chi-Ai's stomach. It was an incredibly powerful hit. Chi-Ai immediately cried out in pain. Zhenyan quickly backed away. Chi-Ai smirked and said, "So you've trained in martial arts too? Very well." He shouted angrily, "I'll show you what I'm truly capable of. You bastard!" Chi-Ai went all out for the fight. His speed increased significantly as he pushed himself. In the blink of an eye, he had shifted to Zhenyan's position. The moment he cornered Zhenyan, he confidently declared, "I'll tear you to shreds." But somehow Zhenyan's hand was already around Chi-Ai's neck. He stared him down silently, and then he used his power to hurl him backward in a flip. The next second, Chi-Ai was slammed hard onto the ground. He grit his teeth and thought, "Even when I use all my internal energy, I'm still completely overpowered." Then Zhenyan put his hand over the guy's face. He began to exert crushing pressure and said, "How does it feel looking at me from down there? If you had treated people with a little more decency, I wouldn't have been so pissed off." However, Chi-Ai still replied with disdain, "What's up, want a taste of my frost breath?" Zhenyan didn't bother answering. He just said nonchalantly, "Stage 2 begin." The next second, Chi-Ai's entire body was racked with pain. From the shock of heavenly thunder, Zhenyan didn't stop, but continued to channel more power. Entering stage 3, stage 4, moving to stage 5, Chi-Ai's henchmen stood there in shock, asking each other, Should we intervene and stop this?" Suddenly, something in the sky caught their attention. They stared wide-eyed and cried out in astonishment. "Isn't that White Lightning 10th stage, Thunderburst?" At that moment, Zhenyan's eyes reflected only the blinding light of the Thunderburst. Just like that, his technique struck straight down from the heavens to the earth. With terrifying destructive power, everything in the vicinity shattered under Zhenyan's attack. Chi-Ai's henchmen, standing at a distance, could only watch him in pure terror. Even the local people were stunned, left completely speechless. Minghu was utterly shocked, remarking, "This is insane." By then, Chi-Ai seemed to have turned into ash beneath Zhenyan's feet. This was nothing short of a martial arts purge. Then Zhenyan spoke up. "Hey, who gave you permission to collect taxes? What kind of trash are you people anyway?" Chi-Ai's men replied tremblingly, "We—" He continued, "Why are you bleeding these innocent people dry? Answer me. If you want to flex, come find me first. I'll give you the same end as this scumbag." Chi-Ai's men yelled to one another, Don't be scared, he's all alone. Kill him!" The locals nearby began to whisper among themselves again. "My God, is that Chi-Ai guy really dead? Who on earth is that young man? Does this mean we don't have to pay taxes anymore? Chi-Ai is dead. That gang is about to be wiped out. Who would we even pay now? But what if that young man demands taxes instead?" Minhu stepped toward them. He put on his mask and said, "He's not that kind of person. I'm telling you, he's not like that. His wealth is already piled as high as a mountain." "Don't worry, 2877. 2878. After he finished speaking to them, he went back to spitting out numbers, muttering to himself. "Is he crazy?" Suddenly, Minhu remembered something. He gave everyone a reminder. That guy is a beast in a real fight. He thought back to earlier. Everyone carries a spark of fire in their heart. What were you doing just now? You ran away like a filthy mole. However, it is your duty to nurture that spark. So you desire to become stronger. Strong enough to make you go wild. He recalled Zhenyan's words. Are you a mere mouse or a majestic tiger? Know your place. Snapping out of his thoughts, Minhu swung his weapon once more. He exclaimed, Wait, I am the lone tiger. The next morning at the Yinsha merchant group, a voice rang out. Big brother, Li Hua-wen said shyly. It looks like you just got back from somewhere. Zhenyan immediately replied, I just went out for a little stroll. Hua-wen, why did you come to my room? He answered, I wanted to ask you for some advice. But whose blood is that? He responded, It's not mine. Then Hua-wen suddenly remembered what he needed to report and told Zhenyan, Oh, that's right. It seems the spiritual medicine this time is quite effective. I'm thinking of a way to return the favor to those who sent the medicine to the Yin, the merchant group. I'm not sure what to give to the Taihu merchant group. Is the medicine that valuable this time? Even father wants to know the details. Zhenyan thought to himself, if we're talking about the Taihu merchant group, They're the ones who gifted the azure stone oil, he replied while wiping the blood off his body. Even I find it hard to put a price on it. Howen gasped. Is it really that precious? Then it'll be really tough to pay them back. Zhenyan continued. Anything can be repaid with money, but that doesn't necessarily make it a true gift. The spiritual medicine they gave us simply can't be measured in gold and silver. Howen asked curiously. Then what should we do? He provided the solution. Establish a merchant alliance. He let out a startled cry upon hearing that. Huh? Then, why are we suddenly forming a merchant alliance? Zhenyan explained. Among those who sent medicine, there are big ones like the Tai-Hu Merchant Group, but also places like the West Wind, Nine Eagles Escort Agency, a group that can't even afford its own security team. If we form an alliance to protect them, that would be our way of returning the favor. Howen had some doubts. But isn't this too big of a deal? Big Brother gave him an answer. We don't need a flashy start. First, just bring the Tai-Hu Merchant Group and the West Wind Escort Agency into the alliance. When you've received something money can't buy, you can only repay it with something more than money. He asked further, what about the membership fees? He replied, let's keep the rules simple, like in the era of Liu Bang. As for fees, we don't need to collect them for now. Then Hua Wen posed a question. Then what's the purpose of the alliance? Zhenyan pondered for a moment and said, the purpose is, he remembered what he'd heard from the locals when he was out earlier. Ever since the young master crushed the Ouyang clan, and those small-time sects in Wongo, the thugs on the streets, have significantly decreased. In the future, when I become even stronger, I can also help protect our escort agencies. Snapping out of his thoughts, he spoke firmly to Li Huawen. The most important thing is still the protection of the merchants' lives. If we have a fast way to send word when things go south, that would be even better for a quick response. Li Huawen hurriedly cut in, asking, but Big Brother, if even the security team of the Tai-Hu Merchant Group can't hold them off? Zhenyan nodded and replied, exactly. If a major player like the Tai-Hu Merchant Group runs into trouble, it means a martial arts sect, or even the criminal underworld is involved. In that case, I will naturally step in personally. This one statement of his caused Hua Wen to shout in shock. Big Brother, are you planning to go yourself? He told him, the spiritual medicine the merchant master gifted me is priceless. It has helped me tremendously. The boy continued to ask, so are you much stronger now, Big Brother? Zhenyan replied, yes, I am. Immediately, Hua Wen slammed his hand on the table in pure excitement. He shouted out, awesome. So what will we name the Merchant Alliance? Seeing his reaction, Zhenyan smiled and said, the Great Merchant Alliance? Or maybe just the Union. Let's call it the Great Merchant Association. The word alliance sounds a bit too stiff. Hua Wen was a bit confused, but still replied, got it. I'll start preparations along those lines. Then he began to vent to him. By the way, Big Brother, ever since you returned, my workload has been nonstop. I've been slammed lately. He turned and said, in that case, my bad. However, Li Huawen's response surprised Zhenyan. But I'm actually happy. Because for a merchant, being busy is a blessing. He gave him a happy smile. Suddenly, a very panicked voice came from outside. Young Master! Manager Chi-Hu kicked the door open and roared, it's a success! It's a success! Both Zhenyan and Li Huawen looked at him and asked, what's a success? But a second later he said, wait, we're in trouble. The head of the Ouyang clan is leading his disciples straight here. Huawen cried out in shock. What? In the main hall of the Yinxia Merchant Group, the head of the Ouyang clan, Aoyang Shan, was leisurely sipping a cup of water. Immediately after, he slammed the cup down on the table. Aoyang Shan recalled what the crowd had been whispering about. Aoyang Ho actually lost his life in a duel. I heard he lost right here at this merchant group. Then he said, the humiliation at the Emperor's assembly, I'm still fuming over it. The three of you, one by one, must duel the young master of the Yinxia Merchant Group. A single victory won't be enough to wash away this disgrace. He absolutely must not die an easy death, understood? The others sitting there listened and responded in unison, yes, sir! At that moment, the outsider disciple of the Ouyang clan, Shen Zhaobai, spoke up. But are you two going to use weapons? No, I practice palm techniques, so there's no need to worry about that. Suddenly, the man sitting opposite him, swordsman and second son Ouyang Ming, replied, fighting barehanded is way more satisfying. Even the third son and saber user, Aoyang Yun, only sighed and said, I'm not exactly feeling confident. I'll stick with my saber. Aoyang Ming cried out in surprise, seriously, come on. He's just the young master of some merchant group. And yet you're lacking confidence? Aoyang Yun nodded firmly, that's right. He's the guy who took down Ouyang Hao. Even though Yang-ho was just a branch manager, he was still a seasoned veteran of the martial world. Yang-ming frowned and shot back, "Seasoned veteran, my foot." Yang-ho was just too useless, that's why he lost. "Whatever, let's drop it. Bring the young master out here now." Right then, Zhenyan's subordinate carrying a teapot presented it to Yang-ming. They said, "The young master invites you all to the separate courtyard. Have a meal before you head out." Yang-ming saw their jacked physiques and could only feel awkward, giving a simple nod in response. "Why is every servant here so shredded?" A moment later, Yang-shan and the others moved according to the instructions of the subordinates. They pulled back the curtain and announced, "Young master, the guests have arrived." At that moment, Zhenyan appeared before them, with light reflecting from behind. He spoke up, "You all must be exhausted from the long journey." The others began to cup their hands and introduce themselves one by one. "I am Yang-ming. I am Yang-yun. Shen Zhaobai." Zhenyan flashed a bright smile and said, "I didn't expect the clan head to come in person." Yang-shan politely but abruptly replied, "Forgive my lack of etiquette. I just wanted to see the young master's skills with my own eyes." He told them, "Since you came here today, it must be for a spar. In that case, let the Yang clan decide the format." Mr. Yang-shan asked him, "Can my sons test their mettle against the young master?" "The rules are simple. Stepping out of the ring, fainting, or being unable to move all count as a loss." Zhenyan satisfiedly replied shortly, "Very well." Immediately, Yang-ming stepped onto the stage. He shouted, "Let's get it on!" Yang-shan stood aside, observing and calculating. In his head, "I really want to see that merchant brat," on his knees begging for mercy. Yang-shan was on the arena at that time, scanned Zhenyan and thought to himself, "How strange, the one in front of me is clearly not some merchant's son, but a battle-hardened veteran of the martial world, radiating an intense killing aura. Could it be that his victory over Yang-ho wasn't just a fluke?" Zhenyan raised his hand and said in disbelief, "Oh, you don't plan to draw your sword?" He replied, "I'll just wing it. You should worry about yourself instead." However, without letting him say another word, Zhenyan decisively threw a punch straight into his face. That single blow sent him flying out of the ring. In a split second, he slammed into the back wall, coughing up a spray of blood. Yang-min just collapsed like that, finally lying knocked out on the ground, in front of everyone's eyes. Yang-yun and Shen Zhaobai were both totally stunned, left completely speechless. Elsewhere, Yang-shan instantly crushed the teacup in his hand, his face gradually turning into a scowl. Zhenyan looked at the person before him and could only remind him, "For real, that's why I told you. Why didn't you draw your sword sooner?" And so, with a perfectly calm face, he shouted, "Next!" Yang-yun immediately turned to Shen Zhaobai and said, "I'll step up, Master Shen. Please look after my big brother." Zhaobai nodded. "All right." After saying that, Yang-yun leaped onto the ring and shouted, "Judging by your strength, there's no need to hide any tricks. Please give me some pointers, Master Li." Zhenyan smiled slightly and said, "After you, Master Yang." Right after that, Yang-yun began to take an offensive stance. He spoke in a low voice, "Here I come." After speaking, Yang-yun immediately gripped his weapon tightly and rushed toward Zhenyan. He unleashed countless sword strikes, forcing him to dodge while contemplating. Truly decisive. This guy is worthy of his blade. Then Zhenyan gently lowered his hand. With just one move, Yang-yun's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "What?" With just one hand, Zhenyan slowly brushed aside the tip of his sword. Every sword strike that nearly touched him, he would gently parry away. Yang-yun thought to himself, "He saw right through my sword path, and used only one hand to stop it." On the other hand, Zhenyan silently appraised him. This technique is enough to reach the 5th stage, but the internal power is only at the 3rd stage. He instantly used a technique in front of Yang-yun. In a heartbeat, his strike lunged straight at him like an arrow. Yang-yun quickly blocked it, but he was clearly struggling. His gaze began to waver. Zhenyan immediately unleashed the Badian 10-stage arts, striking like lightning, and finally, Yang-yun was taken down. Yang-shan stood on the sidelines, too stunned for words. Meanwhile, Shen Zhaobai said to Yang-ming, "Even the 3rd young master was folded that easily." He replied, "Maybe we should call it a day. If all 3 of us lose, I'm afraid it'll cause a scene." However, Shen Zhaobai shook his head in disagreement. "No way." The moment he said that, he swiftly leaped onto the stage. He knelt and bowed his head, addressing Zhenyan. "The young master is a master of fist techniques. I practice palm techniques, so how could I pass up this chance? Please, Master Li, show me your moves." Zhenyan looked at him with a brief flash of surprise. He raised his hands into a stance, feeling a surge of joy as he thought, "Finally someone who isn't mid. Then let's go." and with that both lunged from their spots and clashed head-on. In the center of the ring, either side held back, trading lethal blows. Just like that, attacks were continuously unleashed. Right then, Shen Zhaobai backed off, taking Zhenyan somewhat by surprise. He barked, "Is defense all you've got? Then try to tank this, revolved palm." Zhenyan calmly evaded his attack. He grinned and praised him. "Solid moves, but your telegraphing is way too obvious." With that, he snatched Shen Zhaobai's leg. Then, he crushed the limb in his grip. The man screamed out in agonizing despair. Zhenyan added, "Good fight, Master Shen," resulting in him coolly flipping Shen Zhaobai over and slamming him painfully into the ground. In an instant, only the silhouette of Shen Zhaobai remained on the stage, collapsed on the floor amidst a thick cloud of dust. Ouyang Min stood outside, lost in deep thought. He lost. Nothing cool about that. Zhenyan held his head and let out a soft huff. Then he turned to Ouyang Shan and reported, "The sparring session is over." He provoked him. "What's up, Ouyang clan head, not satisfied?" Ouyang Shan silently plotted in his mind. "Just facing a merchant guild son. And we lost all 3 matches. This guy is definitely built different. Even if I swapped in anyone else from the Ouyang family, it would be pointless, damn it! If this keeps up at the Emperor Council, we won't just lose our honor, we'll become a total laughingstock." Snapping out of his thoughts, Ouyang Shan let out a soft sigh. He spoke up, "Young master, shall we take a stroll?" A short while later, outside the market. While walking, Ouyang Shan remarked, "It really is a peaceful place. The number of suppliers for your guild must be quite high." Suddenly he stopped and said, "I'll cut to the chase. Do you want to join the Emperor Council? Not the Yangxia Merchant Guild, just you. Just join with the status of a priceless vessel. And the Emperor Council will protect the entire Yangxia Merchant Guild." Zhenyan asked curiously, "The Emperor Council?" "An organization led by the 4 great families, Nangong, Dugu, Murong, and Ximen. Except for the current heads of Ximen and Murong, Dugu and Nangong. But in the end, aren't they just a bunch of losers?" After the Woolen Alliance returned, centered around the 9 sects? Ouyang Shan nodded in response. "That's true, but why worry? At the end of the day, it's just an organization, in friendly competition with the Woolen Alliance." Hearing that, Zhenyan fell into deep thought. Word is the Ouyang clan just joined the Emperor Council. No wonder they're always so pressed about their image. At that point, Ouyang Shan cleared his throat and continued. "Rumor has it Ouyang Hao's underlings have been spilling the tea about you everywhere. Because of that, I've lost all my street cred. But I don't blame you. I only hope you'll come to the Emperor Council with me, so I can save some face. This isn't even that deep." He smiled brightly, but in his heart, he was calculating the situation. The only way is to let the eldest young master of Anxia Merchant Guild make others think you're one of my crew. However, Zhenyan said, "And what if I say no?" This made Ouyang Qing's expression turn sour. He asked him in confusion, "Why? There's literally no downside. Is the young master of a merchant guild really this slow at doing the math?" He replied, "What does your merchant guild descendant get from joining the Emperor Council? I'm not short on cash. And right now, I'm just vibing in comfort. If you don't want to throw hands, then whatever. This walk has been a total buzzkill." After saying that, Zhenyan turned and left. At that moment, Ouyang Qing shouted out, "Hey, eldest young master! I'm giving you one last chance. Do you really want to see Anxia Merchant Guild completely wiped out? With the power of the Ouyang clan, even if I spare your life, turning you into a criminal in the eyes of the world would be a total cakewalk. You think I'm capping? You think you can stop me? Right? Even so, do you dare to smoke the Emperor Council? Why are you ghosting someone's good intentions like this?" However, before he could say another word, Zhenyan had already grabbed his throat with immense force. He warned in a low voice, "Enough, you psycho, if I end you right now. Will the entire Ouyang clan be toast? Or what? Then I'll frame your eldest son as the killer." Claiming he did it out of a thirst for power. "Want to bet on it?" Ouyang Qing smirked and replied, "I've heard plenty of trash talk in my life. But that last part might be the most iconic. Truly a disrespectful brat with no regard for consequences. But those words, save them for when you've actually got the stats to back them up. This is the Demon Toxic Palm. I perfected it to counter the 4 great clan heads. No matter how cracked you are, can you even tank this?" However, Ouyang Qing's reaction at this moment was the complete opposite of what he had in mind. "What? My poison is being incinerated by lightning energy?" He clenched his teeth and let out a pained groan. The pain grew sharper by the second under Zhenyan's pressure. Zhenyan then tossed him aside like trash. The moment he was released, Ouyang Qing clutched his neck, trembling and gasping for air. Zhenyan said with his original energy, Is this all you've got? Must be because my Badian 10-stage technique has already reached stage 8. Oh Young-ha retorted, if you want to kill me, do it right here. If you kill me, you'll only become the enemy of the entire merchant guild. That's all. But the Emperor Council backing me will come for your head. How are you going to handle that, now that it's come to this? Who's the one actually catching an L? Zhen Yan gave his answer. The one catching the L is you, Ao Yangqing. For what you just said, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. A little later, in the KuBI Manor, Ao Yangming and Ao Yangyun were sitting in silence, deep in thought, while servants were busy bandaging their wounds. Then something caught their attention. Suddenly, at the gate, Zhen Yan grabbed Ao Yangqing by the head and marched in with zero chill. The group panicked and shouted for the clan head. Father! Ao Yangyun cried out in shock. Eldest young master, what is the meaning of this? Zhen Yan snapped back irritably. Shut up, or do you want me to make you look? Just like Ao Yangqing? From behind, Ao Yangyun asked in a low voice, Is my father still alive? He answered, He's still breathing for now, Mu Ren. Get a carriage ready outside. His subordinate immediately replied, Understood. Ao Yangyun stepped forward and asked the young master, You must give a reasonable explanation. For this matter, Zhen Yan smirked and asked, A reason? He said seriously. He threatened me, saying if I don't help, he will destroy the entire Anxia merchant guild, then turn me into a fall guy. Everyone in the Ao Yang clan was stunned hearing that and looked at him. He continued, Now I will go to the Emperor Council to report this. Guards, follow me now, to be witnesses for today's event. Shen Zhaobai spoke up in panic. Wait, young master, do you know where the Emperor Council is? The Emperor Council has no fixed headquarters, he replied to him. The gathering place is the mansions of the 4 great lords, so the closest is the Mu Rong clan. He nodded and said that's right. Then Zhen Yan ordered the guard team and Song, guarding not to let the young master act up. Hua Wen Yu take care of today's work, and send word to the Martial Arts Alliance. Hua Wen flusteredly replied yes. Zhen Yan gave the order. Let's go to the Mu Rong clan. By the afternoon, the carriage convoy was halfway there. The sun set at that time, gently shone on Zhen Yan's face. He was sitting in the carriage with Ao Yangqing's subordinate, and the man himself. At that moment, Ao Yangqing suddenly woke up. He asked Zhen Yan, where is the young master going? He replied indifferently to the Mu Rong clan. Ao Yangqing sighed upon hearing that. Then he turned to his subordinate. Hey, I'm thirsty, get me some water. The subordinate was embarrassed. I'm afraid the young master won't allow it. Zhen Yan sighed and laughed. He put his hand on the subordinate's head. Your master wants water, and you refuse him. How heartless. You guys are not from the Ao Yang clan. You're assassins, right? Right after saying that, Zhen Yan quickly used his power. Lightning from the sky struck the carriage in an instant. The carriage driver outside heard the noise behind and asked, Young master, what's wrong? Zhen Yan replied nothing. Let's go. And then he turned to the other subordinate. I'm asking you, are you hired assassins? That person obediently nodded yes. He asked gently, What is your organization called? That guy replied, It's the Jin Yin Assassin Guild divided into Jin and Yin. I belong to Yin. He secretly evaluated. Cool name, but you're just gold diggers. Ao Yangqing, how much did you pay them? Ao Yangqing was a bit suspicious hearing that. Why are you asking that? Zhen Yan said. Because your body is still intact in many places. Be smart and tell me, stop the carriage. He could only sigh and reply 800 taels per person. He calmly asked that subordinate, Is that amount okay for those assassins? The guy didn't really understand and said, It's more than generous. He shook his head and replied, That's not right. That 800 taels includes your life too. Your leader sold you to Ao Yangqing. After finishing the work at the Anxia Merchant Guild, you will also die by his hand. If he wants to avoid suspicion, killing assassins from his own family is the neatest way. He's so thorough, not wanting any stain. Since he's on the righteous path, you should understand. 800 taels for a life is really cheap. If you had worked hard training, you wouldn't be sold so cheaply. Fine. Those who kill for money don't deserve to be called human. You've spent your life doing things like that. You scumbags, there are 3 more assassins out there. A cripple and a corpse are enough for a robbery gang. A while later at the Mu Rong clan, the people there started buzzing. When they saw Zhen Yan and Ao Yangqing, isn't that the lord of the Ao Yang clan? Who's the person next to him? How did the lord end up like this? At that time, a man appeared heroically and shouted loudly, Brother Ao Yang, why did you come here? This is the head of the Mu Rong clan, Mu Rong Jin. He asked anxiously, What happened to your neck? Who is that person? I've never met him. I am Mu Rong Jin, head of the Mu Rong clan. This young lord is Zhen Yan, introducing quickly. I am the eldest young master of the Anxia Merchant Guild. After Zhen Yan finished speaking, he fell into a state of pondering Mu Rong Jin. But isn't the head of Mu Rong family Mu Rong Chu? Mu Rong Jin looked at Ao Yangqing standing nearby. Curiously, Brother Aoyang, why is the eldest young master with you? And why is he tied up like a criminal? Zhen Yan spoke up sharply. Let me tell it. Minutes later, Zhen Yan finished the story by saying, it went down like this. This is the gang hired by Ouyang Qing. Mu Rongjin's subordinate whispered a reminder. He dared to threaten the merchant guild. This is a very serious matter. Brother, if this news leaks out, the martial arts world will roast us. Why don't we just lock up the eldest young master instead? But Mu Rongjin asked, why did the young master of Anxia Merchant Guild come here? Is he reporting this because he's afraid of the fallout? Zhen Yan smiled slightly and replied, if Lord Murong were in my shoes, what would you do? Mu Rongjin pondered and calculated upon hearing that someone who killed my whole family and framed me. What else is there to do but take him out? But if that person is Ouyang Qing, then the Ouyang clan must be considered, along with the eyes of the martial world. Ouyang Qing growled and shouted, if you guys didn't mock me, didn't troll me for losing to a merchant guild's brat, if the lords in the council didn't laugh at me, it's all your fault because of your mockery. You caused this, so you must help me. What are you waiting for? Help me this time. I will do anything. However, Mu Rongjin warned him in a soft voice, stop it, don't be a clown anymore. Otherwise, I, Mu Rongjin, will also be looked down upon. Having said that, he used one hand to strike Ouyang Qing's pressure point hard. Zhen Yan stood by silently watching this scene. Mu Rongjin ordered his subordinates, imprison those 3 assassins. Watch them closely, don't let them die. The subordinates immediately replied, understood. Mu Rongjin saw that the situation was settled and spoke first. My apologies, young master. Our welcome was quite lacking. The Emperor Council cannot let such a person infiltrate. You've worked hard. If you're not leaving right away, why not have a meal with us? Zhen Yan nodded and said, that's fine. It makes the long trip worth it by nightfall. As the stars gradually appeared in the night sky, Mu Rongjin and Zhen Yan were currently in the room having dinner. Mu Rongjin observed Zhen Yan eating and drinking, then secretly commented, the young master of Anxia Merchant Guild actually surpassed the head of Ouyang. Where on earth did such a character come from? Then he spoke up. Young master, how should we handle this matter? Have you thought about it yet? I cannot kill Ouyang Qing with my own hands, but I will deal with him according to the rules. Zhen Yan was a bit surprised and asked, what do you mean? Mu Rongjin proposed sending Ouyang Qing to the Martial Arts Alliance. That way, the resentment of the Ouyang clan will fall on the alliance. It's also a way to protect both you and me. Even if the Emperor Council's reputation takes a hit, nothing is more important than this. The other heads will surely agree. Hearing him say that, he nodded in agreement. That's very reasonable. It's just a bit awkward to ask. Did the former head Mu Rongchu perform the Golden Basin hand-washing ceremony? Golden Basin hand-washing is a ceremony of washing hands in a gold basin, signifying a martial artist's retirement. Hearing these words, Mu Rongjin's eyes widened and he cried out in doubt, young master, your martial world intel is way too slow. My father has been missing for over a year now. Zhen Yan asked in shock, missing? Mu Rongjin sighed and explained, even the clan members have been sent out to search, but to this day, there is still no news. I have been living with a sense of being an unfilial son ever since. Zhen Yan recalled the events of a year ago, exactly when I was reincarnated. That means not only me, but Mu Rongchu is also dead. He muttered. Could it be that your father once faced off against the demonic cult? Mu Rongjin said with concern, it wasn't the underworld, but the demonic cult. But I heard they've been ghosting everyone for over 25 years. If the demonic cult truly rose again, how could they be so quiet? It's sus that they would only target my father. Zhen Yan could only sigh and shake his head, thinking, I never had beef with the demonic cult either, yet they suddenly appeared and jumped me. He continued to ask, if the former head was ganged up on by many swordsmen, what do you think? He replied, it would be a fierce battle, but my father definitely wouldn't be taken down easily by just a few swordsmen. At that moment, Zhen Yan blurted out, remembering the moment before he died, I once fought several people who survived even after being hit by 9th stage lightning, but with my current body of Li Zhen Yan, I couldn't even handle 8th stage lightning. Compared to my realm back then, it's truly abnormal. At the very least, they must have reached the realm of invincibility to weapons. Furthermore, if someone used weird dark arts and coordination, then the only ones who could hold their own would be those who stand above the entire world, existences belonging to the beyond heaven realm. He raised his wine cup, lost in thought. Even when his son went looking, not a trace was found. What on earth is the demonic cult hiding? What does the heavenly demonic cult actually want? Elsewhere, someone stepped forward and called out to the Sword Demon. Finally found it. The heavenly demon reported the Sword King's location. The Sword Demon smiled and replied, good work. You heavenly demons, get ready to move. It's time to hunt the king. A while later, the sky began to pour rain over the Murong clan estate. At that time, Zhen was still deep in thought. Even if the son went searching, the father couldn't find any trace of the demonic cult either. Why are their movements so low-key? What exactly is the demonic cult aiming for? He said to Mu Rongjin. Tell me more about the status of other top-tier masters. He muttered. The status? Not long ago, I met the Saber Emperor. He is still safe and sound. Actually, Senior Aoyang Qing once loudly complained that we mocked him. But looking back, it was the Saber Emperor who laughed the loudest. Everyone else just looked awkward, because the atmosphere was too serious. It's understandable that Lord Aoyang's pride was hurt. That's no-brainer. But the Saber Emperor isn't the type to care about such petty things. He usually just cold shoulders those he dislikes. As for the Sword Saint, I heard he went into seclusion 6 months ago. Even a senior from the Beyond Heaven realm still wants to grind some kind of martial arts. The Sword Emperor doesn't have a fixed home. He's usually wandering everywhere, so it's hard to track news about him. The last time he dropped by, I mentioned that my father had gone missing. Since then, there hasn't been any news. The Sword King, after semi-retiring, is focusing on training his disciples. At that moment, Mu Rongjin mentioned someone very familiar, causing Zhen, who was raising a cup of water to his mouth, to freeze in his tracks. As for the Fist King, his violent temper makes even my father wary, so no one knows his current situation. Perhaps he's traveling the world looking for an opponent, or is wiping out some underworld sect. It's really hard to vibe with someone like that. After hearing this, Zhen slowly lowered his water cup. He probed further. What exactly is the Fist King's personality like? And yet he's so hard to vibe with, he exclaimed in shock. You didn't know? Even the juniors of the Orthodox sect. He also considers them to be flexors. Then he'd straight up catch hands with the unorthodox seniors. Any master he finds annoying gets totally wrecked by him. As for the wicked heretics, he kills them on sight. Descendants of great clans have been slapped silly by him, and not just one or two people. Zhen recalled and could only sigh out loud. Suddenly Mu Rongjin spoke again. But he is a man of his word. A promise made is a promise kept, according to what my father said. It seems he lives a pretty lonely life, even with the seniors. He doesn't hesitate to throw down the gauntlet, making people feel like he was born to be a pure martial artist. Zhen countered his words, but he wasn't necessarily that lonely. Mu Rongjin asked back in surprise, What did you say? But he just said, Nothing, I just said the food is good. After saying that, he stood up to leave. Seeing that, he asked, Are you planning to return to the Merchant Guild now? He nodded. That's right. He continued, If there's nothing important lately, why don't you, young master, go to the Murim Alliance yourself? The next day at the Mu Rong clan estate, a joyful voice rang out. That's a great idea. If the young master personally steps up to testify, everything can surely be arranged as desired. Mu Rongjin then introduced someone to Zhen. Fortunately, there's someone from the Mu Rong clan on a mission nearby who is on the way back. You can go together. This is by Han Jing from the Murim Alliance. Han Jing looked over Zhen once, then said, Han Jing offers his greetings. Mu Rongjin then looked at Aoyang Qing and added, As for Aoyang Qing, we will escort the two of you separately. Just use light body skills to go ahead. Copy that. Zhen then remembered something and asked him for a favor. One more thing. While I'm away, I hope you can take good care of the Wenxia Merchant Guild. He confidently said, Please rest assured. The martial artists of the Mu Rong clan have already arrived to protect it. He joyfully clasped his hands in response. That's great. The kindness of the Mu Rong clan head. We will always remember. And one more thing. The assassins seem to belong to the Gold and Silver Society. I hope the Emperor's Society can investigate this organization. Once their hideout is found, I will also help. Mu Rongqiu lightly smiled and spoke. It's just a small matter, I understand. Suddenly Zhen said something. That caught Mu Rongjin's attention. Actually, the Mu Rong clan was already prepared for a fierce battle. Thanks to the head's wisdom in seeing through things, I can leave with peace of mind. He sincerely said the words, Thank you. After that, he left with Han Jing. Mu Rongjin just gave a wry smile and muttered, The young master of the Merchant Guild. Yet he's going into battle alone with such great ambition. He's truly a man to watch. 4 days later, while Han Jing walked behind, Zhen was silently sizing him up. He is just as dry and boring as I am. It's been several days and he's only said a few words to me. Suddenly a stranger bumped into him, making him cry out in surprise. Sorry, in that moment, he noticed a long scar on the face of the person who bumped into him. Han Jing immediately remembered the image on the wanted poster and wondered, a predator? Then he lowered his voice. It seems I just saw someone on the wanted list of the Murim public record. Dead or alive, it doesn't matter. He curiously asked, Is he one of those wicked heretics? He replied, Yes, it's dangerous. Stand back. and then Hanjing moved quickly, chasing after the other person. The person who just bumped into him saw him and immediately ran away. He was pushing down people around him while shouting, "Get out of the way!" Hanjing thought, he's so loud, but he's making a fast getaway. Lately, many heretics are salty about how the Murim Alliance acts, so they often kidnap and kill our members. And yet a wanted man dares to be so blatant, walking the streets without even hiding his face. As soon as he saw him stop in a deserted alley, he realized one thing: it was a trap after all. Looking at those two one-armed guys, they must have been defeated by the Alliance leader before. Hanjing spoke first. "Are you two still breathing? If you've got any life left in you, why didn't you seek revenge on the Alliance leader sooner? Why show off such a pathetic look instead? Using martial arts as bait like this?" The group excitedly fired back. Chopping off arms is the Alliance leader's hobby, but sending the heads of Murim Alliance disciples to him, that is our true pleasure. Suddenly, Zhen Yan appeared behind them and called out, "What an interesting pleasure." They shouted in shock, "Who are you? Since when have you been tailing us?" Zhen Yan just gave a disdainful smile and said, "Me? I'm just someone who finds pleasure in beating you guys up." Cha. At the same time, at the Wenxia Merchant Guild estate, a panicked voice rang out. Zhen Yan already left for the Murim Alliance. Minghu was being held back by Wenxia Merchant Guild members as he screamed, "Ouch, wait, why the Murim Alliance? Why? For what reason? Since when? How could this happen?" "Let me go! Who the hell are you people?" Huowen calmly explained regarding the rescue of the Ouyang clan head. According to the Mu Rong clan head's suggestion, the young master should testify in person, so he set off immediately. "These are guards from the Mu Rong clan, they're friends. Please let him go." Minghu slumped down, grumbling in a huff. "He had a date with me but just bailed like that?" Huowen asked curiously. "What kind of date?" He stared at Huowen, thinking irritably to himself, "The 100,000 palm strike. It's too embarrassing to say out loud." Then he yelled, "Damn it, if you don't tell me the next move, I'll take a dump right in front of the main gate. Did you not hear me or what?" Seeing this, Huowen immediately shut the estate gates and warned him, "If it's that important, you might as well chase after him and negotiate, that's all. Brother Minghu, I'm busy, so I'll take my leave." Minghu could only mutter a curse, "Damn it!" So he's ghosted me and headed straight for the Murim Alliance. "How dare you look down on me like that?" "Hey, I'm not just some rando. I'm the poisonous fox, Minghu. Since it's come to this, I'll charge straight into the Murim Alliance. What exactly is your move number 101-203, Zhen Yan?" Zhen Yan looked at Yin Ke sarcastically. "Oh, sorry, in front of your seniors. Who exactly is punishing whom? You useless thing." He pointed at himself smugly. "So I've finished baiting you. I'll take my leave now." "I have other business," he said sternly. "Yin Ke, are you going to take care of that private business?" He yelled furiously. "What? What did this bastard just say?" He calmly replied. "Why get so triggered, for a strong man? It happens once in a while," Zhen Yan said softly. "By Hanjing? Am I allowed to eliminate this public enemy?" He whispered. "Go ahead." Public enemies of the Murim Alliance have already been confirmed, with clear evidence, so they can be executed immediately. Zhen Yan cracked his knuckles and muttered, "Executed immediately, huh?" He looked at him in shock. In the 3 days of traveling together, it was the first time he saw him smile. He gave a devious smile and raised his voice. "How interesting." They drew their weapons in a panic. "This bastard!" Yin Ke swung a strike smugly. "Who's killing who?" He quickly dodged the daggers. He caught the blades that were flying toward him. A dagger struck the wall and was deflected. He jumped up, threw the blade back, and shouted, "Back at you!" Yin Ke turned pale in panic. He intentionally avoided hitting me to throw it elsewhere," he said sternly. "Yin Ke, how did you end up being the one getting cooked?" He rushed forward in a frenzy. "It's between men. No need to ask about your useless body. I'm just trying to refine it, you bastard. Your body doesn't seem to be all that anyway. Let me cripple it for good." His hand, filled with internal energy, lunged toward his groin area. Zhen Yan's face turned serious. "You dare!" And he threw a heavy punch down. Yin Ke's arm was instantly shattered by the blow. Yin Ke let out a scream of pure agony. He trembled and snarled, "You bastard!" Yin Ke thought in a panic, "I can't beat this guy." Facing death, he desperately blurted out, "I confess I'll go back to the Murim Alliance and face punishment." "Just don't touch me!" He sat down, looking puzzled. Why the sudden confession? He stammered, "This is how we end this. I have intel on other public enemies, how about that? With this condition, sparing me is way more worth it than another punch." A direct hit right to his face. He said softly, "No, I'm not part of the Murim Alliance. So your confession doesn't mean squat to me?" Zhen Yan looked at the bodies scattered across the ground. He whispered, "Actually, taking him back to the Alliance might be better. Hanjing said quietly. Don't bother. There are fates worse than death. Someone like him isn't worth our time. He said calmly, I'm hungry. He replied, Let's eat then. He nodded. Yeah, let's go. They headed to a crowded tavern. Hanjing said softly, You seem very experienced, young master. Watching that fight just now cleared up my doubts. He was confused. What doubts did you have? He then explained, I heard the Merchant Guild's young master defeated the heads of the Gu Yang family. I couldn't believe it at first, because your reputation hasn't spread across the Murim yet. He picked up some meat. That's understandable, he said calmly. He raised his voice, but witnessing that battle just now. You truly live up to the hype. I'll personally vouch for your strength. Don't you worry. He was startled. Thanks. But he thought to himself, he's suddenly acting sus by talking so much. Hanjing abruptly said, Young master, why don't you join the Murim Alliance? Though the pay is low and the work is grueling, all you need is skill, by order of the Alliance leader. Talent is what matters most here. With your background and power, joining us would definitely have its perks. Besides, I heard you have ties to the Emperor's Association. The Murim Alliance is totally different from them. The Emperor's Association offers easy work and much higher pay. But that organization revolves around noble families. It's hard for outsiders to climb the ladder. Noble families always look out for their own. Outsiders are just high-paid hires. Useless when a real war breaks out. They'll all scatter like autumn leaves. Zhenyan calmly chewed his rice. He recalled a previous offer. That makes sense. If the young master testifies in person, everything can be settled smoothly, Zhenyan said softly. But isn't the Emperor's Association the same way? That statement is a bit biased. Hanjing nodded. Yeah, you've got a point. Yin Yu looked down from above and mocked. So this isn't the Murim Alliance, but a club for trash-talking. He raised his voice to warn, Remember this carefully. Don't ever follow their lead and badmouth others behind their backs. Got it? The followers replied, Yes, sir. He spoke up loudly. My Emperor's Association is being compared to fallen leaves? That's hilarious. Hanjing stood up immediately and said softly, My bad. It was just a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me. Give me your name so I can apologize properly. He replied, Oh? I am Autumn Wind, Luoye. They went back to their conversation. Zhenyan said softly, It's my bad, let's just drop it. Don't sweat it. Hanjing replied, Understood. Is he here? For the matter concerning the Zhu Yangshen as well? By the looks of it, he's definitely from the Emperor's Association. Not sure yet, but if he is, he's definitely here for the Dragon Phoenix Grand Ceremony. He nodded. Ah, the Dragon Phoenix Grand Ceremony. Hanjing asked excitedly, Is the young master interested too? You're young and your martial arts are top tier. You're more than qualified to join. The Dragon Phoenix Grand Ceremony is a massive event, watched by the entire Murim. It's an invaluable experience. He said calmly, I'm not interested. He was confused. Even though it's a great chance to build your name, you still don't want to? He replied, Fame isn't something you can force. When you're strong enough, fame will find its own way to you. Hanjing sighed. That's a shame, I heard. The Alliance leader. I will reward the winner with top-tier elixirs. He raised his voice. I'm in. Hanjing stood frozen. Young master, you sure changed your mind fast. He said calmly, My bad. Whatever. Everyone has their moments of poor judgment. Anyway, we should have talked about the elixirs from the start. The sunset glow hit the roadside stall as his voice rang out. The food was great, thanks, boss, Hanjing shouted. Young master, just a bit further and we'll reach the Murim Alliance. Nganwit smugly pushed past and mocked them. Moving this slow right at the gates? I thought this was a trash talk club. Now that I look at it, it's just a club for slowpokes, he thought to himself in annoyance. This is so irritating, he shouted. Young master! From here, why don't we try flying like the autumn wind for once? He was puzzled, but still agreed. Sure, let's do it. Hanjing dashed forward and yelled. Then let's go. The diners behind them roared in anger. Those rude brats did that on purpose. Look, they're even kicking up a dust storm intentionally. Nganwit snapped his fan shut and shouted, Ngan tuit! You and the guests take your time following behind. Let me show them what real King Gong looks like. They looked at his retreating back and cheered. Young master, please teach them a lesson. Left behind, Non-Tweet was confused. What's he up to now? The rolling mountains blended with the Murim Alliance, creating a beautiful sight, pleasing to the eye. Chan Fong led the way. He quickly leaped in front of the main gate. He calmly brushed the dust off his clothes. Hanjing was flustered. How are you so fast? He saw Nganwit's shadow flash by. He told himself now that it's come to this. The two used the platform as a spring to launch forward. Hanjing thought, The Emperor's Association will definitely win, as he face-planted into the ground. Hanjing panicked. Young master, who won? I think I saw myself ahead by a hair. Ngenwit was furious. Shut it, you slowpoke subordinate. Are you blind? He trembled and spoke. Hurry up and tell us. Zhenyan paused for a moment. A familiar figure standing behind them spoke up. Does that even matter? They shouted in shock, Alliance leader! He smiled gently and spoke softly. In any case, the winner is the young master over there. Hanjing was flustered. Alliance leader Qin Hong reassured him. Hanjing, you've worked hard. Nganwit bowed his head and said, I am Hoa Nganwit. From the Hoa clan, my respects to the Alliance leader. He looked towards him and said softly, So this must be the young master of the Manhwa Merchant Guild. Nganwit sized him up. This guy dared to seriously injure the KuDuan clan head? How should I handle this? He spoke calmly. I am Lai Zhenyan from the Manhwa Merchant Guild. He calmly introduced himself. I am Lu Qin Hong, the Murim Alliance leader. You're here for the Dragon Phoenix Grand Ceremony, right? He nodded. That's right. He said softly, I wish you luck. You two are heading to the main hall. Aren't you? Mind if I join you? Zhenyan nodded. Sure thing. He bowed and let Qin Hong lead the way. Nganwit suddenly spoke up from behind. Young Master Lai Zhenyan, it's a pleasure to meet you at the Dragon Phoenix Grand Ceremony. With that, he turned and walked away. Qin Hong said calmly, Your Qinggong Hanjing? Seems to be bottom of the barrel. He panicked. No way, I thought we arrived at the same time, he explained calmly. Young Master Hoa clearly wasn't going all out. Since he's here for the ceremony, he likely wants to save his strength and size up his opponents at the same time. Though I'm not sure what happened. It seems you couldn't stand losing, Hanjing. That's why you tried so hard to keep pace. He looked towards him, embarrassed. Young master, did you know all along? Zhenyan nodded with a smile. He shyly mumbled, Scheming and plotting over such a petty matter, he reminded them in a soft voice. But it's really nothing to sweat about. Who doesn't hide their true power before a duel? That's just a given. He mumbled under his breath, for sure. He gave a calm, slight smile. Don't feel ashamed at the Murim Alliance. Inside the Grand Assembly Hall, Qin Hong walked in among his close associates. He spoke in a low tone. Sir, you've arrived. He raised his hand to signal, Yeah. Everyone else, step out. Just leaving the young master from the Merchant Guild is enough. Regarding the Zhu Yang affair, as long as it's confirmed the young master isn't involved, everything will be settled. They quickly replied, Yes. Gradually, only the two of them remained in the hall. He turned around and said calmly, Step closer, Junior. He answered nervously, Yes, Alliance leader. Zhenyan stepped up to stand beside him, his brow furrowed. He was deeply confused. It had been ages since he stood face to face this close. The Murim Alliance leader, Lu Qin Hong, a man, second only to the three ultimate stars, in terms of reputation and respect. Furthermore, during the final clash with the demonic cult, the Battle of Five Tombs, it was he who brought the three ultimate stars back to the Jianghu, leading the charge and commanding the entire Orthodox faction. Truly a venerable figure. He spoke up suddenly. But you sure have a cold vibe. Living in the Jianghu, I often meet people like you. But they are consistent from start to finish. So I feel comfortable around juniors like you. Zhenyan said softly, Is that so? He laughed heartily with satisfaction. You look much better when you smile. Yeah, I've been curious for a while now. Are you the successor of the Fist King? Zhenyan was a bit taken aback. Qin Hong flusteredly corrected himself. I meant your master. How many techniques did you learn from the Fist King? He frowned in annoyance. How do you know about that? He was confused. Huh? Why the attitude? You practice fist techniques, don't you? He replied, Yes. He continued, And you can control lightning chi, right? He confirmed, Correct. Qin Hong said softly. In the Murim, the sects specialized in lightning chi include the 4 clans and 4 gates. Namkong, Bakli, Ngoliu. One gate switched to sword techniques. Namkong followed the Taoist way. Bakli, after many failures, also gave up. So that leaves only the Ngolu sect of the Fist King. Though a sect with only a single successor is a bit of a stretch to call a sect. He forced a nervous smile, as expected of the Murim Alliance leader. He spoke calmly. That's right. I am indeed the successor of the Fist King. Qin Hong looked at him with great joy. He patted his shoulder and said softly, What a fate. I had a hunch. Those who master lightning chi usually carry a powerful domineering aura. From the gaze, the aura, the voice, even the personality, everything is like lightning. Because of that, I don't have any particularly fond memories of the Fist King. He once wanted to become a bolt of lightning to tear the sky apart. Who could be friends with someone who only wants to cut down the heavens? Right? The air in the great hall seemed to freeze as he continued. Is your master still doing well? I haven't heard any news from him in a long time. He calmly came up with a plausible excuse. He's like the former head of the Mo Dung clan. He has also gone missing without a trace. You mean Mo Dung so? He was confused. Or is it just because the Fist King's lineage is always low profile? He shook his head. No, this time communication is completely lost. In his head, he silently added, forever. Chin Hong's shoulders slumped as he replied pensively. I will report this news to the three ultimate stars. One by one, the Murim powerhouses are vanishing. Could it be that the demonic cult is making a move? If the demonic cult resurfaces, we'll have no choice but to fight like last time. Ah, you weren't even born back then. He asked skeptically, you mean the Battle of Five Tombs? Ching Hong then explained. The Battle of Five Tombs has been widely talked about. But after that, there was one more battle. Back then, the three ultimate stars faced off against just one demonic great grandmaster. Just one person. Who could possibly understand that tragic feeling? Every time I hear that the sword god is still in secluded meditation, I'm reminded of that moment. Even though it was a battle to settle the score between good and evil, the three ultimate stars had to gang up on a single man. That is the secret history I often tell the Alliance. They are also the reason why we must never stop getting stronger. If that demonic great grandmaster left any descendants, they would probably be around your age. He gently patted the back of Jen Yun's hand, advising him to be cautious. Junior, you must become even stronger. You must be absolutely dominant and more selfish. Chin Hong smiled and said softly, oh, and about the Ju Yang affair, don't sweat it. Since you're the successor of the Fist King, there's no reason to suspect you. Ju Yang will be locked up in the Thunder Prison. The decision has been made. You're participating in the Dragon Phoenix Grand Ceremony, right? Go get some rest. He quickly replied, thank you, Alliance Leader. The flag of the Murim Alliance was fluttering in the wind. Zhen Yen walked down the deserted hallway. His eyes were full of deep thought. He recalled the words he had uttered. A demonic great grandmaster once fought the three ultimate stars alone. Who on earth was it? Chin Hong said nonchalantly. The peak of the demonic path needs no name. He asked skeptically, is he really dead? He said sternly. We slashed him over and over, then burned him to ashes. After that, we scattered the ashes all over Huangshan. Wuyi Mountain, Mount Tai, Mount Lu, and Mount Imi. If disaster strikes again because of that, whether it's a descendant or whatever, I will wipe them out until not even a speck of ash remains. His eyes glanced around. The silhouette of the Alliance leader standing alone in the grand hall didn't look like the Jiang Hu Sr. I had always respected, but rather like a monster created by the Jiang Hu. It was as if I wasn't facing the demonic path or the orthodox faction, but a different kind of monster altogether. And I might be no different. Thinking about it, this Jiang Hu, where the demonic and orthodox sects slaughter each other, is no different from the Asura realm. Hanjing spoke up suddenly. Did the talk go smoothly? He nodded and said softly, by Warren, it went very smoothly. He thought to himself. It's not convenient for the young master to stay in the Alliance. I found a place outside. Let me show you the way. He replied gratefully, thank you. Hanjing led him to the inn and said softly, this is the place. He replied calmly, thanks. He opened the door and continued, I made sure to get a room that gets plenty of sunlight. I hope it's okay. A figure in the room suddenly spoke up. Oh, you're here? Hanjing was startled. Who are you? He sighed and said softly, you've finally arrived. Minghu swung his legs and said grumpily, it's so spacious and fancy, it's actually making me sick. And here I am pulling all-nighters just to get here. Damn it! He asked skeptically. How did you even find this place? He said proudly, I just went to every inn and asked if there was a room under the name Li Zhenyan. That was it, easy peasy. With that, he threw his umbrella straight onto the floor. Here, 100,000, all of it. I'm a man of my word. And to ask the next question, this stubborn fox rode horses and took boats. Struggling all the way here, Minghu snapped, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and tell me! Zhenyan sighed helplessly. Bai Mo. Around here, is there any place suitable for training? Hanjing was surprised. A place to train? Actually, I know a spot. He led them to a nearby waterfall. He signaled, follow me. Hardly anyone comes here. It's perfect for training. I and the others from the Alliance often come here. Minghu looked around and couldn't stop admiring. It's really spacious. He turned and said softly, thanks. Hanjing replied, it's nothing. Then Bai Mo will take his leave first. The first young master and also, Minghu said smugly. Stubborn fox Tai Minghu is right here. He said softly, "Young Master Tai." Hanjing took his leave. Minghu asked curiously, "You're gonna train too? You're already OP as it is, and you can even shoot lightning." Zhen Yan explained calmly. "Relying solely on the 100 battles 10-stage art isn't enough. My internal energy has thickened. Now I want to master the Yihua divine art." He was confused. 100 what? What the heck are you talking about? He quickly jumped back and sighed. How could an ignoramus like you understand? He yelled in anger, "You bastard, are you looking down on me?" "I'm asking you again, are you really disrespecting me?" Zhen Yan's toe lightly touched the water's surface. He said sternly, "Listen carefully, I'm only saying this once. The 100 battles 10-stage art I practice is a supreme technique, specializing in offense. But you can't defeat top-tier masters with just offense." Ripples of electricity spread out through the moving water. He raised his voice. "When facing a master, you must know how to exploit the opponent's own moves. Know how to parry, how to counterattack. The martial art that focuses on those skills is the Yihua divine art." He was stunned. Exploit the opponent's moves? For real? He calmly continued. "And the ultimate secret of the Yihua divine art is void object manipulation. This martial art allows you to control objects from a distance, without even laying a hand on them. You can even snatch their weapons away. For a close combat specialist like me." Zhen Yan calmly plucked a flower petal. He pointed towards Minghu and said powerfully, "This is the exact martial art I need the most." He nodded. "Oh, so it's basically like a pickpocketing skill for thieves, right?" A bolt of lightning struck Minghu directly. His body fell down limply. He said sternly, "Stop trying to understand things with that pea-sized brain of yours." He replied, Okay, I get it." He continued calmly, "Well, you understood a little bit, didn't you? The effort of hitting you 100,000 times was worth it. How does it feel to achieve your goal?" He held out his hand and looked at the calluses in annoyance. "Look at these." "What feeling?" "My arms just got swole, that's it." "You jerk, couldn't you teach me in a nicer way?" Zhen Yan thought to himself in disappointment. "At first I saw a bit of potential in you, which is why I gave you a chance. But not everyone can seize an opportunity. Let's see if I should give you a harder assignment then." He explained softly, "In your 100,000 sword swings, only one single swing was actually useful." Zhen Yan picked up the umbrella and swung it hard. He continued calmly, "When you want to parry, strike an enemy or deflect a weapon, you must use the most perfect swing out of those 100,000. If you can't, you're toast." Minghu muttered, "The most perfect swing." He explained nonchalantly, "Find the strongest swing in 100,000 repetitions. Choose the most accurate horizontal slash in 200,000. Pick the fastest and most precise thrust, and out of 300,000 stabs. Then link them effectively. Rearrange the sequence. That is what a technique is. The masters of each sect then research, improve and refine them, repeating that practice until it reaches perfection. That is what swordplay is. Is it over once you learn the swordplay? Not at all. Application and real combat are two different things. You must accumulate real battle experience. And you should also watch your mouth, lest you lose your life before finishing your training." Minghu collapsed, completely overwhelmed. His face went pale as he whispered, I get it now. Now I fully understand why you Murim folks always end up with chi deviation. It's simply because you're all a bunch of psychos, pure lunatics." He questioned him nonchalantly. "You really think there's no one crazier than you in the Jianghu?" He muttered in response, "Not necessarily." Zhen Yan said softly, "Don't worry. I don't plan on teaching you any high-level swordplay." He panicked. "Wait, why? Wouldn't that make it harder to level up?" "Like you said, countless people in the world learn swordplay from great sects before me, and they're even more grind-heavy than I am." He raised his voice. "Minghu joining a famous sect to learn prestigious swordplay, and having a legendary master, that's not everything. Becoming powerful is a much deeper matter. It's about the story of who lives their life more seriously. That's all." Zheng Hong's footsteps faltered. He looked down at the two of them from the cliffside. Hanjing looked flustered. "Forgive me, Alliance Leader. I didn't know you were planning to cultivate, so I brought these two along," he said softly. "It's fine, just consider it a fun little show." He raised his voice. "Anyway, if we're talking about the most legendary swordplay, since the dawn of the Jianghu, 9 out of 10 people would mention the Dugu 9 swords." Minghu beamed. "Ah, the Dugu 9 swords. I've heard of that. When I was a kid, I used to run around with a stick, shouting Dugu 9 swords the whole time." He calmly interrupted, "As they say, there is only one path that ever surpassed the Dugu 9 swords." He was puzzled. "What is it?" Zhen Yan said calmly. "It's the path of the one who was drunk on the sword. Zhenjiao Hangong." He was confused. Zhenjiao Hangong? I've never heard that name before. He calmly recounted. This person didn't come from any sect, but if you want to make it in the Jianghu, you must first know his story. Zhenjiao Hangong was originally a performer in a dance troupe. He learned sword dancing from a young age. He nodded and teased. Ah, so like those thirsty dance moves, where you use a sword to slice off people's clothes, right? He calmly confirmed, exactly. He gasped, for real? Zhen Yan continued, yeah. They say he often practiced sword dancing with the older sisters who raised him. No one knows what he was thinking back then, because he didn't want to hurt the sisters, who had sheltered him. That boy tirelessly refined his sword dance for 15 years. A person training his sword skills for 15 years just to avoid hurting others. When a person like that learns lethal blade techniques, his enlightenment exploded, and because of that, he created a swordplay that surpassed even the Dugu. 9 swords hailed as the best in the world. That is the path of the world's #1 man. Minghu nodded. That's a pretty epic story. He continued calmly. But was that sword dance some kind of transcendent martial art? It wasn't. Zhen Yan pointed at his chest and said loudly, the sophistication of the technique or the sect's fame doesn't matter at all. The difference is that he lived with extreme intensity. For those 15 years, the question of how strong a person gets is the same. Do you want to live like a sewer rat or a stubborn fox? That's all, he smirked. Is that all? Keep talking. He looked at the boy's hand and asked, any regrets? Minghu said firmly. Not a single one, Zhen Yan grabbed the umbrella from his hand. He spun around and performed a powerful horizontal sweep with the umbrella, Zhen Yan said sternly. Did you get that? Minghu snapped back. I'm not stupid, I got it. Not just 100,000 times. I'll swing this sword 1,000,000 times just to show you. Zheng Hong looked down from above and marveled. The 3-talent swordplay? The first young master really knows how to hype things up. His eyes remained fixed on the two of them. How long has it been since I felt this at peace? Training with friends? Old memories began to flood back to him. During his years with the Murim Alliance, friends had drifted away, and his subordinates had aged and passed on one by one. Zheng Hong watched them for a long time. He whispered, since I've witnessed such an interesting scene, I should probably prepare a little gift. Time slowly ticked by. Zhen Yan cultivated while the boy practiced his umbrella swings. The surging spiritual energy took him by surprise. Massive, heavy boulders were lifted by him as if they weighed nothing. Minghu looked over, feeling a bit salty. The rain began to drizzle, but the two of them still hadn't returned. Minghu's voice rang out, 32,306. He glanced toward him. Zheng Hong suddenly stepped forward and said softly, how is the cultivation going? He gasped in shock. Alliance leader? He gave a kind smile and gestured. Come here, I have something to discuss with you in private. Zhen Yan stopped training, jumped down, and spoke politely. It's been a long time, Alliance leader. Zheng Hong nodded. I've seen you practicing several times. You're quite a hard worker. Minghu's eyes were glued to him, marveling internally. That old man is truly the legendary Alliance leader of the Jianghu? Wait, how on earth does Li Zhenyan know the Alliance leader? He asked softly. And who is that junior brother over there? He stepped in front of him and spoke softly. This disciple is Tai Minghu. I pay my respects to the Alliance leader. Zheng Hong looked at the scar on his cheek and remarked, that wound on your cheek looks like a sword scar. He was startled. It wasn't a sword, it was a short blade. He asked skeptically, how did that happen? He stammered, that was, he said softly. Was it during a duel or perhaps while training? Minghe was still at a loss for words. He shouted in embarrassment. I used to run a casino. During a dispute with a deadbeat who wouldn't pay, he pulled a knife and stabbed me through the cheek. Zheng Hong looked over calmly. Minghu bowed his head, his face flushing red in panic. I accidentally told the truth? And right in front of the Alliance leader, no less. People usually make up cool stories about epic duels or training accidents. But I had to mention casino debts. Tai Minghu, you're such an idiot. Zheng Hong said softly, so that's how it was. He pulled up his sleeve and spoke gently. I also have a scar that hasn't faded. My father used to run a tavern. He sold wine and did logistics on the side. One day I saw someone getting jumped by drunks in the tavern. Back then I wasn't a sword master like I am now. I just grabbed a stick and started swinging wildly. They were just a bunch of drunks, not experts. No one died, but I beat them to a pulp. My father rushed over looking terrified and quickly bandaged my hand. I didn't even realize at the time that my hand was bleeding. He immediately carried me on his back and ran. It had been so long since I'd been on my father's back like that. His shirt was torn. That scrap of sweat-soaked fabric remained wrapped around my arm. Maybe that's why this scar never faded. In the Jianghu, everyone carries a story. The sun began to peek out. Zheng Hong closed his umbrella and asked quietly, "Is that ragged umbrella your weapon?" He was flustered. "Oh, it's just something I borrowed from this brother here." He gripped the umbrella in his hand and said softly, "I see. Then this time let me lend you something else." Minghu took his umbrella and gasped, "Whoa, it's so heavy!" He explained calmly, "That is the Wu Ti Wusan, a gift to me from the Murong clan. The frame and ribs are all made of black iron. Its weight and durability make it a perfect weapon. No matter how many times you swing it, it won't break. I am entrusting it to you now." Minghu gave a forced laugh and thanked him. "I don't know if a nobody like me is worthy of such a precious treasure." He raised his voice. "Minghu!" He jumped. "Yes, Alliance Leader." He asked softly, "Do you regret living a wayward life?" He couldn't react in time and stood frozen. Water dripped from the umbrella onto the ground. The puddle reflected his face. Minghu bowed his head and whispered, "Yes." Zheng Hong gave a gentle smile. He nodded and said softly, "If you choose to live rightly today, to atone for your past, that is enough. Doing so proves that you are a person worthy of respect. There's no need to let the past weigh heavy on your heart." He bit his lip and whispered, "Yes." He said calmly, "Being around this old man for too long isn't much fun. I'm going to get some rest. I'll see you at the Dragon Phoenix Grand Ceremony." He quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Zheng Hong turned and said softly, "Whether you throw punches or dance with that umbrella, I hope to meet you on the righteous path next time." Minghu silently watched his retreating back. Zhen Yan raised his voice. "Come on, let's go. It's lunchtime." He said sternly, "Go ahead. I want to stay and practice a bit more." He suddenly burst into laughter. "Gifted a weapon by the Alliance Leader." That laughter gradually became distorted. Then the sound of muffled sobbing rang out. He turned around, confused, unsure if it was laughter or crying. A few days later, before the Longfeng Grand Ceremony, the shouts of the participants were powerful. The young masters and rising stars of the martial world. Liu Lin raised her voice. "Does anyone know what the night offering is? The Longfeng Grand Ceremony has way too many people. Everyone is tired of waiting for the qualifiers. That's why we have this night offering. Today, anyone who wants to test their skills can spar freely. But the bottom line is, if you feel your skills are mid compared to everyone here, then don't even bother entering the Longfeng ceremony. The martial world doesn't need a ceremony full of nobodies who just bore the audience to death." The crowd below cheered, "Facts!" He looked down with great interest. "Night offering, huh? Interesting." His voice echoed. "Hey, you with the umbrella, you've got quite the mouth, don't you? Show me what you can actually do with that umbrella." Minghu in the crowd was flustered. "Wait, what? Are you guys seriously trash-talking my weapon again?" He frowned in annoyance. "This jerk? I can't even focus." The crowd below wouldn't stop gossiping. He's really using an umbrella as a weapon? Well then, use that umbrella to make a move. The crowd gradually cleared away. He raised his voice. "Didn't the Martial Arts Alliance once ban umbrellas as weapons? What's all this noise about?" Zhen Yan looked at him, getting all heated, and sighed. Even among all these experts, his stubbornness hasn't changed at all. He's a total crackhead. Minghu yelled out, "Do you even know who gave me this umbrella?" He brandished the umbrella and shouted, "Fine, I'll indulge you this once. I am Tai Minghu, the man who has practiced the downward strike hundreds of thousands of times. And recently, my master has also taught me horizontal strikes and thrusting techniques." Everyone was whispering nonstop. "Isn't that just amateur training? Just ignore him. He'll give up after he falls a few times." A figure stepped forward and spoke loudly. "Did he just mention the Sankai swordplay? Seems like his master is quite something, teaching things that even street thugs know." Shang Tuan looked at him with disdain. "I wasn't planning on making a move, but I can't stand by and let someone like you enter the grand ceremony." He said calmly, "I'm not really vibing with that ceremony, but if it's a fight, I won't back down." "Bring it!" Both stepped onto the arena stage. Zhen Yan intently watched their movements. Minghu raised his umbrella. His eyes widened. He growled, swinging the umbrella, "Strike first and strike hard." Shang Tuan looked at the umbrella tip and marveled, "Damn, that's fast." A move flashed right past his face. The umbrella slammed heavily into the ground. The atmosphere between them was incredibly awkward. Minghu panicked. An umbrella was naturally shorter than a sword. "In that case," Shang Tuan charged forward with his spear, shouting, "Even with your own weapon, you don't even know how to use it right." He stopped abruptly, stunned. The crowd below looked on in disbelief. "Hey, what is he doing? Is he running away?" Minghu thought smugly. Better dip for now. Minghu felt a bit humiliated. But for him, staying alive was everything. They chased each other like a game of cat and mouse. The people below kept exclaiming, "I've never seen a duel as bizarre as this one." Shang Tuan swung his spear to attack his legs. Ming-Hu lost his balance and hit the floor. He yelled out, "You idiot! Did you really think you could run around in circles on this cramped arena? Running like a little mouse is honestly hilarious. Get up, I'll show you a real move." Ming-Hu scoffed. "So annoying, first you knock me down, and now you tell me to stand up? This total jerk. How am I even supposed to work with this?" He successfully sparked fury in his eyes. Shang Tuan swung his spear forward. Ming-Hu grabbed the spear's tail and thought, "All right then, it should be fine by now." He quickly swung his umbrella up, but it didn't reach Shang Tuan. He panicked. "Aw, damn it, it's still too short." He provoked him smugly. "Just learned the horizontal sweep a few days ago, and as expected, it's still way too clumsy. Your sword strikes probably aren't much better. As for how to actually strike, let me show you." He quickly retracted his spear, making Ming-Hu lose his balance. The crowd below was hyped up. "What was that? This is a total beatdown, right? Where did that loudmouth from earlier go? Hurry up and end this match already." Ming-Hu struggled heavily to block every blow. Shang Tuan raised his leg high. He threw a kick aimed straight at his face. Blood sprayed from his mouth as Ming-Hu's gaze went blank. He looked up at Zhen Yun in a panic. "Ah, shoot, everyone saw that. This is so embarrassing." Jihong's voice echoed again. "Regretting living like a loser?" He stopped to regain his balance, Ming-Hu's blood dripping into a pool. He laughed out loud like a maniac. Shang Tuan was confused. "Are you crazy? Still haven't come to your senses?" He charged with his spear. "Fine then, I'll put you out of your misery." He watched the spearhead rushing toward him and wondered, "Do I regret ever living as the lowest of the low? Yes, I regret it to my core." Ming-Hu swung his umbrella high. "That's why from now on I'll live for myself." The heavy umbrella headed straight for Shang Tuan. He said triumphantly, "Hey, thanks for closing the gap." A massive blow came crashing down. Shang Tuan immediately fell flat on the arena. Everyone turned pale. What? That umbrella? How could it have such terrifying power?" Ming-Hu was panting, then suddenly flashed a cocky smile. He burst into a hearty, satisfied laugh. Ming-Hu pointed the umbrella tip at Zhen Yan and shouted, "Hey, my brother and formidable master! Thanks for saving me, I'll never forget your teachings and will definitely pay you back. Because I am the lone guardian!" He roared in triumph. "I won!" Zhen Yan smiled slightly while looking at him. The crowd below was confused. Did he really just win? No way, he took down his opponent with a single hit from an umbrella? He grinned arrogantly. "Just a bunch of small fry acting tough." Ming-Hu cursed under his breath. "Damn it! I don't have a lick of energy left." He said sternly, "Is this over? I'm leaving." "Hold it." A group of people tried to step forward. "Where do you think you're going? You think you're a genius just because you won one match? Let me teach you some manners." "No, let me handle him." Ming-Hu's face darkened as he shouted, "Seriously, what a bunch of jerks. Relax and take turns." He looked at them and sighed. "These guys are like leeches. Snap out of it, Tai." Zhen Yan suddenly leaped down to Ming-Hu. His gaze was stern. He suppressed them, sending the crowd into a panic. What is this pressure?" they whispered. "Who are you supposed to be?" He replied calmly, "Just a participant of the Long Feng Grand Ceremony." Ming-Hu was confused. "What? Why did you come down here?" Zhen Yan said softly. "It's just the pre-party. I came to have some fun." Ming-Hu smirked. "You guys are toast now. Because my master is about to wreck your faces." They turned pale. The master of that umbrella guy? His sharp gaze swept over them all. "Ah, these bastards. They came at me like rabid dogs. But look at them shaking in their boots now that they've met Li Zhen Yan." They kept pushing each other forward. "You want to go first?" "No, after you." Ming-Hu's vision began to blur. He told himself, "Be strong. This really is the most wonderful thing in the world." Yin Yu caught him and said softly, "Pardon the interruption, everyone, but it's getting late. How about we stop here and save the fighting for tomorrow's official match?" The crowd below started buzzing. "Isn't that the young master from the Hua family?" "Since I carry the Hua family name." "He's as handsome as the rumors say." He raised his voice. "First, young master, if you want to take the top spot in the Long Feng Grand Ceremony, then don't waste your breath causing trouble here." He turned around, looking flustered. "Are you Qifeng Luoye?" He shouted angrily. "Hua Yin Yue!" The crowd below quickly cleared out. What you're saying makes sense. Fine, let's leave it at that." Yin Yu chuckled softly. "Didn't expect to run into you here. Is the first young master staying here too?" "Me too. Why don't you swing by my room for a drink? I have a gift I want to give you," Zhen Yan said nonchalantly. "Yeah, sure." He looked toward Ming-Hu and spoke up. "Great, see you in half an hour? Young master, you've left quite an impression too. Peace out." He stammered, Yeah. Injuk took in this entire scene. The bright moonlight lit up the inn room. Yinya sat in the room enjoying tea. He looked up. Yinsha walked over angrily and said sternly, "Brother!" He smirked. "That's beyond rude." She raised her voice. "I saw the whole thing. Why did you stop her match?" He said calmly. "The first young master is a powerhouse aiming for the championship. I'm also aiming for that spot. So there's no need to let the world see his true strength too soon. What do you think of the first young master after meeting him?" She said flatly. "He seems really strong." He continued, "I didn't misjudge him. Earlier during the light footwork contest, he intentionally slowed down to wait for us to catch up. He controlled the distance between us, precision to the millimeter. He's a total pro with a lot of experience. Now what should we do? I originally came here to take down all the heirs of the prestigious families in the Imperial Assembly. But maybe it's better to back out this year." She was shocked. "What? Is the first young master that strong?" Yinyu said softly. "Schwayer, haven't you realized yet? Even though he has some martial arts skills, he didn't use any inner energy. With just raw physical strength alone, he was enough to crush everyone who was there that day. Well, are you happy now? Now that you're in this state, might as well just listen to father and get married off." Yinshu was taken aback. What? He said nonchalantly. "Compared to an arranged marriage with some family, isn't it better to have the support of the world's top merchant guild? Didn't you come to my room at first because you were curious too? What, do you want to ask about my relationship with him?" She frantically clarified. "Not at all. I'm just curious how strong he really is." "All right, that's enough." He waved his hand teasingly. "Think about it. If the first young master wins the championship, it'll be too late to regret it then." She stepped out the door and yelled, "Brother, seriously, I said it already." "He's not my type." Yinshuk suddenly froze. He said softly, May I come in?" He smiled with pure amusement. "Excuse me?" Yinshui walked right into the doorframe. Jinyen turned pale, looking at her. Yinshui thought to herself, "This is driving me crazy." Looked at her well-dressed, a bit confused. "Doesn't look much like it, right?" Yin Yu raised his voice. "It's rare to find a like-minded friend. If we have to face off in the arena before we can even build a friendship, it's really no fun at all. As you can see, she's the type of girl who's no different from a man." She yelled angrily, "Brother!" She nervously introduced herself. "I'm Hua Junshui," he said calmly. "I'm Li Zhenyan." Yinshui poured tea for both of them. The atmosphere at the table was terrifyingly awkward. She was flustered. "Why am I even here?" Yin Yu signaled with a wink. "Please give this to the first young master." She was flustered. "Why does it have to be me?" he said loudly. "First young master, Yin Shui just said that. She was really impressed when she saw you. It seems she wants to give you a gift. Would you accept it?" Zhenyan was confused. "I didn't even do anything." Yin Shui handed the gauntlets to him and said softly, "These are gauntlets passed down in my family. They aren't the kind with iron studs for attacking, but are for protecting the hands. I hope you accept them, as a token of my sincerity." He admired it for a while and exclaimed, "So this is the Hua clan's gauntlet. It looks pretty legit. I'll make good use of it." Yin Yu spoke softly, "By the way, first young master, do you know who the top contenders for the Dragon Phoenix Grand Ceremony are?" "Nope," he replied nonchalantly. "I have no clue." He was taken aback. Damn, he doesn't care about the news at all. Inakshu, quickly explain it to him. She was flustered. "Me again? You clearly know way more than I do." He said sternly, "Just do it." "Young master, do you want to hear about Yin Shui's childhood stories?" Yinju interrupted loudly. "Let me clarify. There have been many candidates mentioned so far, but in reality, the situation is split between the Martial Arts Alliance and the Sovereign Society. The Martial Arts Alliance side chose Qin Ji of the Huashan sect and Lin Zhiling of the Wudong sect as their champion candidates. But whether they will actually participate is still uncertain. It's not because of any beef with the Martial Arts Alliance, but because Huashan still views dueling as a matter of life and death, and Wudong just doesn't like dealing with outsiders. The Sovereign Society put forward Duguhan and Nam Gongwei, but if those two meet in the finals, perhaps no one can win. He asked curiously, "Why is that?" Yinshu looked embarrassed. "Because they are love rivals. Both are head over heels for Bai Li Yan, who is known as the top beauty of Jiangnam. If they clash before the finals, both Duguhan and Nam Gongwei will be severely injured. They're both at each other's throats, wanting to humiliate the other in front of Bai Li Yan." Yan tilted his head, recalling Bai Li Yan. "She's the daughter of that senior, who helped me a lot in my past life. How has that little girl grown up so much already?" That girl is now all grown up, captivating all the young masters of prestigious families, and me, who used to be old enough to be her uncle, is now her peer. It feels really weird," she continued softly. "Besides, my older brother is also in the Sovereign Society, even though no one expects it. He is also a champion candidate. even though no one has high hopes. In fact, he has never been in a fight, because he finds everything in the world a drag. Zhen Yan looked at him and thought to himself, truly, young Master Q Feng seems to have been born without any desire to fight fiercely. Or maybe it's because he doesn't need that desire, because he was already a beast from the start. She calmly continued. Finally, there are 2 wild cards in this ceremony. One is a disciple of the Hainan sect, who is little known but rumored to be very strong. And the other one is you, first young master. Zhen Yan nodded and chuckled. A wild card? I see. Yin Yu inquired, first young master, what is your ambition? Zhen Yan's gaze fell. He seriously put on the gauntlets. All those people you just mentioned, sorry, but none of them are even on my radar. Yin Zhu and Yin Yu were stunned. He laughed loudly and said, first young master clearly has no intention of losing to anyone. Damn, he thought, he's truly unpredictable. Even though I've tried to investigate, I still can't guess his main inner power, his level, or even if he's interested in Yin Shui at all. Clearly, Yin Shui is right in front of him, the one known as the Snow Phoenix, yet he really doesn't seem to give a damn. She held the teapot and said softly, would you like some more? He said calmly, thanks. Yin Yui was skeptical, or maybe. He raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, her beauty is truly outstanding. He told himself, he probably only cares about getting stronger. Zhen Yan's eyes were glued to the gauntlets, exclaiming that this gauntlet was very exquisitely crafted. It was already midnight. Zhen Yan stepped out of the room and said softly, young Master Hua, Miss Hua, see you later. Both of them replied, take care, take care. Watching his back as he left, Yin Shui said softly, what do you think of him? Yin Yu rolled his eyes, well, it's truly rare to meet a soulmate. If we have to face off in the arena before we can even build a friendship, it's really no fun at all. I'll just throw the match for the first young master then. Yin Shui was flustered. Wait, so you're not joining? She whispered softly. Your words are so smooth, just like flowing water and floating clouds. Impressive indeed. Wow, the audacity. He suddenly recalled the time Zhen Yan made a mistake. Autumn breeze, falling leaves. I am Hua Ngunwit. He suddenly burst out laughing. Hoa, flowing water, clouds, falling leaves, autumn breeze. How fascinating. She was flustered. Huh? He said calmly. Is there really someone like that? He's quite the cold fish, isn't he? He wouldn't even give anyone a second glance. Probably doesn't have a romantic bone in his body, Ngan Tweet whispered. But some people act edgy just to hide their feelings, right? He immediately countered. No, it's not like that. It really looks like he doesn't give a damn about you. Ngan Tweet pouted. I don't care either for real. He spoke in a low voice. If you don't know, just look, feel, and experience it yourself. In this world, there is a merchant guild heir who is incredibly powerful, and there is also a noble son who is incredibly pathetic. Not everyone in the Martial Arts Alliance is a hero, and not everyone in the underworld is bottom tier. You must observe with your own eyes. Listen, then choose the person who will become your soulmate. What I just said was just a joke. Don't sweat it. She smiled and whispered, yes, brother. He mumbled with amusement, but he actually had the guts to say that Nam Kung Vi and Dak Ko Han aren't even worth a thought. If either of them heard that, they would have drawn their swords instantly. A powerful voice echoed from behind. What did you say about me not being worth a thought, huh? Say that again. Who dares to speak like that? The one who just spoke is a descendant of the Dak Ko clan, Dak Ko Han. Ngan Tweet quietly left. Dak Ko Han's sleazy gaze was obvious. He stared intently at her curves, without any attempt to hide it. Ngan Tweet said sternly, don't mind him. He's just a loud-mouthed drifter from the martial world, Dak Ko Han sneered. A nobody. How dare a peasant disrespect me and Nam Kung Vi? Could it be that merchant kid who said it? His gaze settled on his face. He raised his voice mockingly. The one who just left looks exactly like the heir of the Nha Merchant Guild. I was just wondering why there's drama at this hour. Turns out it's the person you invited. Lately, the rumors about his strength have really gone viral. According to the next chief strategist of the Sovereign Society, between him and me, who's the GOAT? He raised an eyebrow, confused. What chief strategist? The one who took down the head of the Juyang clan, even if he is the guild leader's son. Don't be careless. The sword sheath thrust sharply right next to Ngan Nguyen. Dak Ko Han spoke loudly. Ngan Nguyen, your words sound real sus. Do you think I'm weaker than Senior Juyang Sheng or that merchant brat? He sneered and pushed the sheath away. Your attitude hasn't changed a bit. Spit it out. Why were you looking for me? He sheathed his sword and raised his voice. For this Dragon Phoenix grand ceremony, why don't you give it a shot? As long as you beat that merchant kid. or Nam Kung Vi. Then this year, someone from the Sovereign Society will definitely take the crown. Ngan Wit looked at him with doubt. He suddenly snorted with laughter. His laughter echoed throughout the hallway. Ngan Wit raised his voice. Just go ahead and join the Dragon Phoenix Grand Ceremony. This year, neither the Sovereign Society nor the Martial Arts Alliance will have anyone winning any awards. He opened his fan, looking totally smug. That's the advice from the next chief strategist. Doc Coham growled, "Cool story! Can you bet on those words? I'll bet 10,000 taels that the champion will be from the Martial Arts Alliance or the Sovereign Society. What do you say?" He sneered. 10,000? I'll bet 30,000 taels that neither will have a winner. The air between them became incredibly tense. Doc Coham turned around and said sternly, "Just have the cash ready." Ngan Wit said softly, "I wish you good fortune in battle." The next morning, the Dragon Phoenix Grand Ceremony preliminary round began. The official's voice rang out shrilly. "Register for the tournament over here!" After winning 3 matches and taking 3 nameplates from your opponents, you will enter the official round. Zhen Yan stepped up to a counter. The man looked at him and said softly, "Please state your name or alias to be engraved on this nameplate." He picked up the tag, feeling skeptical. "Can I use a nickname or a title?" The boy replied immediately. "Of course, real names aren't mandatory in the qualifiers. Even if you make it to the main round, you can keep using your alias." The alias from his past life suddenly flashed through his mind. Fist King. Zhen Yan quickly dismissed it. "No way, I still haven't surpassed my old self. Using the king title from my past life would be disrespectful." He said softly, "Write this down for me. I am Fist Hero." The boy carefully noted it down and said softly, "Good luck with your martial journey." He nodded and whispered, "Thanks." He blended into the crowd and entered the arena. Zhen Yan looked up. Dozens of people had gathered around the stage. He glanced over at Doc Kohan to size him up. "Some of these guys look pretty tough," he thought to himself. It seems the internal energy of today's youth is quite profound. But internal energy isn't everything. Let me prove that. At this Dragon Phoenix Grand Ceremony, I'll test the physical techniques I've been grinding for so long. A noise nearby caught his attention. A man on the stage shouted in a panic, "Wait, no, Mr. Judge, why are you destroying my nameplate?" The manager said sternly, Neither your skills nor your character are enough to make the main round. Stop making a scene. Leave now." He panicked. "But I clearly won. How can this be happening? Please don't do this. I traveled all the way from Shanxi for this." The old man yelled in frustration. "This is the Martial Arts Alliance. Get out!" The match was already over and you still attacked him? Is that how a martial artist behaves? Yizu, get in here! That warrior's blood was spilling way too much. He watched from a distance and judged silently. Not bad, he's got real grit. Sometimes the righteous side has some people like the Ju Yang clan who just make you want to rage quit. But thanks to old-timers like that guy, I can't bring myself to hate the righteous factions. He asked softly, "Excuse me, can I go to the judge? Who was just shouting over there?" He replied immediately, "No problem. A spot just opened up because someone got hurt. You can go up now." Zhenyan stepped onto the arena and bowed to the manager. The old man thought, what a polite young man. He said, "Show me your nameplate." He replied, "Yes, sir." The old man handed it back and said softly, "Fist Hero, I wish you great success in your battles." Suddenly he noticed his gloves. He grabbed them excitedly. "What is this? In over 50 years of roaming the martial world, I've never seen gauntlets like these," he explained awkwardly. "A young master from the Huo family gave them to me. I'm not too sure about them myself." The manager's eyes lit up. "This material, it must be similar to the celestial silk that the Bai family occasionally crafts. It looks like blades can't even scratch it." Zhenyan was stunned. "Wait, it's that valuable? He just gave it to me without saying a word." The opponent facing him spoke up softly. "Aren't we starting?" Blushing, the old man let go of his hand and said softly, "If you're both ready, then let the match begin." The opponent quickly took a stance. He looked at the gauntlets smugly. "Looks like you're a fist user too. This is going to be lit." Before he could finish, Zhen Yan charged forward. "Oh, I thought we were done." He panicked. "Not quite." Zhen Yan sent him flying with a single punch. Blood sprayed from his nose. The manager immediately intervened and shouted, "Enough! Fist Hero wins! Stop!" He marveled silently. He's definitely not ordinary. That technique was so clean, truly refreshing. He announced loudly, "Next up, Q Wu Yun, the soul-taking staff. When you're ready, let's go." Zhen Yan politely bowed to him, but Wu Yun remained extremely wary. That move just now. He is definitely no pushover. I can't get a read on what kind of guy he is at all. At times like this, the only way is to channel all my inner power for a one-hit knockout. He gathered his energy and charged forward. Before the weapon could even touch him, Zhen Yan shattered it with a single punch. He quickly counterattacked. Zhen Yan criticized him openly, pouring all your energy into such an ordinary wooden staff. Isn't that just a total waste? Shaken, he stood there completely frozen. He said smugly, "So, what are you going to use to block this punch?" Wu Yun was sent flying off the arena by his strike. His body hit the ground with a heavy thud. The crowd below was stunned. It was over in just one punch. Nangongwei marveled. "Not bad." Dugu Han muttered softly. "Seems like he only knows physical techniques. But it looks like the rumors about his strength are legit." The manager chuckled happily. He suddenly burst into a smug laugh. "Interesting, truly interesting. That was incredibly satisfying," he said in a low voice. "Next, step up." One guy panicked. I forfeit," he shouted in anger. "What? You dare come to the Dragon Phoenix Grand Ceremony with that attitude?" "The Dragon Phoenix Grand Ceremony? Drop your name tag and get the hell out of here!" The manager held the name tag and spoke in annoyance. "Turns out there are so many people without any backbone." He looked at him and said softly, "As for you, in all my life I've never seen anyone pass the qualifiers with just 2 punches." The manager announced loudly, "You've passed! See you in the main round of the tournament." Zhen Yan smiled at him. At the villa behind the Martial Arts Alliance, the sound of name tags being counted rang out. 1, 2. The tags clattered onto the table. An elder raised his voice. "Just categorize them based on their martial arts level. Into grade A, B, and C, and we're good, right?" Someone immediately replied, "Yes, the key is to arrange the bracket so that they don't face each other in the opening match of the main round." The manager hung up a name tag. He spoke up loudly. "Among everyone I've evaluated, only that brawler reached grade A." An elder asked skeptically, "Is he the first one to make it into the main round?" Another person spoke up. "Everyone is talking about it. Word is he only took 2 moves to get into the main round. This news has already spread among all the contestants." "Then arrange for this person to compete close to him." They looked toward the door in shock. The alliance leader, Zheng Hong, said softly, "You've all worked hard." He stepped in and instructed, "The number of people making it to the main round isn't that many, actually. I have followed your orders, sire, filtering out all those with poor character. Chief Manager, Head Elder, could any evil cultists have managed to infiltrate our ranks?" He shook his head and reported, "No, none have been detected." He continued to direct, "Very well, the Flying Dragon Team, Cloud Dragon Team, and White Dragon Team must keep a close eye on the locations of the main round contestants. Assist them to prevent any surprise attacks from villains or being dragged into unnecessary fights." They replied in unison, "Understood." He calmly continued, "Elders, whether they are from the orthodox sects or great families, master anyone who dares to pick a fight with the contestants from the orthodox sects or the great families, or anyone who dares harass those in the main round. Arrest them all and throw them into the Thunder Dungeon. I will use the most horrific punishments to deter others." Everyone quickly bowed in obedience. Zheng Hong said sternly, "Oh, and one more thing. Use the Martial Arts Alliance's reputation to guarantee that no main round contestant suffers any harm, no matter how minor." The door slammed shut. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Whew. Every time we meet him, the pressure is insane. The day of the main round of the Dragon Phoenix Grand Battle arrived. The tournament bracket was unveiled. The elders, now serving as judges, chatted cheerfully. The locals also turned up in droves to watch. Zheng Hong stood inside the main hall, lost in thought. A servant approached and whispered, "Alliance leader." "Everything has been fully prepared," he replied calmly. I got it." Noises from outside drifted in and reached his ears. "Ah, what's the problem?" "What is this?" Minghu shouted. "If we keep standing all the way in the back, how are we supposed to see anything? Is there a rule forbidding main round contestants from standing? Right here or what?" Zhen Yan sighed and reminded him, "Come on, just keep it down." Memories of Zheng Hong's past began to overlap. Back then, Quan Sheng shouted to them, "Zheng Hong, want to bet on who's going to be the champion?" He signaled smugly, "Shh, quiet down, Quan Sheng. Besides, victory is already in the bag." "What's the point of betting?" Quan Sheng chuckled. "You're full of it." Zheng Hong sighed and thought to himself, "Maybe it's because I'm getting old, that old memories keep flooding back." He looked up. The light from outside cast a lonely shadow over him. Quan Sheng's voice was still cheerful as he called out, "Zheng Hong!" Zheng Hong. Even as the battle turned fierce, he still called out to Zheng Hong. Quan Sheng shook him, despite being severely wounded himself, reminding him, "Snap out of it." Zheng Hong panicked. "Brother Quan Sheng," he said softly, "in this war, you're the one who must lead." In the great war of the five dragons, who is the one truly guilty of the greatest sin? The shouts of the people echoed toward him. Alliance leader, don't miss it. He thought, the demonic cult is one thing, but I am the real sinner, because I was such a fierce general. My friends in the Alliance didn't hesitate for a second to sacrifice themselves. Why did we martial artists have to spark such a war in the first place? Technically, the weaker side should have just cut their losses and ran. That would have been the logical move. In this world of the Jianghu, it should have just been the masters. Gathering to settle it once and for all, Zheng Hong remained silent for a long time. He suddenly flashed a faint smile, thinking, there I go again, overthinking things. He turned toward the wide-open doors of the main hall. His steps were steady as he walked forward. This will be the last time. I personally host the Dragon Phoenix Grand Ceremony. The crowd only cheered with joy. Look, it's the great hero Alliance Leader! Alliance Leader! He raised his hand, signaling for them to be quiet. Zheng Hong's gaze swept over the crowd. His eyes scanned every face, from the descendants of great families to finally resting upon Zhen Yan. Zheng Hong gave a satisfied smile. He spoke up. 45 years ago, a young man with messy hair, who had to borrow travel expenses just to attend the Dragon Phoenix Grand Ceremony, is now standing right here before all of you. Back in those days, winning just 1 or 2 matches was no small feat. Sometimes people even lost their lives due to bad luck. I still remember it clearly. I defeated a master from a prestigious family in the first round of the Dragon Phoenix Grand Ceremony, and then took down an expert from the Golden Blood Gate. In the second round, the young man who took second place that year was none other than Quan Xiong, the man who started this journey at the Martial Alliance with me. At that time, Quan Xiong was awarded the Astral Star Saber, while I received the Water Moon Sword. Back then, winners weren't even supposed to get a prize. However, the Alliance leader and the senior elders were generous enough to gift us those legendary swords. Despite all the ups and downs I've been through, I could never bring myself to leave the Martial Arts Alliance, because that overwhelming emotion from receiving the Water Moon Sword has always driven me to become even stronger. The winner of this year's Dragon Phoenix Grand Ceremony will be awarded the 100-year Essence Ginseng of the Ime sect. Dugu Han gasped, the 100-year Essence Ginseng? The crowd immediately went wild. It is a miracle medicine that one cannot find, even if they beg for it. Yin Yu felt a bit of regret. My God, if I had known sooner, I would have signed up to participate too. He calmly continued, the 100-year Essence Ginseng was originally a treasure that even the Grand Physician of the MA sect could not bear to use, intending to keep it for their disciples, yet he was willing to grant it to a champion who has not even appeared. Everyone please witness that great generosity for yourselves. In addition, the most outstanding saber wielder will be awarded the Taixing Saber. This precious saber has been without a master since the Great War of the Five Dragons. My friend in the afterlife, Quan Xiong, will surely be satisfied to see this sight. And the most excellent swordsman will receive my Shui Yui sword. Actually, that's not it. Instead, it will be a precious sword crafted by the 9 Iron Workshop, specifically for this assembly. Everyone knows clearly that the 9 Iron Workshop is the forge that created the Bu Wang sword, which the greatest swordsmen of the ManHwa sect have been using for generations. Jinji widened his eyes. The Bu Wang sword of our ManHwa sect? Zheng Hong said in a steady voice. I heard that the name of this new precious sword will be chosen by its owner themselves. My juniors, from when I was a young man with messy hair, until I became an alliance leader whose hair has turned gray, this precious sword has not been chipped in the slightest. It is the Shui Yu sword. Even as time passes, the blade remains as sharp and upright as its name, Shui Yu sword. I hope that you juniors can also maintain that upright heart for a very long time, because when we are no longer here, it is they who will be the ones to carry the protection of this land, 100-year Essence Ginseng, the Taixing Saber, and the precious sword from 9 Iron Workshop. The reason the seniors grant them, without making any demands, is for only one thing. Zheng Hong raised the sword high and shouted, because we belong to the orthodox martial arts! The Dragon Phoenix Feast officially begins. Zheng Hong's voice rang out powerfully. The Dragon Phoenix Assembly officially kicks off. Ming Hu looked at him with admiration. Wow, that old man looks truly legendary. He suddenly remembered his words. Because we are people of the Orthodox faction. Zhen Yan suddenly gave a slight smile. Because we belong to the Orthodox faction? That isn't some boast about honor, power, or the justice of the Orthodox faction, but simply a commitment to uphold the way of being human. It is the oath of an elder who has tasted countless losses, that he will still steadfastly walk this path until his dying breath. Those who always stand in that position, fighting and sacrificing to protect their own beliefs. That is why the people of the Orthodox faction are so stubborn and pig-headed. Under the clear blue sky, the referee's voice rang out. The opening match of the official round of the Dragon Phoenix Assembly shall now begin. The master of fist techniques and the Hebei dual spear expert have entered. Will the two of you please take the stage to compete? Minghu leaned close to him and whispered, "It's your turn now." He calmly stepped onto the stage, telling himself, "Let's see how capable the people of the Orthodox faction really are." The arena was eerily quiet. Zhen gaze was deep as he evaluated. "This is the first time I've faced a master using dual spears." The opponent across from him looked at him in confusion. He looked at the gloves with suspicion. "Don't you have your own weapon? Could you be a brawler?" He replied calmly, "Yeah, I use my fists." That thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The opponent smiled with full confidence. He thought with absolute certainty. Brawlers usually have a skill gap that's as wide as the ocean. This guy looks like a total nobody. He's probably just some nobody. "I've got this match in the bag." The referee shouted, "Resume the fight!" With agile movements, Zhen quickly dodged the man's spear tip. The man panicked. His dodging and counterattacking were smooth, like flowing water and drifting clouds. "Closing the distance will be very dangerous." "Fine then, I'll finish you off from a distance." Holding his dual spears, he smugly lunged at him. Zhen looked at the spear tip right above his head. He calmly caught it, causing the arena to be shrouded in a thick cloud of dust. Zheng Hong smiled with satisfaction. Minghu watched tensely. The smoke gradually cleared. The man was held in mid-air, his spear tip gripped by him. He looked at the man with a triumphant gaze. The man panicked and muttered, "That spear strike was so powerful. How could he catch it with his bare hands?" Zhuanbu was pulled down and took a direct kick to the face. His body flew straight toward the manager. There was an earth-shattering explosion, making those sitting nearby wary. The elder nearby said worriedly, "Elder Zong?" The old man's delighted laughter rang out. The manager shouted in excitement, "That was so satisfying, what a thrill!" "He's not seriously injured. He's just passed out." The referee announced, "The brawler wins." The crowd below was stunned. "Is it over? That was fast." "Who is he anyway?" "Oh, he's the one who passed the first preliminary round." A single awkward clap of praise rang out. Minghu marveled to himself. "My friend's master is truly formidable. Traveling really does open your eyes." He raised his hand and shouted, "Hey, my friend's master!" Yin Yu approached and said softly, "Young master, congratulations on your first win. And look, I've run into young master Wu Shan too." He replied softly, "Thanks, young master Huo." He immediately corrected him. "It's not young master Wu Shan, but the lone wolf fox." "Tai Minghu!" Yin Yu's eyes immediately darted away. "Oh, so it's young master Tai." Minghu frowned and muttered, "No, not lone wolf." He was corrected with the bump on the head from him. Zhen asked softly, "Young master Huo, which match are you in?" He replied, "Oh, I'm not competing. Dugu Han from the Dugu clan provoked me. So on a whim, I bet 30,000 taels on your victory." "I don't mean to pressure you or anything." Minghua was shocked. 30,000, isn't that enough to buy nearly 3 houses? Zhen chuckled and said with interest, "You did well. I definitely won't let you lose all that money. By the way, about the gloves you gave me. Yesterday I heard a senior from the martial arts alliance guessed that they were woven from the celestial silk of the Bailey clan." Yin Yu marveled softly. "That senior has a sharp eye. My family once gifted a birthday sword to the head of the Bailey house. He was so pleased that he gave this back as a return gift. The Bailey family switched to using swords generations ago, so he said. It would be better to give it to a worthy owner." He looked at the gloves and nodded. "So that's how it is. To be able to possess a precious sword, that satisfies even the head of the Bailey family. Come to think of it, last time Miss Huo also used a sword, while the young head uses a fan. It seems the weapons used in your family are quite diverse. The Huo clan might be a family hiding its true strength, far more capable than the rumors suggest." He suddenly spoke up. "Oh, my betting opponent has entered the ring." The man carried a massive black sword. That's Dugu Han of the Dugu clan. He's one of the top seeds for the championship, so this match will probably end quickly." Mingho was confused. "Top seed? Why, is every scrub hailed as a championship contender? It's so annoying." One move from him immediately knocked the opponent down. The cheers rang out again. "Dugu Han is bound to win." He suddenly looked toward Zhen Yan. He looked back, puzzled. Zhen Yan gave a light, polite smile. He spoke up smugly. "It also ended in just one move. What's all the hype about?" Dugu Han stepped down from the arena and spoke arrogantly. "Young Master Huo, After watching that match, do you still want to keep your bet? You must be regretting it now. Betting big on the young master of some merchant group, right? Yin Yu said sternly. What did you say? He continued smugly. What a pity. To think the future strategist of the Emperor's society has such poor taste in people. Minghu spoke up with annoyance. What's he yapping about? That's psycho. Zhen Yan face-palmed in frustration while Yin Yu panicked. Young Master Tai. He just shrugged indifferently. What? I didn't say exactly who that psycho was. Is there a problem? Dugu Han drew his sword and growled, Hey, you pest. Say that again to my face. He faked a panic and said, Oh, did he hear that? Wait, that sword? It looks just like my Mo Tai Wu Si, doesn't it? Let me borrow it to play with sometime, okay? He looked at him and cursed under his breath. That's psycho. Dugu Han turned away in disgust. He raised his voice in challenge. I can't tell if you're brave or just plain stupid. I'll remember this face. See you in the ring. Minghu picked his ear and said casually, Sure, but I'm not even participating. This jerk is still acting all high and mighty. He seemed triggered. I can sense your internal energy. Draw your weapon. I'll deal with you right here, right now. Yin Yu looked over in a panic. Oh no, we're really cooked this time. He quickly spoke up to mediate. Wait, everyone just chill out. Nam Geng-wai and his servant also approached. Out of the way. Don't block my path. I am Nam Geng, the #1 blade. Nam Geng-wei and Dugu Han immediately showed their displeasure. Minghu looked at him suspiciously. Who's this guy? Nam Geng-wei spoke sternly. Dugu Han, you used your internal energy on some nobody. And now you're down here picking fights with people like this? Got nothing better to do? He gnashed his teeth in annoyance. Nam Geng-wei? He silently recalled. If it's Nam Geng-wei, so he's the grandson of the Blade Emperor. He certainly has an extraordinary aura. So young, yet his cultivation is already this profound. He turned to Zhen Yan and raised his voice. You're that guy from the Zhongyan merchant group, right? Isn't it almost your turn to compete? And yet you're wasting time on other people's drama. You sure are taking it easy. He replied calmly. That match? Of course I finished it ages ago. I was just on my way down here. Minghu shouted in shock. What? Dugu Wufeng's match just ended. A moment ago, the opponent was quickly carried out of the arena. Nam Geng-wai raised his voice. Hey, you Dugu fellow. Finished his opponent in one move. No way I'm letting him beat me in speed. Looking at the contestant being helped away, he thought to himself, no wonder the match ended in a flash. So it was Nam Geng-wei who did it. He watched the limp body of the contestant intently. His brow furrowed even deeper than in the previous match. Dugu Han growled, Nam Geng-wei, you... The tension between the two was at a breaking point. They both looked in the same direction at once. Shui Yue led Li Yan over and said softly, Brother. Li Yan wanted to come and say hello. But what's with this weird group? Yin Yu said softly, Miss Bai. Long time no see. She bowed politely. It's been a while, young clan head. Thanks for the sword, it suits me perfectly. He nodded. So Miss Bai is the one using it. I'm glad it fits you well. Nam Geng-wai walked up, blushing. Miss Bai! Li Yan suddenly looked up. She unexpectedly locked eyes with Zhen Yan. She nodded with great politeness. He nodded back, a bit puzzled. Dugu Han was flustered. Li Yan, wait! Nam Geng-wai and Dugu Han watched her back as she left. They then turned their gaze toward Zhen Yan. Resentment was clearly visible in their eyes. The referee spoke in a stern voice. Those who won the first round, please wait here for the next match, Nganwit said softly. The second round is about to start, eldest young master. Are you ready? Zhen Yan replied calmly. I'm always ready, but why is everyone staring at me like that? He calmly explained, like I said, they are love rivals. He was confused. Then why are they looking at me? He thought to himself, because eldest young master, you've now become their common enemy. Minho looked over and spoke up with annoyance. Unbelievable. Turns out all that drama was just over a woman. So what if they're from noble families, making fools of themselves just for a pretty face? He knew his provocation had worked, covered his mouth and whispered, Oh boy. Zhen Yan immediately reminded him, You should watch your mouth. Young Master Dugu only let you slide because we're in such a crowded place. Otherwise you'd be a goner. He gave a subtle signal. Good job, disciple. He said loudly, I'll take your words to heart. Master! The disciple below also chimed in. It's nothing. Nganwit watched the chemistry between the two. They were slightly surprised. Ngantuit laughed joyfully. Minho blushed with embarrassment and went silent. Nganwit said softly, Those two are way too close. Bright sunlight shone down on the arena. He quickly took down one opponent after another. Nganwit and Ngantuit in the stands clapped and cheered continuously. The referee kept declaring him the winner. Li Yan watched the match intently. Nam Kung-vi and Dak Ko-han also stood behind her. Looking at her, Nan Nguyen said softly, "Just 2 more wins, and you're in the finals. The next opponent is Dak Ko-han, and if you reach the semifinals, you'll face Nam Kung-vi. Looks like it's going to be tough, since someone forfeited. You have to keep facing all these top-tier experts." On the other bracket, the winner between Kim Sa of the Hainan Sword Sect and the Plum Blossom Wanderer of the Mount Hua Sect will reach the finals. The referee shouted again, "Dak Ko Fong and the guest fighter step into the ring." Dak Ko-han stepped onto the arena. He looked down at him from above with pure contempt. His eyes were full of resentment. He looked back in confusion. Dak Ko-han thought bitterly, to think she'd fall for a guy like this. A brat with no proper upbringing, who only knows a few mediocre moves? I'll go all out, crush your internal energy and turn you to dust. He wore a punchable face and said loudly, "Get up here." Ngenwit remarked from below, "The bloodlust is off the charts." Minho said loudly, "He's so annoying to look at." "You have to crush him." He calmly stepped onto the arena. He provoked him loudly. "Huan Ngenwit is truly out of luck." Zhenyan adjusted his gloves and said softly, "Your mouth." Veins popped on his forehead. He shouted, "Fine. I'll shut that mouth of yours first." He thrust his sword into the floor, causing the stone to crack. Everyone's faces grew serious. "The arena is completely shattered!" The pressure blew hard toward the judges. Zhenyan stood there calmly. He wondered what to do now. Since I'm sparring with someone from the righteous path, I intended to hold back a little. Dak Ko-han provoked him loudly. "Hey, you commoner. Do you even know who you're up against? Have you realized your place yet?" Zhenyan suddenly lifted his foot. He stomped lightly on the stone floor. The arena instantly shattered into pieces. Dak Ko-han panicked. "What?" Nam Kung-vi's eyes widened in surprise. He said loudly, "Know my place? How about this? I'll give you some very special treatment." Dust and smoke blanketed the entire stage. The audience below cried out in shock. "The arena is completely trashed now." The chief manager said loudly, "Reporting to the alliance leader." Zheng Hong raised his hand to signal for calm and spoke up. "Let the match continue. However, we must be careful. Don't let the spectators get injured." The thick smoke gradually faded away. Du-gu Han was panting in a total panic. Just one punch and it had that much crazy power? Just what level of external martial arts have you reached? He's just a brute, but surely that's the extent of his strength. Du-gu Han continued to launch attacks at him. Sharp sword strikes aimed straight at Zhenyan. Lightning gathered in his hand. A fist made of internal energy began to form. Du-gu Han panicked and covered his face. "Internal energy?" Ngan Nguyen exclaimed. It seems my intuition was spot on. Zhenyan quickly closed the gap with Du-gu-han. A punch carrying lightning energy was unleashed. He frantically raised his sword to block it. He threw a series of punches, pushing him back. Du-gu-han was losing it. Every single move achieves a perfect balance between external and internal power. It's not just about having deep cultivation. He stands like a merchant, but his footwork is like a top-tier master. No wonder Jiu Yangsheng lost to him. He provoked him loudly. "Where did that arena-smashing confidence go, young master? Why are you playing so scared now?" He was so mad he screamed, "Shut up, Lai!" Zhenyan used internal force against the sword. The sword immediately flew out of his hand. The blade plunged straight into the stone floor of the arena. Du-gu-han turned back. His face went pale as his father's angry voice echoed in his mind. "What is this pathetic display? You've lost your balance and even let your sword slip. Even after all this time, you still haven't mastered a single sky-shattering move. Have you no shame?" The whispers of the servants around him made his humiliation even worse. Still failing to meet the clan leader's expectations? He's this old already, and still hasn't been recognized as the young heir. What a joke. Du-gu-han's face turned white in absolute panic. He grit his teeth. His voice rang out sharply. "It's not over yet!" Du-gu-han gripped his sword again, concentrating all his internal energy into the blade. He shouted, "I haven't even shown you everything yet." Ngan Nguyen sat in the stands, eyes wide with surprise. Even Zheng Hong's expression darkened. He screamed in a fit of rage, "The Du-gu-han of the Du-gu clan! Sky-shattering stance!" Li Yanzhen didn't even flinch. He stood there perfectly calm. The sky-shattering stance is the ultimate technique of the Du-gu family that focuses power into a single point. "I see, so that's how it is." Watching the sword energy rushing toward him, he thought seriously. However, his voice rang out sternly, "For a swordsman, uniting the heart and the sword is fundamental. Internal energy swirled around his outstretched hand. Li Jinyen said loudly, "But look at your sword, young master. Your mind is already shattered into 10,000 pieces." Li Yanzhen calmly closed his fist. The internal energy in Dugu Han's sword strikes was instantly dispersed. Hanjing and the guardians below quickly used their swords to deflect the residual energy. Nganwit flicked her fan to block, the force charging toward Minho behind her. The judges of the Martial Arts Alliance looked increasingly grim. The arena was reduced to rubble. Dugu Han was horrified. My power was just scattered like that? That voice rang out in his head once again. More disappointing than I thought. The Dugu clan is nothing special after all. That must be why you're not recognized. You're just a useless nobody. He frantically fought back. No, that's not it! The crushing pressure weighed down on Dugu Han. He flew into a rage. Swinging his sword wildly at him, he screamed, "Damn it! Bastard, damn it, why?" He asked himself in a panic, why aren't my attacks doing anything? How can he stay so chill through all this? How does he possess such an intense gaze? Zhen Yan frowned and let out a quiet sigh. Sometimes children of great noble clans, who grew up in the lap of luxury, carry a heavier emotional burden than those wandering the martial world. The judgmental eyes and expectations from all sides are a blade far sharper than the weapons of a crazed enemy. If the mind is weak while the body is strong, that blade will turn back against those children's own throats, and they will collapse from the conflict between physical strength and spirit. In moments like these, what they need is a small pointer and a moment of peace to realize the truth. Observing Zhen Yan's movements, he seemed to gradually understand. So that's how it is. The sky-shattering stance is essentially a technique that gathers chi into one point. I need to firmly contain the internal energy that is currently scattering. Dugu Han spoke up. I'll try one more time. Zhen Yan smiled faintly as he looked at him. Internal energy was once again concentrated into the blade. A golden glint flashed in Dugu Han's eyes. Another sword strike, more powerful than before, was unleashed. Sky-shattering stance. Zhen Yan dodged gracefully and said, "All right." It worked. He lunged forward, landing a punch on his face, and whispered, "Hey, Junior, you should feel lucky that you belong to the Orthodox sect." Dugu Han was sent flying by his single punch. He tumbled a few times before falling off the arena stage. The stage immediately cracked into pieces. Dugu Han lay among the rubble, struggling to move weakly. His dazed eyes looked up as he thought, the gap is too big, truly way too high. My sky-shattering stance was completely unable to touch him. A sense of unwilling defiance surged within him again. He shouted in anger, "One more time!" Dugu Han dragged his bloodied body up. He desperately pleaded for another chance. "Please, let's fight one more time. This time I'll fight for real." Zheng Hong's voice echoed from the high platform. "Stop!" He left his seat and walked to the arena. Zheng Hong said sternly, "Dugu Han, do you not realize that the pugilist has shown you immense mercy? The more pathetic you act, you're not just embarrassing yourself, but you're also dragging the honor of the Dugu clan through the mud. How do you plan on facing your father like this?" Seeing his body go stiff, his expression gradually softened. Zheng Hong said gently, "Just consider this a learning experience. Hold your head up high." Dugu Han felt as if a weight had been lifted. He dropped his sword to the ground. Dugu Han bowed and said softly, "I concede." Having said that, he immediately turned and left. The referee quickly announced, "And so for this duel, the pugilist is the winner." Nangong Wei looked at them and spoke out loud. "So it ended up like this. Though it's a bit of a bummer that I couldn't crush Dugu Han myself. This might actually be better, because now I get to personally smash that face." The arena stage was a complete mess after the match. Huang Enwit stood before Zhen Yan and said softly, "I've learned a lot. Congratulations on your victory." He replied calmly, "It was nothing." Nangong Wei sat in the distance observing everything. He frowned and thought to himself, even during the fight with Dugu Han, he was still hiding his internal energy. Turns out he's way more calculating than he looks. His fingers tapped nervously on his thigh. How am I supposed to fight him? At the very least, I can't just take hits like Dugu Han did. Dugu Han's style is to use brute strength, to overwhelm and crush his opponents, but that approach won't work here. In terms of raw cultivation, that guy is superior, but I hold more intel. The way to win? Nangong Wei recalled the chess match with Nangong Wu. He looked at the board and said softly, "I lost again. I really thought I had it this time." "How did you win, grandfather?" Nangong Wu frowned and said sternly, "Being certain without calculating is the mark of a fool. The successor of the Nangong bloodline must always stand on high ground, looking down at the chessboard, observing every single move. The Nangong clan must never be a mere pawn on the board. Remember, you must read the game and control the entire situation. That is the way of the Nangong clan." Nangong Wei looked down at the board skeptically. "Look down at the board?" He placed the chess piece in his hand down and continued his move. The flashback ended just as he stepped onto the arena. Nangong Wei, his eyes full of killing intent, looked at Zhen Yan and thought, "First I'll lure him onto my chessboard." The referee's shout echoed loudly. The #1 blade of Nangong and the pugilist enter the stage. The tension between the two reached its peak. The Nangong supporters cheered, "Young clan leader, please go easy on him." Minghu didn't back down and roared, "Hey buddy's master, tear him to pieces!" Zhen Yan looked at Nangong Wei, sizing him up. "He seems more level-headed than Dugu Han. I'll make the first move then." He quickly lunged forward and threw a punch. He calmly blocked it with his great blade. Zhen Yan smirked. "Oh, your center of gravity didn't budge." His silhouette suddenly vanished. Nangong Wei shouted and charged forward. Invincible Emperor Blade, third stance. Lines of blade chi overlapped one another. He rapidly unleashed the Emperor's 8 stances. Huang Nguyen looked confused. Using the Emperor's 8 stances like that? Nangong Wei thought smugly. The Emperor's 8 stances is originally a blade technique that uses refined internal energy to slowly wear down the opponent's strength. However, this is no different from a specialized defensive barrier. Any contact with the blade chi will drain one's internal energy. There's only one way to avoid the blade chi, and that is to leap through the gap above. Now, how will you make your move? Zhen Yan gave an amused smile and spoke up. "Interesting. Are you trying to bait me into jumping?" He crouched low and stepped back slightly to gain momentum. Zhen Yan closed in on Nangong Wei and shouted, "Not a fan?" A series of lightning-fast punches slammed directly into his great blade. Nangong Wei watched as the blade chi began to shatter. He gasped in shock. "What?" He looked at Zhen Yan in a panic. Is he planning a frontal breakthrough? He braced himself and growled, "You lunatic!" Nangong Wei's footing was pushed back. Zhen Yan delivered a direct punch straight to his gut. He was sent tumbling away. He taunted smugly, "With all that overthinking, how long can you actually hold out?" Nangong Wei wiped the blood from his mouth and spat. "Ridiculous. You think you can break this technique with just your fists?" He struggled to stand back up, telling himself, "Stay calm, I must regain the initiative. This time I'm striking first." With that, he swung his blade toward him. Zhen Yan easily blocked the strike with his hand. Another blow was swung, but he brushed it aside nonchalantly. Every blade strike, which Nangong Wei intended as a devastating suppression of the enemy, was simply neutralized by him. The crowd watching the fight gasped in shock. "He's swatting away every attack!" Brushing away the incoming blade, he remarked, "Nice effort. You've learned the Blade Emperor's arts well. This strength is enough to beat most rising stars. However, to become the world's best, one must surpass the Blade Emperor. This young junior has completely dismantled the secret arts of the Nangong clan. He didn't even need special training to deal with the Blade Emperor's style." Nangong Wei snarled in anger. "Damn it!" He was terrified. "I can't even land a single hit with my blade?" He suddenly stopped. "No, wait. Palm, fist, and kick." There's a pattern to his strikes. Nangong Wei gripped his hilt tight to block a kick, thinking, if that was a kick, then next. He reached out and yelled, "Palm!" But Zhen Yan threw a punch instead. Clapping his fists together, Zhen Yan shouted, "Clang! It's a punch!" A fierce pressure crashed down on Nangong Wei. He was shell-shocked. What kind of fist technique uses sonic waves? Nangong Wei suddenly realized, I see now, so that's it? There were never any rules on this board to begin with. An unprecedented variable. He landed a solid kick right on Nangong Wei's face. Zhen Yan was smug. If the Nangong clan wanted to control the board, then he was the one to smash it. Nangong Wei was sent flying off the arena. His body slammed into the back wall before he slumped down. Everyone looked at each other, whispering incessantly. Could the Nangong clan really be beaten that easily? The Nangong group rushed over in a panic, worried for their young clan leader. "Are you all right?" His forehead was bleeding, yet his eyes were fixed only on Bailey Yan. He lifted his messy, battered face. Nangong Wei met her calm gaze. "Lady Bailey." He was helped up by his servants. Nangong Wei kept asking himself why. Why was I so utterly defeated? I truly believed the world was a chessboard under my control, but looking back, that board was only as large as my own palm. He cupped his hands in a gesture of total respect. Nangong Wei raised his voice. "I lost. I have much to learn." Zhen Yan chuckled softly and whispered, "That shout alone shows you're a real man. See you later, #1 Blade of Nangong." He turned around and said firmly, "I will challenge you again. When that day comes, I'll set an unbreakable board for you." The referee's loud voice rang out, "The winner of the semi-final is the boxer." A voice from behind suddenly called out, "Hey, boxer!" Wei Mochen spoke up loudly. "I watched the match closely. You're actually pretty good." Golden silk sword, Wei Mochen. He grabbed his hand and gave it a firm shake. I'm really looking forward to our duel. See you in the finals. Zhenyan thought to himself, what a noisy guy. A figure also approached them from nearby. Brother Motian, what's the meaning of this? Jinji declared smugly. The one stepping into the final will definitely be me, Wei. Motian smirked. Just try it. The two locked eyes with intense tension. The referee's voice boomed. Now then, we will begin the semi-final between Golden Silk Sword and Manhwa, Wanderer. Zhenyan looked up at the arena and thought, I'm starving. An announcement rang out. As the two competitors stepped onto the platform, the semi-final match between Manhwa Wanderer and Jinsa. Sword officially begins. Jinji suddenly let out a shout toward his opponent, followed by a declaration, I'm not going to go easy on you. He opened the fight with powerful sword strikes. Motian, on the opposite side, briefly showed a look of struggle on his face before gracefully striking back. Minghu, from another side, remarked, the moves of that Huashan disciple look real flashy. Zhenyan frowned and thought to himself, rumor has it, Huashan martial artists always bet their lives in battle. Indeed, his sword strikes don't show a single bit of hesitation. The person beside him rubbed his chin, thinking that in this situation, maybe the Huashan disciple will take the win. Unexpectedly, Zhenyan only gave a short reply. Don't be so sure. Look, Jinsa's sword still has a smile on his face. Jinji unleashed another move. 24/7 Manhwa sword style. He jumped up from the arena, aiming right at his opponent for the strike. Manhwa whirlwind! At this moment, Motion finally responded calmly. Listen up, Jinjai. No matter what match we're in, I'll go all out when I fight you. The technique he used to face those sword strikes was the Jinsa Glimmer. In just a heartbeat, Jinji was surrounded by his opponent's golden blade lines. They formed a cord and easily tied him up before pulling Jinjai down onto the stage hard. He tried his best to struggle free, but a sword from his opponent was already at his throat. Motian calmly declared, Give it up, Jinjai. You already saw the end of this fight. What else? Are you really going to bet your life? Just for a friendly match? At this point, he could only let out a sigh and go along with his opponent's wishes. I've taken another L from you, Motian. The announcement immediately rang out. The two most elite figures have entered the tournament finals. The Dragon and Phoenix have appeared, while the two rivals smiled and chatted with each other. Let's run it back another time. Next time the win is mine. The identities of those in the final showdown were quickly announced. The ones facing off in the final match are Jin Shijin and the Boxer. The sun was starting to set, but the hype in the stands showed no signs of dying down. This is the ultimate final match. The time has finally come. Chatter echoed, here and there. That once-in-a-century genius title is legit. It's not just Cap. Jin Shijin is definitely going to win. It feels like he hasn't even gone all out yet. The Boxer is for sure going to be the GOAT of this tournament. The referee asked the two fighters if they were ready, then gave the signal to start the match. Zhenyan blocked the first strike with a thought. A swordsman choosing to fight close quarters right from the jump? He seriously countered the others' offensive moves. Motian gracefully ducked to dodge. A smile played on his lips, while he sized up his opponent in his mind. Impressive. He's not giving me any chance to counter. Still, this is exactly the scenario I was hoping for. Zhenyan immediately became wary. A reverse sword style? He instantly let go of Motian's leg and dodged just as the attack was launched. The blade flashed with a golden light. True to the name Jin Shi sword style, the sword radiated outward like needles to attack. Motian spoke while delivering the strike. There's no way you can dodge this. The phantom golden silk Boxer. Zhenyan's gaze grew even more intense. Motian attacked fiercely with Jin Shi sword style. Sky-shattering radiance. He was briefly taken aback as he observed the surroundings. Sand? These aren't just normal grains of sand. Within each grain lies an incredibly deep internal power. If that's how it is, Motian was still feeling confident in his move. It worked! To his surprise, Zhenyan began to counterattack. He used only his fingertips to strike. Motian began to feel stunned. Even the crowd was buzzing with excitement. That cloud of sand brimming with internal power stopped dead in midair. Why would the attack just freeze like that? Even the elders themselves were completely shocked. Motian's jaw dropped. I didn't voluntarily stop the golden silk. He used sheer power to force them to a standstill. They are so fine they're almost invisible to the naked eye. Is it possible he just watched my technique and can already mirror it? His control over internal energy has reached such a high-key level of precision? It felt like crashing into a mountain that couldn't be moved. Tian let out a sarcastic chuckle, then directly concluded, after seeing what was happening. That power is just too cracked. I forfeit. Only then did Zhen Yan withdraw his technique. The surrounding flow returned to normal. Every single spectator was in total awe. What an insane performance. What even was that? Why did the dust pull a reverse card and attack Jin Shijian? And why did Jin Shijian just give up like that? Zheng Hong, watching from the side, also thought to himself, that boxer has displayed high-level martial arts. This is a tier of martial arts that ordinary people simply can't comprehend. Just how far can that boxer actually go? Ma Tian politely reached his hand out to Zhen Yan. To be honest, I didn't expect you to possess such formidable strength. If there's a chance, I'd love to learn from you once more. Zhen Yan smiled back, shaking his hand and accepting the goodwill. Whenever you want to spar, I'm down to host you. Zheng Hong finally spoke up at this moment. It seems the championship title of this year's Dragon Phoenix Grand Assembly has found its master. The ultimate winner is none other than... Every spectator was completely satisfied with the battle, though some rivals were still salty about it. Those who supported Zhen Yan were visibly hyped up, as the two words, the boxer, were uttered with the title of winner. Tai Hu and Yin Yu excitedly ran toward him. Great job, kid! Toba calmly left with a remark. Kids these days are truly formidable. He headed into the distance, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Toba moved swiftly across the rooftops. Night had fallen by the time he stopped before a certain place. A command echoed from inside. Enter! Toba spoke respectfully as he stepped inside. Greetings, leader. The bearded man opened the conversation. What's the situation? How do the successors of the Orthodox faction look? He quickly gave his report. There are a few kids who really look the part of a master, but in the end, they're all just a bunch of rookies. They're still wet behind the ears. Hearing this, the other was satisfied. I see. Then there will be no obstacles when we carry out the revised plan. Toba hesitantly questioned, a revised plan? The one who explained was someone else walking in from outside. I heard that. There is a person whom both the heavenly demon and the sword demon failed to take down, so we need to tweak the plan a bit. Everyone shouted, Captain, at the top of their lungs, upon seeing him. Captain of the secret demon squad of the Myriad Demon Palace, Wu Qing. An order was issued. Clean up this scene. I have matters to attend to. The subordinates quickly complied. As you command. Wu Qing flashed a sinister smile as he continued, the one whom the heavenly demon and sword demon let slip will seek out the martial alliance. So we need to create a distraction for the martial alliance. To track that person down, Toba set up an ambush at Tianyu Mountain, located between the martial alliance and Julong Valley. Then once the Dragon Phoenix Assembly concludes, we will wipe out all the elite rising stars of those great clans while they are on their way back home.